Oh, the GOAT is back. We fell off and we came back. Hey, boy, GOAT, man. You thought I was gone, huh? What's good, Fambo? What's popping?
What's popping?
Hey, Fambo, everything I said about Matt LaFleur and Brian Brodicus, I meant, sir.
Where everybody at?
Shit, anybody pull it in? Everybody sleep right now. Everybody sleep on the GOAT, man.
Because I think it was live. Then when I hopped on, the motherfucker in it. Right when I clicked on it.
No, I didn't end it. What happened was I fell out. So whenever I fall out, the stream ends by itself.
Right.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi tilted and caused me to fall out, and then I fell off.
Okay.
I ended up falling off altogether. Yeah, the Wi-Fi didn't like me the first go around. Man, Michael, where the hell have you been at, man?
I've been busy with stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I can't believe I can't believe the Knicks live to fight another day. I mean, Game 6, we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I hope they win, but
It's over for New York.
it's gonna be hard to come back. I don't know if it's over, but it's gonna be hard to win. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to win this game.
Yeah, I hate to say it, man, but it's over.
Well, they won Game 5. It's not over till it's over.
The Pacers didn't care about that game. When you watch that game, Fambo, did the Pacers look like they care about that game? Hell no. They came out there, backed up bullshit.
You see what Halliburton did? You see what Halliburton did at the end of the game?
If they lose Game 6, then they're gonna lose the series.
Hey, you see what Halliburton did? He was laughing when they put his tongue out. Like, we see you when you get to Indiana.
You think the Pacers are gonna win if they go back to the Madison Square Garden? I don't think so.
Yeah, they didn't. No, it's going to end. It's going to end in Game 6. I'm telling you.
What if it doesn't end in Game 6?
It is, bro.
What if
it is, bro? Indiana.
If it go to Game 7, New York still won't lose because they're known for choking Game 7s.
How do you?
It's not. It's not going. Fambo. It's not going 7, and I'm gonna tell you why. When you watch that game, Fambo, did the Pacers look like they wanted to win that game? Hell no. They came out there lethargic. They weren't playing pacer ball. Yeah. They were out there jacking up shots. They were walking the ball to the floor. They were playing like the Lakers. In other words, slow down basketball, jack up shots. They weren't playing like how they usually play. Watch Game 6. They're gonna run these niggas out the building. I for example, they let Brunson play one-on-one basketball. Like the first couple of possessions, he just walked down the court and just went left to right and got a bucket. That's not gonna happen in Game 6. In Game 6, they're gonna be all over Brunson. They ain't gonna let him do that shit in Game 6.
Your predictions change every single video, though. Like you said, there was gonna be 2 sweeps, and we didn't get 2 sweeps.
That's because it's the NBA. The NBA They want more games. That's why the T-Wolves series didn't end the way it should have, and that's why the other series didn't end the way it should have because the NBA is like, oh, let's give one more game, one more game. I'm telling y'all, the same thing that the Knicks did to the Celtics when Celtics won Game 5 and what's the word aberration, and then Game 6 that closed it out. That's gonna happen to y'all in Game 6.
Okay.
Y'all won Game 5 just like
Come
Boston.
on. Ain't no
In
way.
game,
Ain't no way you believe the NBA trying to extend that. You saw Game 4 against Knicks, Indiana. You saw how many fouls they didn't call against the Knicks.
It won
You
7
really
games
think they
yesterday.
wanted to extend that?
Knicks
You really think they want to
basically-
extend that? You know how many fouls weren't called against the Knicks? Game 4. If they really wanted to extend that, they would have called the fouls.
no,
You
no,
would
no,
have
no,
had.
no.
Come on.
No, you actually have it backwards because if New York lost that last game, they would have been at home right now. So by them not calling fouls on Mikal Bridges was holding Halliburton, full blown hugging him, and they weren't calling nothing. So your theory is off.
I'm saying that
He said Game 4. Game
everybody.
4.
I'm saying everybody realized that Game 4 was so against the Knicks. Like the refs were in calling any shots. If they would have, well, they did lose Game 4, right? They lost Game 4. If they would have won, then it would have extended the series. And then coming back to New York, who knows? Like again, Knicks probably win again, like they did, and it would have been you wouldn't have to think about like Knicks coming to Indiana in Game
Actually,
6
if
talking
the
about.
Knicks win Game 1, they would have been up 3-2 in the series right now easily. That Game 1 was
Yeah, I agree.
they choked Game 1. That they were up by 16 points with 4 minutes,
I don't,
and they choked.
okay, well, define. Well, I guess. I mean, look, the Celtics
Yeah,
choked. The
in Game
Celtics
1,
choked against Knicks.
New York
The
had
Knicks,
40 free throws in Game 1. 40 free throws.
bro. The Celtics choked against Knicks, but the
Yeah.
Pacers they robbed Game 1, bro. That was like
Yeah,
11
that was a
point
rob.
deficit in 1 minute. One contested threes from Neesmith. Them shits. The shots
He
weren't.
scored 8 threes. He scored 8 threes.
Oh, that's unbelievable. The shot from Neesmith, like in that last minute, they didn't even have an arc. They were straight. Like it was like
Yeah,
straight shot.
The last
Contested too.
The last 2 minutes, he shot 5 3-pointers in
Oh
in
my
last
God.
2 minutes.
I thought it was 8.
He shot 5. The team shot 8.
Yeah, that's unheard of. That's
Yeah. The team shot 8 3-pointers, but he shot 5 of them.
Yeah, they choked. I'm not denying it. They should have won that game. They would have won the series already if
That's
they didn't
insane.
get that Game 1. Game 2, I knew they were going to lose because they don't win back-to-back games at home. And then Game 3, they won. The Knicks ran them over in that game. And then Game 4, they played. They got blown out. It seems like I see a pattern here.
It's over in 6.
Chill, bro.
The shit over in 6. I'm telling you.
Don't say
Indiana, Indiana gonna play so fucking. See, Indiana knows how to beat y'all. They know if they play fast, y'all can't keep up. And what happened in that Game 5? The Pacers came out and they played so fucking slow. I was like, these niggas is playing like the Lakers. You got Halliburton and McConnell just walking the ball up the court. You got Neesmith and Opie Toppin just jacking up bullshit shots. I said, oh yeah. Also, yeah, New York will win this game. But next game, they're gonna run y'all out the building. It ain't gonna be no walking up the court. They're gonna push that bitch every opportunity. Come on, man. Ain't gonna be no walking.
Yeah, but
pushing
the reason they didn't immediately shoot was because they were contested. You saw so many times Miles Turner just try to shoot and then turn around and pass it to another dude. You saw this.
That's
so many
not their
times.
game. They're not a half court team. Indiana is not a half court
That's
team.
all.
They're a team
It's
with a
because
running
the
game.
defense was just different. I mean, they had
That's
Landry
why
Shaman guarding up. They
Watch the
had
Game
Mitchell
6 video.
Robinson putting Miles Turner in jail.
You know, it's funny.
Come
You
on
guys
now.
Mitchell Robinson gonna be fouled out in this game because he gonna have to run. And he gonna be trying to block everything. He gonna pick up fouls. I'm telling you, y'all, that's sweet, bro. Y'all gonna think shit sweet. I'm telling you, next game, but I'm telling you, Carl Anthony Town gonna be in foul trouble, trying to run up and down the court. Bro, Indiana knows if they push the rock, Brunson and these guys can't keep up. They know that. And in game 6, you're gonna see a lot of run and gun from Indiana. They ain't
You
coming
know
out
what I
slow in this
noticed?
game.
You know what I noticed? Every time the star players from the Knicks are in foul trouble, is usually because the refs are just like biased as fuck. That's what I'm noticing. So last game
Yeah.
we
And if
had
we
we
do
had the
get
refs
and,
on neutral, and look what happened.
and if we do get
Come on now, you
OKC,
can't rely on Cat and Brunson not being in the game for y'all to win. Like, come on.
if we do get OKC and Pacers, it's going to be the most boringest finals ever. The ratings are going to be low. No one's going to watch that finals.
It's still gonna be good basketball, though. I can say that for sure.
I think people want to see two big market
It's
teams.
over. It's
Nah,
over for the
OKC got a good ass fan base. I'm not gonna lie. OKC be wildin'.
No, I don't think
I'm
anyone
telling
gives a
you,
shit.
it's over. Here's how I know it's over for the Knicks. When I saw Halliburton talking to his dad, I said, "Oh yes, I don't need to see."
But Indiana has no championships. Indiana has won shit. So what's so good about the Pacers?
Man, Halliburton is so inconsistent. He like a semi-star,
You
bro.
guys are making it like the Pacers or the Lakers or something.
It's curtains. It's curtains in Game 6. I'm telling you, Indiana, and look. Here's another reason why I know the Knicks not winning Game 6. A reporter pissed off Pascal Siakam. A reporter kept asking the same question over and over. He was full blown yelling at Pascal. Pascal gonna come out in this game. He gonna be pissed off. That
Let me ask
reporter,
you this.
he pissed off Pascal.
Let me ask you this question.
Y'all cook now.
Do you think that they'll get swept in the finals if they do make it to the finals?
No, they're not. No, because Indiana knows if they push the ball,
And
they
how
can be
much
easy.
G?
I'm saying if they do make it. I'm talking about.
They're not. No, it's not gonna be a sweep.
You don't think they'll get swept by OKC?
Nope, because Indiana doesn't allow one guy.
Okay,
They don't. Indiana doesn't have one guy that they feel like has to give them 30.
I'm talking about the Knicks if they play in OKC.
If the Knicks play OKC, oh yeah, oh hell yeah, the Knicks get swept. If Knicks go there, they get swept because
If the Knicks
Brunson.
go, it still won't be a sweep. It'd be a
No,
general sweep.
it's gonna be a sweep.
It'd be a
No,
five-game series.
It's not gonna be fine. No. I'm explaining. Hold up, I'm explaining you why it's not gonna be a series because they could put Caruso on Brunson. Caruso is way better than Neesmith. If Brunson's scared of Neesmith, he ain't doing shit with no fucking Caruso. Caruso was a dog on defense. He would hound Brunson all over the fucking court. And if you think about it, he's faster than Neesmith. He's just as strong as Neesmith, and he's a dog on the defensive end. We saw what he did to Joker. We saw what he did to Ant-Man. He going to fucking fly Jalen Brunson. And on top of that, Karl Anthony Towns is not going to be able to bully Hornstein and Chet Holmgren. No, sir. This shit getting blocked up out of here.
You remember what Brunson was doing
He'll
to
definitely
him
bully each
when he
other
was in
at home.
Chicago?
No, he's not playing in Chicago. He's playing on a team where other guys also play defense. He's playing on a team where 4 guys behind him is playing the same defense he's playing. Caruso ain't the only guy playing D now. Casey Wallace, defense. SGA, defense. Hornstein, defense. Holmgren, long arms, defense. You're not, bro. Brunson ain't doing shit, bro. If they get to the finals, I'm not even watching this shit. If New York go, I'm not watching it. That's gonna be a sweep.
Brunson never played on Chicago. I don't know where you get Chicago. He's never played on the Bulls.
Brunson's only cooking because Indiana's not playing defense. Indiana's not a good team on the defensive end. That's why he's cooking. He's not gonna cook OKC. That's what you gotta know. Karl Anthony Towns, he ain't cooking against OKC. Watch what I tell you. All that bully ball shit is not gonna work on Hornstein. No, it ain't. It's not gonna work.
I feel like Indiana's issues are, and Mike, those are some good points. Mike, good to see you again. It's been a long time. But anyway,
Hell yeah, man. You've been drinking too much, man. You've been gone and shit, man. What's been going on, man? Shit.
man, I've been busy, man. And you're right, I have been drinking, especially since LeBron got bounced up out of there. But I think Indiana's problem is I like that you brought up the defense with the Pacers. I think their rebounding low key sucks. Let's just put it out there. It sucks. When you have your big man, and I know that the era it's a perimeter game. It's a lot of 3-point shots. So this isn't the era where big is running around averaging 15 rebounds like it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. But when you as a big man, when you out there giving me 5, 6 rebounds, and I know we got to give the benefit of the doubt to Miles Turner because he's in the corner a lot. He's a stretch big, but when you don't have that backbone and on your defense or even offense, you don't have nobody out there to give you offensive rebounds in crunch time, defensive rebounds. It kind of messes up your defense. And Miles Turner, who is a very good rim protector, he doesn't get the credit that he deserves. But the drop coverage, we see it time and time again. Him in drop coverage, if he doesn't have if he doesn't have Naismith and all of those guys being the screen navigators that they are, it's toast. It's toast. So,
and can you touch on this point? You got to touch on this point too. Niggas seem to think that Naismith is as good as Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso is way better than Naismith. And when you think about it, you got to think about OKC. If they play against the Pacers, I don't know if you heard what I said. The Pacers, the Pacers don't rely on one guy to get them 30. One guy Pascal can give you 30 in Halliburton, but they don't play for it. If OKC plays the Knicks, they could just zero in on Brunson and Towns and make the Mikal Bridges beat you, make the OGs beat you, you know what I'm saying? Cameron Payne and McBride beat you. At that point, you're getting swept. I'm telling you, Jalen Brunson's not going to be able to do that because Brunson loves to play iso ball, right? We saw Ant-Man try to do iso ball, and we saw what happened. Everywhere he went, it was like even if he got past the first man, next man was take the ball from him. They're like, "Fuck, I beat you. Where you come from?" So Brunson, he's not going to be able to play that style of ball against OKC. They got too many dogs on the defensive end. You're not going to be able to isolate one-on-one. Same thing with Karl Towns. Those niggas is not going to be able to do that ISO bullshit with OKC. OKC's going to win it all. Whether it's 5 games, 4 games, 6 games, however many games. OKC's winning. They got too many dogs on defense. No matter either team go to the finals, they got a chance to get swept. Both teams got a chance to get swept. But I think it'd be easy. It'd be easier to sweep New York because what I said, they got 2 guys that have to give you 25, 30 points, and they're gonna dribble the fuck out the ball. And like I said, Caruso and Casey Wallace and them niggas is gonna be lurking. Come here, Brunson. Where you going?
Like I think if they actually match up Caruso with Brunson, I feel like, bro, you know, one of Brunson's best highlights is against Caruso. Crossing
It's
him
not
over
gonna
and
be
sending him to the bleachers. And I'm looking at his stat right now. He's averaging 35 points against Caruso.
If Caruso, look, I'm gonna go ahead and
you know the highlight I'm talking about, though, right?
If
He sent him to the bleachers.
Forget the highlight.
No, but here's the
Brunson crossed out of Caruso.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
He's averaging 35 against Caruso in the last 5 games.
Here's the difference. Caruso on the Bulls, he's playing by himself. He's practically the only good defender over there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. OKC defense is the best in the NBA right now. I'm not
hold on, Mike.
Last game against Minnesota, it showed me that OKC is the best.
What's gonna happen to Brunson? Here's what's gonna happen to Brunson. Brunson's he's gonna get past Caruso, and he's gonna think he got a layup. You know what's gonna happen? Case and Wallace or J. Dub gonna stick their hand in there, and they're gonna take it from behind. I'm telling you, bro, they're gonna take that shit. He gonna get to the goal. Here come Holmgren. Here come Case and Wallace. Here come J. Dub. Here come SGA. Here come the Williams brothers, bro. Jalen Brunson is not going to be able to get by the defense and get a bucket. He gonna get by.
Let's say that does happen. Jalen Brunson is smart enough to realize that the matchups aren't working, and he's a great
play
passer.
too fast, bro.
Passer. He's not
going to be able to pass the ball.
Bro,
you can't.
You've seen him multiple times. Multiple times these playoffs, he goes to the paint and acts like he's gonna shoot it, turns around,
Who's he
passes
playing
it to a
against?
3-pointer like OG
Who
Anunoby.
is he going to the paint against? He's going to the paint against an injured Boston team with fucking slow
But
ass defenders.
that's not what I'm
He's
saying.
going to
I'm
the paint
saying
against an Indiana team that plays no defense. Are we serious, bro?
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if he actually does, like you say, against Jay Wallace, it's not a good matchup against Brunson. Let's say actually he can get into the paint. He's gonna act like he's gonna shoot it. He's gonna pass it to a 3-pointer like OG
Yeah,
Anunoby.
they're
We've
not
seen
going
that
to stop
multiple times in the
Brunson.
playoffs.
They're not going to stop
Hold up,
Brunson from getting
Mike.
to the
Let me
basket.
let me
Huh?
help you out. Mike is 100% right, y'all. Like, are we even having? Why is this even an argument? First of all, I'm gonna make it as simple as possible. Salute to everybody. Salute the panel. Brunson with the New York Knicks, right? The offense begins and ends with
With Brunson.
Brunson. He is the key to their offense, right? So that's part of the problem with the New York Knicks is that Brunson is ball heavy, ball dominant. The ball has to be in his hands coming down the stretch, right? Now, you go up against a team like OKC, all they got to do is target Brunson. That's it. You can live with Cat. You can handle Cat. So just like Mike said, they're going to do the same thing they did to Ant-Man because the offense is kind of similar with Minnesota. Just Minnesota has bigger players. So undersized guard, point guard like Brunson, what do you think OKC is going to do with that? That's easier to defend.
You're
That's way
assuming that
easier to defend.
Brunson's
They would
gonna
get
that he's gonna complete the shot. You're
okay, but
assuming
here's my
that
point. We've seen it before though. Nothing has changed with the New York Knicks. There's
They're
no
struggling
assumption
to
that's
beat
needed.
Indiana. Let's be real, infamous. Dylan
Yeah.
Brunson is struggling with Neesmith and the fucking Pacers. What's going to do with
Thank you.
OKC?
Thank you, Mike. So what do you think is going to happen when he goes up against OKC?
Okay, see,
Better defenders.
okay, see, okay,
They're going to
okay,
throw
see,
three guys at him. Here's the
okay,
thing.
see. Go ahead.
I'm going to land with this, and I'll let you have it. The thing with this, the thing that's great about OKC is you can't blow by them. They stick to their men, and then when Brunson tries to get into the paint, they're going to have three guys. The guys can cover Brunson and get back to their man. Cover Brunson, get back to their man. How are you going to stop that?
No way to stop it.
Because the offense begins and ends with Brunson. Brunson is their offense. He's their engine.
I don't think you could put three guys on Brunson in the paint. I think that's just a I think
Yes,
that's
they
just a mistake.
can. That's what they did to Ant-Man. They
I
put
That's what they
three
did to
guys.
Ant-Man.
I think
Thank you,
that's a
Mike.
mistake. Well, Ant-Man is more athletic. He has
Oh
the
my! Then
confidence.
it's
He has the
easier.
confidence
Then
to
it's
go up and get
easier on
into the
Brunson.
floor.
Bro, you just cooked yourself. It's easier
And
on
Brunson
Brunson.
Brunson
Brunson
That's
is
is
what
a
I'm saying.
easier.
Ant-Man
Brunson
has
is a
the
better playmaker
confidence
than
to
Ant.
go up. He
Why are
won't
we
pass
bringing
it.
up Ant reference? Brunson is
Bro,
a
are you
way better
serious?
playmaker than Ant.
An under a guard that's 5'8", the size of Fred VanVleet, and you're telling me that's not going to be
And he
easier for
can't jump.
OKC to defend that?
And he
Brother,
can't jump.
you're
the
assuming
tough
that
shot maker
Brunson
that Brunson is.
is
What
gonna
are we
follow
talking
up.
about here?
There's nothing to assume. We've seen it already. There's
You
nothing
are
to assume. We
assuming.
know.
Look, Ant-Man is
OKC, they
athletic.
No, we
run
know
over these
how New York's
niggas.
offense
Ant-Man is
works.
athletic. He's gonna follow up. He's gonna try to do a little
Brunson ain't doing
posterizing.
shit, bro. Stop the
Brunson is
shit,
not
bro.
gonna do that. Brunson is not
Bro,
gonna do
Wait a
that. He's not
minute.
gonna go up and try to.
Okay,
Bro,
so let
you
me ask
acting
you a
like he's
question.
Ant. He's not
what the
gonna
Okay, let me
fucking
fuck?
ask
try
you a
to
question.
posterize. He's gonna
You're
shoot it
telling
back
me
to a
you're
three
telling
like
me in
OG.
that situation Brunson is a better offensive player than Ant-Man?
Brother,
Who's more athletic?
you're
Who's more
assuming that
athletic?
oh my god, you're assuming that Jalen Brunson is gonna be like Ant trying to posterize and trying to follow up. If he
That's
sees
how
the
the
Yeah,
New
three
York
people
like
open,
offense
he's
is
gonna
a
they're
pass it
different
to a three
guys.
pointer. I
yeah,
feel like
but
that's just a
wait a
mistake.
minute.
Two different play
That
styles.
is how the New York offense has worked throughout the first three playoff series. What are you talking about?
They don't even
What am
just
I
run the offense
assuming?
through.
That's
They
how
don't
they
You're
even
that's how they run their offense.
okay. You're
just
saying that okay. Let's say
no.
that
What's
you're
there to
saying they're gonna
assume?
put three. You say they're gonna put three people on Brunson, right? When he's getting in the
No,
paint,
that's not
they
what I
can't go up.
said. No,
Okay, what did he say? Okay,
No,
no. Can I
that was
clarify?
Mike.
That's
That
not
was
what I
Mike.
said.
okay.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no.
I
that's
didn't
not
say
Basically,
right.
that.
That's not right either. They're not
the
gonna
way
put three
that
on the ball.
OKC rotates. Here's something that infamous. I'm surprised you ain't brought this up yet. When Jalen Brunson tries to go to his ISO move, right? Once he thinks that he got to step on somebody, They're gonna slap the shit from behind. They're gonna take it from behind, and they have the ability to rotate. Bro, let's be real. They can really guard Brunson 1-on-1.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Bro,
Yes.
with the
And
footwork, I don't think
Yes.
you
and
can
then,
guard Brunson
and
with
then
that.
stay
Nah,
home.
Bro,
nah,
Brunson
Come on,
is
man.
having
hell
trouble with
no.
Come on, let's be real. Let's
Naismith.
be real.
No.
And if it's not
Naismith
Because
working,
is a
they're
you
not
don't.
good
really
Brunson is
playing.
having
And
defender.
if it's
trouble with
not
the
working, you don't
lesser
Naismith is
think
a good
defense.
Brunson's gonna pass
defender.
it?
Wait a minute,
Naismith
Mike.
is a good
Wait a
defender.
minute. Naismith, he's having trouble with the lesser defender who's Naismith. What are you talking
Naismith,
about? What do you
Naismith,
think is going to
That's
Naismith,
happen
fact.
with Caruso on
Naismith
him?
is a good defender, though. What are we talking about here?
Me,
Yeah, but
bro,
he's nothing compared to
Smith
Caruso.
is
Who's a better
playing.
defender, him or Caruso?
Naismith is taller than Caruso.
Bro,
So what
I
are you
have
I didn't
no
talking
ask
about?
you
problem
that.
with
I
Brunson
said
getting
who's a
blocked
better
against this
defender.
playoff.
Indiana as an overall collective. Infamous, please bring this up. Indiana as
Caruso
an
has better
overall
defensive
collective on
IQ. I
defense.
agree.
Indiana only has one good defender. Did I see?
One?
No, two.
One?
Oh,
Nehart.
stop it.
Hold on. Outside of
Okay,
Nehart and
okay.
Neesmith.
Okay.
Outside of
Yeah,
Nehart
you're
and
right.
Neesmith. Who did no? I'm comparing Indiana to OKC.
Miles
When I
Turner.
look at the two teams,
OKC clears.
let me
Mike,
finish, please. When I look at Indiana and look at OKC, Indiana only has two good defenders, real defenders, Neesmith and Nehart. OKC got a team full of defenders. They all play defense. Everybody plays defense. Nope, there's not one guy on OKC who don't play defense. On the Pacers,
I'll give you
Halliburton
that.
play
I'll give you
defense.
that.
Does Halliburton play D? No. Does Miles Turner play some D? He play a little
Miles Turner
bit.
played D.
Dennis
wrong,
Scott plays
He can't
wrong,
guard.
some.
He can't
wrong,
guard Jalen Brunson.
wrong.
Let's stop
Halliburton
the
does
shit,
play
bro.
D. Is he an elite defender? Hell no. But Halliburton does
Bro,
definitely play
bro,
some
what they
defense.
have, bro, Hortstein and Chet Holmgren is head and shoulders better than Miles Turner. The fuck? Chet Holmgren way
We
better
know
than Miles
that,
Turner.
Mike. We agree.
I'm smoking crack.
OKC clears.
Hortstein better than that nigga. Hortstein is better than any big playing for the Pacers right now. I'm taking Hortstein and Holmgren over all them niggas. The
Okay,
fuck?
yeah. I mean,
What are
everybody
you
here
talking
is.
about?
Everybody here is. But don't, we got
Every
to give
time's
credit.
gonna foul out.
Hold on,
Paul
Mike.
every
Hold
time's
on.
gonna foul out because Chet Holmgren can do what Miles Turner can't do. He can handle the motherfucking rock. Chet Holmgren gonna pump fake. He gonna go left to right. He gonna make Towns jump. He gonna draw fouls. Watch.
That's not even his play style.
He's gonna be
But anyway,
fouling out. Bro, against Towns, he's gonna cook his ass.
that's
You
not
think
his
it's a
play
game?
style, though, Mike. That's
He
not his
gonna
play
cook his
style.
bro. Once again, Towns is gonna give Holmgren a blow by because Towns is a bad defender. He likes to jump and reach and get out of position. So once he jumps at Holmgren, all he gonna do is pump fake, take two steps, and dunk that bitch home.
That's not
Y'all
his
niggas
play
smooth.
style. That's not his play
And
style,
here's
Mike.
what people are not
What
mentioning.
he was
Towns,
doing. He just did it against Minnesota, bro. Just against Minnesota, Milan
He wasn't even getting
Infamous.
that.
He
He
was
wasn't
doing
even
the
getting that
same
many
thing.
touches. He
He
wasn't even
was
getting
pump
that many
faking,
touches.
bro. Once again, go back and watch the clip again. Every time Nas Reed and Gobert jumped at him, what he do, Infamous? He pump fake, he ran to the goal and slammed that shit home. What are you watching?
But he's not going to get that many touches though to do that
Yes,
on a
yes,
consistent
yes,
basis.
he
Though.
is because Cat is not a good defender. He's not. How many playoff games Infamous has
Cat is not a good
Cat?
defender. And
He's not a good
Mike,
defender.
here's another
Yeah,
reason why
Cat isn't a good
here,
defender. Yeah.
How
no,
do we
here's
know
another
that
reason why
Holmgren
Cat.
and
Yeah,
Martin
and
is
even
not
if
a
he
good
tries to
play style?
Hold on a
defend, it
second.
never
Hold on a
works
second.
out. It ends up
What are you
being
talking
sound.
about?
Mike, hold on a
said
second.
this.
Let me explain this. The other reason
Who cares
why
about what
Cat is
Charles
not a good
Barkley
defender,
says?
he's
He said
injured.
to his face too.
Cat
He
is
said to his
injured. Are we
face.
forgetting that Cat has a bad knee?
Everyone here
Like, are we
knows that
forgetting
Cat
that
is not
part?
a good defender.
Exactly.
No, Cat is not a good defender.
Everybody
He's
here
a
knows
terrible
that.
defender.
On the
Terrible.
broadcast, they were laughing at how bad his defense was.
Everybody here knows that.
How many games have he fouled out of? Infamous. How many games did
He
Towns foul out
has
of?
a propensity and a bad habit of taking bad fouls.
He's
That is true.
slow. He's
That is
slow and
true.
sloppy.
To be fair, even if he wasn't injured, he would still be a bad
He
defender.
still be
And he
he's a
makes
bad
horrible
Yeah, we know
defender.
fouls,
Cat's a
man.
bad,
He
but
still can't guard in
that's our
space.
point.
He can't guard, bro.
Yeah.
So here's the
I know.
thing: you're having arguably in your starting lineup 3 negative defenders going up against OKC, where 8 deep they have two-way players and they're
Hold
all
up. You
good
said
defenders.
3 negative? 3 negative?
Arguably, I said arguably. Keyword arguably. Brunson is not a good defender. Cat is not a great defender. And who was the other one I was gonna? Who was the other one?
McBride's not a good
Don't
defender
do it.
either.
Don't do it. Don't
Bride
do
is
it.
no
Bride,
Bride
come
stick
on,
on
man.
you. Bride stick on you. He little,
No,
but
he's
he
not.
stick
No,
on
he's
you.
not gonna stick on you.
Brunson,
He's
Yeah,
not gonna
Bride
stick
gonna
on
get
you.
played.
He's not
Jalen
gonna
Brunson
guard
is a horrible.
He's not gonna guard
Jalen
no
Brunson
big
is a
man.
weak defender. He's not a good defender, sir.
Josh Hart's not gonna cut it,
That's
bro.
because of his
Josh Hart's
eyes,
not
though.
gonna help you win, bro. I'm sorry.
That's because
No,
of
he's
his
not.
the Josh
They're
Hart
gonna get the.
disrespect
They're
is
gonna
crazy.
get. If New York goes against OKC, they will get
And
destroyed.
everybody
Everyone knows
forgets.
that.
Everybody
Everyone
forgets
knows
this too.
that.
Edmonds. Last time Mikal Bridges played in the finals, he played like trash. Go
Now
and pull up
here's
Mikal
the
Bridges'
thing. If I was
stats.
OKC,
After
it's
he won
very
the finals.
simple. If I was OKC, I'm targeting. I'm
Are you really going to
targeting
argue
their
Mikal
point
Bridges'
guard.
first playoff run in his whole career?
Mikal Bridges was trash in the finals. He's
That
not.
was
He's
his
not a
first
finals
playoff
percenter, bro.
run.
He's not. He gonna
Of
disappear.
course, he's not
I'm
going to
trying
look
to
good
tell
against
you.
I'm
Chris Middleton
targeting
and Giannis
Halliburton. Here's
and
the
Drew
thing.
Holiday.
Halliburton
Like,
is their Halliburton on the Indiana Pacers. Halliburton is their weakest defender. I'm targeting him in every single pick and roll. I'm
They can target
annihilating
both
him.
of them. OKC can target. OKC can target Halliburton or Brunson. Either or. How you want to do
Either or, yeah, it doesn't matter.
it? Either
But
or.
I'm saying they're probably going against Indiana. They're more than likely going against Indiana. So I'm focusing on Indiana. So I'm saying I'm going at Halliburton.
Yep. Every possession.
Easy target. Easy target.
Oh,
But
all
what I
day.
was saying about we're not saying you're gonna put three men. You would put 3 men on Brunson. What I was
yeah, that's
saying is
stupid. Yeah.
you can play Brunson straight up. But I'm saying when Brunson gets into the paint, you can crowd him with 3 men and get back to your primary defense, your primary
Because he's going
defense.
to kick it out.
Right.
And
But
he's not
that's what
going
I'm
to be
saying.
able to
That's
keep.
how good OKC is. They can hedge off
They
their
can
own
rotate.
man and get back to their man.
We're talking about one of the best defensive teams of all time.
He's not going to be able
All
to.
time. Of
And the
all
sad part about
time.
OKC is
Arguably the best
OKC.
defensive team of all time.
Isthmus, you got to bring up. Isthmus, you got to bring up this last pointer too. Isthmus, OKC's going to do what a lot of teams don't do to Brunson. You saw how they was guarding Edwards full court. If they guard Brunson full court, that's going to wear him down. 1 and 2 is going to eat up a lot of the shot clock.
Yeah, we've seen how they played against scoring guards. We've seen what they did to Murray. We've seen what they did to Desmond Bain. We've seen what they did to Murray. They feast scoring guards, undersized guards. You know what I'm saying? But how do we know that Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein isn't going to get in foul trouble? Just for the sake of arguing, how do we know that they're not getting in foul trouble?
Those guys are not going to get. Even if they get in foul, they still got the Williams kid off the bench. They got 3 bigs. How you forgot about that? They still got
No.
They still get the 6'10" Williams kid off the bench, and he's cold. He's cold as a motherfucker.
I didn't finish. He is good. He is a good bench player. I like the other Jalen Woods. I like him from Arkansas.
No, not that one. But it's the light skinned one.
That's the one I'm talking about. He went to Arkansas. That's what I'm talking about.
He came from Arkansas, Mike.
Yeah.
He can come in
but
and cook
anyway,
too now. Don't get twisted.
Yeah, I like him. 20 seconds. So how do we know that the bigs aren't going to get in foul trouble? Because we know that the driver that Cat is. So we know his ability.
He's not driving against his team. He's not going to be able to drive because once Towns puts it on the deck, all they're going to do is what they call when Towns puts it down. You're going to see one of the OKC guards come from behind and swipe it out of Towns' hands, or you're going to have somebody hedge in the container and take it from them.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
But have we not seen? Yes, Mike. We've seen OKC do that to Jokic and other guys. Yes, you get that. Have we not seen Cat? And I know how you feel about the Pacers defense, but let me just reference this. Have we not seen Cat pull the space out the defense, make the bigs close out when he's catching and shooting for a 3, pump fake drive, and the weak side help comes and he's making these good reads, these good passes, and they're
not against
blowing the
OKC.
layups after time.
He hasn't played against OKC though. He has not played them in the playoffs yet, so he's not going to be able to. I'm telling you, that shit's not going to work. Not against OKC.
Okay.
It ain't.
Okay.
OKC is too good defensively, bro. That passing shit is not going to work. That passing ain't going to work. You know, ice ball not going to work. OKC, if you're a smart bettor, you bet the house on OKC. You bet the house.
I think everyone here has OKC winning, Mike. Everyone here has OKC smoking whoever it is, New York, Indiana,
They smoking
whoever
both
it
of
is.
these teams. This should be like,
OKC
you know how
winning both of
LeBron
them.
James played against the Warriors with the not the Steph Warriors, the KD Warriors, and
Yeah,
LeBron
yeah.
got beat in 4 or
That's
5
what this
games.
is.
That's gonna be
That's
the
what
same
this is.
shit.
That's all this is. We have OKC win. If you don't have OKC win, I don't know what's wrong with you. You might be from
And
New
then
York.
getting honest, and on top of that, you and Evans should have brought this up. OKC is getting a chance to sit back and watch these two teams play. So they getting to watch, they getting to rest, ice up, drink Kool-Aid, while these two teams are still playing. So these two teams gonna be beat up. While by the time they get to the finals, OKC gonna have all the rest in the world.
But
Yeah,
sometimes too much rest it could be bad too.
yeah. We seen it in 2001. Even though the Lakers won the series, we seen how it was after they got off fresh off that Sacramento series. They took like 2 weeks off, and Iverson dropped a 40 piece on them, and the Lakers
I will
lost.
give. With that being said, to cancel y'all's argument, I will. If New York or Indiana gets to the finals, they'll get game 1. But then the next 4 games after that, it's all OKC.
Ain't nobody betting against OKC, so we can
The one
we
thing
can,
that
we
I
can put
noticed,
that shit in the grave. Go ahead.
no, I was saying the one thing I really noticed about OKC as well, they rarely have 2 bad games in a row. They have a way of adjusting. They will figure you out. Like I say, if they lose a game, they will figure you out for the next game and prepare for you the next game and shut you down. So, like I said, they may have a bad game, they may lose a game. You're right, Mike is right. They may lose the first game because they're probably out of sequence and they haven't played in a long time. And sometimes it takes a while for you to get back your playing legs. If you, of course, if you've been rested for so long, right? Because practice does not simulate a real life game. So the first game they might lose, but after they lose that game, potentially, it's done. It might be a gentleman's sweep. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a complete sweep, but it might be a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
ain't even
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
a series.
I'm gonna say
Why
OKC.
why
I'm gonna say
OKC choke that series and lose?
Nah, well, I don't see that happening, bro.
I don't see OKC. OKC is too good. The only way OKC don't win this series is if OKC. Let's say OKC had played terrible defense. If they go to the finals and start playing liquid defense, you know what I mean, giving up rebounds, not playing defense at all. If they turn into that, then they can win.
They're
But if
not
they
gonna
play
turn.
with the
They're not
defense
gonna
they've
turn
been
into that.
playing,
OKC
you know what I'm
is
saying?
way better than that.
I know, but I'm just saying, Fembo don't understand the way OKC defends. They give themselves a chance to win just off their defense alone.
And
Let's
we
not
haven't even
forget.
talked about. Go ahead.
Last point to bring up too. J Dub can also play center as well. Go ahead.
Oh, bro.
Yes, he can.
Bro, no. Next
Yes, he
point.
can.
What?
We seen Caruso play center. We seen they put Caruso on
No,
Jokic. So I wouldn't be
I
surprised
don't
if
think
they
he's
put.
playing center.
Mike
I'm
Mike
just
is
saying
right.
if
Mike is actually
That's
right
not
about
playing
that.
center.
they could
It
put
sounds
J
funny.
Dub.
It sounds funny, but he's right. He is right.
That's
I
not
actually
playing.
am.
No, he's not. That's not
I've
playing
watched
center.
OKC. I've
Yeah,
watched
no, he's right.
OKC during the regular season. Hold on. If my line during the regular season, there was a stretch where Holmgren and Hornstein was out, and they had J Dub locking up. Well, he
That's the
wouldn't like.
regular season.
No, but what I'm saying
No,
is,
if they really want
I'm
to go
only
small,
saying
they could put him at the center spot and go real small. Yeah,
that
And they'll get
he's
their
right.
ass for it.
He's right.
no,
They'll get
they're
their ass
not,
for it.
bro. No, they're not, because the way they play defense is that you're gonna think it's a 1-on-1, right, Infamous? You're gonna think it's a 1-on-1 coverage. Like, let's say J Dub's guarding Towns. Towns might think it's 1-on-1, but next thing you know, you getting the hard double team.
Pass.
I'm
Wide
telling you,
open.
bro.
OG Anunoby. 3.
OG's
Wide
not gonna
open.
be.
Brunson. 3.
OG's not gonna be. OG and Anobi's not gonna be used to. Bro, OG gonna be scared, bro. Watch all the way that
Okay.
OKC closes out. They close out so fucking fast. it makes you
Yeah.
scared, bro. When they try to
And OG is not a consistent outside shooter. Here's the thing. How
any
is
six
Brunson
too.
What?
Here's the
What?
thing that
Any
we gotta
six
here's the thing that we gotta think about. How do Brunson and Cat get majority of their points? Paint touches, right? They drive, right? That is you're playing right into OKC's hand when you do that.
Yeah,
You're playing
true.
right into
Yeah,
OKC's hand.
you're playing right into their hands.
That's what they want you
That's
to
why
do.
Ant-Man got locked up. That's why Ant-Man got locked up. He played right into their motherfucking hands. Same with Julius Randle. All them niggas play right into their hands. Either team's getting beat in 5 games. I'm telling you. If OKC loses game 1, they'll win the next 4 games straight after that. All back to back. And if I was OKC, I would play with Indiana and New York. I would let them have game 1, let the media talk shit, and in the next 4 games, just say, watch this. Get off my court. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. You out of here.
So we haven't even touched the point of how we haven't analyzed how is the OKC Thunder's offense going to react to the Knicks defense.
Knicks don't got no defense. Brunson and Towns don't play defense.
bro. A team that made it to the Eastern Conference, the conference finals in general, don't have
Brunson and
defense.
Towns
I
don't
find that hard to
defend.
believe. No way.
Brunson and Towns don't play defense.
It's
We don't
a
need to
team.
react to it
It's a
because
team
they're not
defense.
gonna make it. Why do we need to react to it? They're not
The
gonna
way,
make it.
the way y'all keep
We
on
don't
talking
need
about
to
New
talk
York,
about something that's not gonna happen.
we should be talking about Indiana.
Yeah, we should be talking about Indiana.
Yeah, but okay, we should be talking about Indiana, but y'all was all for it with the Knicks. Oh, they cat and against the double teams and all this stuff. Anyway, so how is the Pacers going to react to the defense? How's the OKC Thunder's offense going to react to the Pacers defense?
Infamous, go ahead first.
OKC offense versus Pacers defense.
It's not even close because the Pacers do not play the level of defense that OKC plays. It's
How is OKC's offense going to adjust against the Pacers defense? What is the OKC? What are the things that OKC's offense is going to do to eliminate the Pacers defense?
well, they get a lot of their points in they get a lot of points in their in transition. Their transition game. Once they can run you. Here's the thing that people got to understand. I'm going to make it very simple because I don't believe in breaking it down with numbers and all that stuff. I just keep it plain and
No,
simple.
I don't want numbers. I want basketball.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to give you basketball, plain and simple. Basketball. You want to you want that kind of stuff, go to Player's Choice. Here's the thing. I'm going to break it down for you very simple. OKC can play any style you want to play. Plain and simple. Very
That's
simple.
fair.
Any style you want to play. You want to play a running game? Okay, cool. We can play that. You want to play a half-court game? Cool. We can play that. You want to play a big man game? Cool. We can play that. That's the difference. Plain and simple. No X's and no numbers. I just keep it nice and simple. We've seen them adjust to each team that they faced in the playoffs. Two diametrically opposed different teams, and they handled them by adjusting. They can adjust. They can play any style. And they got the MVP. So, I mean, there's nothing else that needs to be said, man.
Yep, that's the sad part. And the thing, and the sad part about Indiana's offense is that even if Indiana's in transition, OKC, they play hungry in transition defense. So let's say Pascal is on the break, right? Infamous, he might think, oh, I got a layup. Here come Caruso, give me that shit. I'm just telling you, bro. Like Indiana or New York, vice versa. These niggas is getting either team's getting cooked, belt to ass. Either one. Both of these two teams to me is wasting their time. Just go ahead and get the shit over with so we can see who OKC gonna put belt to ass on. New York or Indiana. Because they both getting belt to ass. Both of them. So let's go on and get it over with. So we can go ahead and get the football. Go ahead and baptize one of these two teams. Let's get on the football.
Well, I'm going to be honest though. There's one. I'm going to throw a little devil's advocate into this. I will say this though. Indiana needs to win the game tonight. They need to get. They need to get the New York Knicks out of the paint because I believe if it goes to a game 7, it could potentially be a coin toss. You don't want it to be a coin toss. Get this game over with tonight. Get them out of the paint because if you play with your food, that 7th game is going to be in Madison Square Garden. That's going to be something different. I'm not saying they still can win, but I'm saying you're now making it harder on
Mm,
yourself. So you need to get
mm.
rid of them and eliminate them at home. Don't play with them. I'm expecting a blowout. You need to blow them out.
Ooh, blowout, boy. That's hard to ask for.
That's what you need to.
No, no,
That's
no,
what
no.
you
Reason
should
why
be.
they can blow
You
them out
should try to
because
accomplish a blowout.
they're gonna play behind the crowd. Indiana, all they got to do is do enough to get the crowd involved. Once that stadium gets loud as fuck and you can't hear shit, it's gonna be over.
That's not gonna hurt the Knicks much.
But
Yeah, yes,
you
it
do
is.
not want this to go to a game 7. I
You don't want
promise
that
you.
crowd. Am I lying, Infamous? You think the Knicks want that crowd to get going? Hell no. If that Pacers crowd, the Pacers crowd is loud. Have you not heard them?
So
Yeah,
is the Knicks
They're
crowd.
not
What?
even
What?
loud.
Come on, no. So is the Knicks
no, the
crowd.
Pacers crowd is loud. Yeah, that is
The
true.
Pacers crowd is loud as
This is
fuck.
Madison Square. This is Madison Square Garden.
No,
Don't
no,
you
but
think they'll
here's
be
the
louder than?
difference. When you're playing at Madison Square, no, but you're missing the point. When you're playing at home and the crowd's loud, that's one thing because you're playing at home and the crowd's cheering for you. But when you're playing on the road, right? When you play on the road and the crowd is against you, it's a different game. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, home court advantage is real in the NBA. People don't want to
Home
remember
court
that.
advantage is real.
Yeah, home court advantage is real.
Playing at
There's a
Madison,
reason why teams win the majority of the games at home.
you heard what he said, Ismus? He said the Knicks are used to playing a loud crowd because they playing a Madison Square Garden, but it's different when the crowd is cheering for you
Is it?
versus against you. It's two
Is it
separate
loud?
things.
Is it loud at the TD Garden where the Celtics play? Because I could have sworn they knocked them out. They knocked them out earlier.
But here's the difference. Indiana is a young team. Boston
We
already had a
moving the
championship.
goalposts. We moving the
I don't think
goalposts.
I don't think Boston. I don't think Boston was hungry this year. Indiana
I
looked
believe
hungry.
No,
the game.
no,
I believe the game
no.
that Indiana lost. I think that was their first loss at Madison Square Garden so far in the playoffs against the Knicks.
Both of the games. Let's be real. Both of the games that Indiana lost is both of those games at New York.
I would have to double check, but I think that was their first. The last game was their first loss in the series at Madison Square
No, no,
Garden.
Okay,
no,
so
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is, I believe both the games they lost was at New York, Indiana.
No, the both games that they lost. No, they lost one at home
They lost one at home.
and they lost one at Madison Square Garden, if I'm not mistaken. Because
So
remember
this
they
game
won the
gonna be
first.
different.
They won the first 2 games. Remember they won the first 2 at Madison Square Garden.
This was New York first game. They won it Madison in the Garden since they
Yeah,
played
this was New
Indiana.
York's first game. Yeah, right. Yeah, the guy's correct. That was New York's first game winning at Madison Square Garden.
So that
And
means
that was Indiana's first
so
loss.
that means they beat
First
them in
loss.
Indiana. The Knicks won in Indiana, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they
Knicks won
won.
in Indiana. Yeah, correct.
And does that mean that game 4 when Indiana put the series of 3-1, that was only by 9 points? So that was in Indiana too, right?
Yeah,
Oh shit! Damn.
they won one in Indiana, and then they won one in New York.
Correct.
Yeah.
yeah,
So that
it's
crowd
game.
sits.
So I'm saying this. It's very, 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 very. I can't emphasize this anymore. They do not want to lose the game tonight at home. Because if they lose the game tonight, game 7 is a toss-up, in my opinion. You don't want to go back to Madison Square
Ain't
Garden.
no opinion.
Get
That's
these
a
cats
fact.
up out of the paint tonight.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you don't play with your food, man. Because there's no guarantee with a game 7. There's no guarantee. I'll be honest with you. There's no guarantee they're going to win that game 7 if it goes to 7.
That's
Yeah,
So
gonna
you
be a
if
win
the
your
dog fight.
business.
if the Knicks win game 7, then that means that they'll be huffing and puffing, which means the OKC Thunder they can feast on the Knicks' fatigue from having to play 7 games. So that'll definitely help OKC if they go. And if Indiana goes, that help. To be honest, that help them both ways. If you go 7 games, then that means Indiana or New York is both going to be fucking gassed.
Forget OKC. They're beating they beating Indiana and they beat New York. So forget OKC. But
no, but it's going to be but it's going to be worse because if these two teams play 7 games, instead of it being built to ass, it'll be a Boston massacre. What's up, Mingo Jester? What are you about?
Anyway, either way.
What the hell is Mingo Jester, man? Why you ain't said nothing yet?
Oh man, I was over here getting shit together.
Hey, salute Mingo Jester, #1 LeBron James fan. What's up, Playboy?
Oh Lord, here we go with the nonsense. Here we go with the nonsense. I guarantee you, Infamous. If LeBron went to the data party, Infamous would be right behind him.
Hey man,
Hold on.
hey,
we need
there's nothing.
his opinion. We need his
We
opinion.
got you. Hey man, hey Mingo, we got you on tape, man. You said according to your
I would never go to the data
LeBron
party.
James is your #1 dude, man. Just accept it, bro. You can accept it. It's all right.
We just
Embrace it.
Jordan better.
Hey, Mitchell Justin. We just found out Emphas got a tattoo of LeBron on his back.
Hey, it's weird. I know he weird.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but Chat GPT did not tell me that LeBron James, according to my criteria, is #1. So is my GOAT.
Man, Chat GPT is some bullshit.
Yeah. Lamont already exposed it, man. We don't need to
according to Lamont criteria.
exposed, man.
LeBron is also #1, but he got Jordan #1. Same thing, right?
You do know what Lamont's criteria is, right?
And it also had LeBron #1.
Here's what you're missing.
Jordan as the GOAT. What?
Mingo Jester is not adding. What Mingo Jester is missing. If you go back and listen to that live, Lamont already stated that he didn't put his full all the elements to his criteria.
It doesn't matter what he. It
does matter because it was halfway done.
He put what he put.
He literally said that when LeBron retires, he's gonna have him as the GOAT.
Yeah, he's already said that. That is true.
So, I don't see how you can't have 6 finals losses and be considered the GOAT. That shit is insane.
No, because he didn't. He said he didn't want to do what you guys did by giving Jordan the title when he hadn't even accomplished anything yet.
I didn't give Jordan anything. What you talking about, y'all? I ain't no y'all. I didn't give Jordan anything.
No, we know you are undercover Jordan. You know what?
And all I can tell you is Jordan is the greatest player that ever played a game of basketball. That's all I can tell you.
That's false. That's false.
That's all I can tell you.
Jordan is not better than Kobe.
Jordan better than Kobe,
my guy.
Twice on Sunday.
Kobe, my guy. He's better than LeBron too.
No, we're not doing. Don't do this, man. This is gonna start an argument. Don't do
this. Hey, listen here, Canadian nigga, right? I tell you what, right? As a soon-to-be bandwagon OKC fan, we in it to win it, man. Yeah, that's what you gotta know, man.
Your bandwagon fan is not a true fan.
Hey, listen, I don't give a fuck, man.
Bandwagon fan's not a true fan, sir.
Hey, it is what it is. If your Raptors would have went to the finals and won, I'd be hey, there's nothing you can do about it, man. You're gonna accept me being a bandwagon Raptors fan.
Well, Cuba. Well, Cuba, I can tell you one thing.
We don't take back
no time soon.
What Mingo say?
We don't recognize
that ain't gonna happen no time soon.
We don't recognize bandwagon fans because bandwagon fans.
Toronto ain't winning nothing no time soon.
There's no difference between a band. There's no difference between a groupie and a bandwagon fan. A bandwagon fan is a groupie.
Hey, shut the hell up, man. Put some respect on the bandwagons, man.
No, you're a groupie. That's the definition of a groupie.
Man, it's a bandwagon.
No, groupie.
A bandwagon person.
What you're describing is a groupie.
Yeah.
That's basically what you're describing. You're describing a groupie. Don't get mad.
Hey, Infamous.
Yes, sir.
A bandwagon is worse than a groupie.
How the hell is that possible?
Technically, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Hey, fanboy, you're not gonna associate me with these Beyonce fangirls, man. Fuck that shit, man.
Hey, whoa, hold on. Wait a minute. That ain't this kind of screen. Hold on a minute. Go back. Hell no. That is not Mike. Tell him that is not this. Hell no.
Mingo, what they call that shit? The Beehive or some shit?
Them motherfuckers is vicious. Hell, Mike, you do not want them motherfuckers right. Trust me. Leave that shit where it's at. Understand something. They asses is. My goodness, they is something else. That Beehive is something else, boy.
Hey, just don't go to a Travis Scott concert, man. You might die. Go ahead, man.
Getting back to Mingo Jester. So, how does it feel
Who
to have
fans
LeBron as a GOAT?
What did Mingo say?
So, Mingo Jester, if LeBron is your GOAT, right? Who's second?
No, he's not. Jordan is my GOAT.
No, LeBron's your GOAT. We already established this. We have proof.
Jordan. We ain't established this.
Jordan need to go to shit, man.
Man,
Jordan
I
need to
got
go to
Bron,
shit.
then it's everybody else,
What
man.
you talking about?
Jordan need to go to
Go to FYS channel and go to the 152 mark.
Bro,
Well, infamous Bron said.
GPT.
I'll timestamp it for you.
Hey, Canadian nigga. Hey, what a Canadian nigga at, man? Hey, listen, right? Hey, Lamont said that when Bron retires,
but go ahead.
Hey, Lamont said when Bron retires, he gonna put him as the fucking GOAT, man.
I know.
But that's what I just told y'all a few minutes ago. Y'all didn't listen.
Yeah, he said
But I think Lamont was trolling.
No, he wasn't.
He's been saying that for a couple years, Fanbo, man. You said it 2-3 years ago, man. Fanboy, you said it 3 years ago.
I'm not gonna lie on
Who
him.
said it?
He's been saying that.
I just can't understand how you could be the GOAT at anything with 6 finals losses. That shit is insane to me. I still can't figure that out. I'm trying to though. I
don't give a damn. The motherfucker had 10 losses.
Yeah, but according to you have him. Look, Mingo Jester though, you have him as the GOAT though.
Any player,
your criteria has him as the GOAT.
Any team. Well, I say any team. Like, or it's like Well, I'm gonna say sport, not team. Any sport that the biggest game of that sport, like the Super Bowl, the Stanley Cup, any player got that many losses in the biggest game of that sport can't be considered the greatest. Just imagine if Tom Brady, he went to 10 Super Bowls. Just imagine if Tom Brady had 3 Super Bowl wins and 7 Super Bowl losses. Everybody will be like, hell no, that nigga ain't no GOAT in that. That nigga got 7 Super Bowl losses.
How many times did he lose in the Super Bowl?
That motherfucker played 23 years.
3.
How many times did he lose in the Super Bowl?
I don't just go after
He lost 3 times. He's 7-3 in the Super Bowl.
Hey, Mingo, I don't go after only championships.
He's 7-3. He got 7 Super Bowl wins and 3 Super Bowl losses.
Still lost.
But he don't have as many losses as wins.
That's semantics.
It's what I'm
saying. But Mingo Jester, this has nothing to do with us. It's your criteria. Though. According to your criteria, you have LeBron as the GOAT.
You can say whatever you want to say. Jordan gonna forever be my GOAT, and that's just that.
I have Bill Russell as the GOAT if I'm going by rings.
Cry about it.
I have Bill Russell as the GOAT,
Lamont asked you what your criteria was.
Cry about it.
How many times Jordan got swept in the first round?
Nobody's crying,
How about that?
Jester.
How many times LeBron got swept in the final?
The first round is better than the finals? Exactly.
Went retarded for a minute.
It's worse when you get swept in the final.
Bro went retarded for a minute. Bro went retarded for a minute.
When you get swept in the final, that's worse.
Yeah. Swallow them first round sweat.
Nasty.
I'm gonna ask the chat. You ready to get swept in the first round, or you ready to get swept in the final?
I'd rather get swept neither. I'd rather get swept neither.
Neither, but your man got swept in the first round.
Getting swept in the finals is just as well as getting swept in.
No, it's not. It's really not. No, it's not.
That tells me you didn't have a chance. Neither one of them didn't have a chance because both of them got swept. So neither
you
one
didn't
of
have a
them
chance to go to the finals. But you didn't have a chance
to go to the swept. He didn't win a game. So neither one of them didn't have a chance
to go to the finals. How if I got to the finals and you didn't? You
and got swept. Couldn't even win a game.
You couldn't even get to the second round.
Couldn't even win a game. Nasty.
You was too busy calling Larry Bird daddy.
It's Bron, then it's everybody else to me, man. Fuck that list.
And it's Michael Jordan and everybody else to me.
See, there you go, man. Yeah. Hey, I could say it's fucking Kwame Brown than anybody else, Mingle.
Hey man, we're gonna leave Kwame out of there. Salute to Kwame, man.
Hey,
Salute to Kwame.
I'm gonna throw a screwball in there. You can say you can say Robert Horry is the GOAT because he's 7-0.
I can say Havlicek the GOAT. And he 8-0.
But they say don't count him because he's playing with plumbers and janitories.
Man, see, fuck these damn
See,
bastards.
your argument when you use that when you use that as your criteria, your argument falls apart. It's a
It
weak argument to
doesn't.
stand.
It doesn't fall apart.
Hey,
Not only, see, I just say that, but
Is
also
Steph Curry
not
better than LeBron all time?
say, huh?
Is Steph Curry better than LeBron all time? Because he has a
Hell
winning
nah.
finals record.
Hell nah.
He has a winning finals record though.
No, he's not better.
Oh,
And the
boom
reason why he's not
shakalaka.
better than LeBron because I just use that for that criteria because it's the GOAT debate. So I use the finals thing like the rings and all that. But you also got to add the other stuff too, like the finals MVP league. You also got to. I'm not dismissing all that stuff. You definitely got to add all that to it too, man. It
But
ain't
Curry-
just finals
but
record.
Curry-
You also got to add the finals MVPs, league MVPs, all NBA teams, all star selections, all that stuff.
That
But Curry
motherfucker Bron got what? 20 all NBAs, right?
Yeah, 21.
Like 22.
Damn.
He got 21. He got 21.
So you telling me out of 22 years, you said 21?
Yeah,
So
he got
21 out of 22 years, he was a top 15 player.
Yes, he got 20. He got 21
Wow.
all NBA teams.
That motherfucker
That-
goated, man.
He got
Man.
21 all NBA teams. Yes, he did. I mean, yes, he do.
He got more all NBA teams than some players got total.
Yep.
I'm saying.
11 first teams straight. 11 straight. That motherfucker a goddamn demon, man.
Yeah. I mean, and Kobe next. Kobe got 15. Kobe's got 15 all NBA teams.
These motherfuckers, man.
Oh, shit. But nah, it's more. See, when you talking about the GOAT debate, you gotta critique everything when it comes out to the GOAT debate. Everything gets critiqued in the GOAT debate. It's the GOAT debate. Everything gets critiqued, no matter what it is. That
So
means
why
the
we
best
can't critique?
debate.
Why we can't critique Jordan losing in the first round?
What critique about Jordan? If he's in the GOAT debate, you definitely can critique it, whatever it is.
What would you what would you critique about Jordan in the GOAT debate?
I mean, well, I most of the time I argue for Jordan, but if I was arguing against Jordan, I would critique like the 1-9 without Scottie Pippen and all, without Scottie Pippen on the court, 1-9. I mean, just stuff like that. I bring up all that.
Would you be willing to add 94-95 season without Jordan and what Scottie and the Bulls did?
Well, you can't add. Well, I mean, he wasn't there, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess that count or that matter. I mean, but he wasn't there though, so you can't really say too much about that because he really wasn't there. But I guess that Scottie done made it to the
No, I'm
second
talking
round.
about when Jordan was retired. That's what
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I guess you could say Scottie made it to the second round and he was in the MVP race, and I guess you could say that. I guess.
Okay.
I guess you can bring that up.
I don't understand how we can say a guy who quit the game twice. Quit the game twice. Yeah, well, yeah, technically.
He quit the game twice and still got 2 3-peats.
Say it again.
Quit the game twice and come back because you know when you're not playing.
I'm gonna say it again. He quit the game twice and got 2 3-peats.
But guess what? That's a reflection of the competition.
That is insane, bro.
No,
Tell me that.
That is more of a reflection of the competition.
The last 3-peat have been.
Yeah, but that is more of a reflection of the competition.
It ain't been done since Shaq and Kobe.
Keep
so
going.
Basically, what I'm telling you is that's hard as shit to do. Is all I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm saying.
That is more of a reflection of the competition.
That is hard as hell to do. Kobe and Shaq is the last.
I always say,
that was in 2002. It's 2025 now.
Okay, so who was the comparable team? Who was a comparable team to the Golden State Warriors with KD in Jordan's era?
Say that
Name
again?
a team that was comparable to that team.
You said name a team that was comparable to what?
Compared to the Golden State Warriors.
The KD Warriors with KD and Steph. Name a team that was on that level.
Shit, none of them. Because who's a player
I
like
would say,
KD?
I would say
No,
I
no,
would say the only
no.
two teams. I would say the only two teams that could possibly
Don't do it. Don't do it.
compete with that
Don't do it.
that
Don't.
Golden
Don't
State
do it,
Warriors
man.
team. What you mean don't do it? What you talking?
Please, no.
I know
Please
what
don't
he's
do
gonna
it.
say. Oh,
Don't
Lord.
even answer
What
that
I'm gonna
question.
say? What I'm gonna say?
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead,
No,
Vinny.
what I'm gonna
Go
say?
ahead.
What I'm gonna say?
No, I'm
Go
not.
ahead, say
94
it,
Go ahead,
Rockets.
say it.
The 94
Don't
Rockets.
help him out. Don't help him out.
No, I was not about to say no 94 Rockets. The 94 Rockets were trash. They just had Hakeem. Hakeem just went stupid. But no, who I was gonna say the 86 Celtics with Larry Bird them. I was gonna say the 86 Celtics because Jordan was in the league then. He was playing.
No.
So
You
that
know what
would
we're
be
talking about.
considered Jordan era.
You know what we're
He
talking about,
still was
Migla.
playing.
You're talking about when Jordan was winning. What team
He
was
still was
compared
playing
to the
then. That still would be part of his era because
when
he
he
was
was
playing then.
winning? When he was winning.
But he was playing then.
When he was winning.
But he was playing
What
then.
when he was winning, what was
The
the
bad
team
boy
that was on
Pistons.
the Warriors?
The bad boy Pistons. With Isaiah Thomas them. Well, he was winning with the bad boy Pistons, so I can count them because he was winning then. So the bad boy I won't count the 86 Celtics. So the bad boy Pistons. And I would say Jordan team himself, the Bulls. And I would say the Orlando Magic with Shaq, Penny Hardaway, Nick Anderson, those guys. I think them the three teams that could compete with the Warriors.
Hey, so you better not get on here and instigate, nigga.
So we got the bad boy Pistons. Let me guess, 99, 90?
91? It was 91.
Okay, so let's do 91 Pistons, Bulls, and the 94, 95 Orlando Magic, correct?
Yeah.
Put in Chat GPT.
Okay.
And the Bulls themselves. Y'all can't forget about the Bulls themselves.
Which Bulls? The 96 Bulls?
96 Bulls, the 72 and 10 Bulls, yeah.
Was the best. They shit. He had the best fucking team in the 90s.
Yeah, when you look at it, yeah. But I think when we talk about losses, you definitely got to you can hold LeBron accountable for 2011, whatnot. But you got to look at the circumstances that he lost in. Some people may call them excuses, but I just call a spade a spade.
That's what it is. I mean, players get hurt. What you gonna do? It ain't really nothing you can do about it.
I'm not really referring to injuries here. I'm talking about like the gap between your squad and the team that you playing against squad. Like 2018, penalizing him for 2018, penalizing him for 2017, even though Kevin Durant made that Warriors team unbeatable, you still had Kevin Love, you still had Kyrie. You can hold them accountable for that. I mean, let's call it what it is.
What about 2015?
2015, no, because they got injured. But
you just said you ain't talking. God damn it!
You just said the injuries.
You just said you weren't talking about injuries, my boy.
We can Well, we can discuss 2015. So why would you hold LeBron accountable for losing in 2015?
What you mean? Why would I? Because he lost. Why?
Oh, that's the only argument.
And wait a minute. And he had the Warriors up 2-1. He had the Warriors up 2-1, and they lost. They lost.
Okay, so out of the 6 finals losses, you can hold them accountable for 2 to 3 of them.
Actually, all of them, because he lost. I mean, you can't negate finals losses because he lost. I mean, when he win, y'all don't negate them, do you? So you can't negate when he lose.
So we're gonna penalize him for 2018.
Damn right, because he lost. Damn right. Don't every other NBA player used to get penalized for they lost it?
Yep. When you lose, you lose.
Well, there you go.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
I mean, when Kobe lost in 2004, I mean, do you negate that? Or when Kobe and them lost in 2008 to the Boston Celtics, do you negate that? Because Trevor Ariza and Andrew Bynum were injured? Do anybody give him a grace for that? No. Okay, then. Well, there you
I
go.
do. I do.
The
And also,
2019 Warriors.
even though, and even yeah. I ain't gonna put in a lot of stuff for that, but Mingo Gesture said since he, you know, but I'm not. Even though Kobe did have Shaq in '04, yes, but I realized that the floor spacing of that Lakers team was pure garbage, and I realized that the defense, the level of defense that '04 Pistons team played. I realized how great that Pistons team was in '04. So it's 50-50 with me. I can say, man, yeah, he lost, but I can also say, hey, he played against this. You got to give credit to the opponents. We spent the older generation. I know I talk about the older generation sometimes, but we spend so much time bashing the player for losing a series or a game, more rather than just giving the other team their credit and saying, "Hey, this guy just ain't good. He just ain't good as this guy, or he's not better than he ain't got it. He ain't got enough. Well, he ain't got what it takes to beat this team." So I think that's the issue that I have.
I
And
can
it's
see
not
that.
even just it's not even just with LeBron, Mingle. It's not even just about LeBron. We really do it today with these guys. You know what I'm saying? It's like we'll say, "Oh, Iverson didn't have help. He didn't have help. He played against Kobe and Shaq." But if that happened today, we'll be like, "Nah, fuck that. He lost. He can't be. He can't. That's why these young dudes ain't great because they losing. They losing and all this stuff." So I just that's those are the issues that I have. So it's not even just about LeBron. It's kind of like how when people was bashing Jokic for this loss against the OKC Thunder with the injuries and the floor spacing, the lack of floor spacing that he had. I mean, you can hold people accountable for comparing him to Shaq and comparing him to Hakeem Olajuwon, but we got to give credit to the team for being that great. We talking about OKC Thunder team. I don't know how you feel about this, Mingo, just but we talking about an OKC Thunder team here that's considered one of, if not, some people putting them in conversation as the best defensive team of all time. But
Nah.
instead,
Nah.
okay, yeah, but I'm just telling you what the
I
conversations that
mean,
this team.
they could be. I would consider them up. Like they could be like top 10, maybe, or maybe top like close to top 5. But I not the greatest. No, I
Top
know.
five.
With that. I disagree. I disagree with the greatest. No.
And they gotta win it.
Yeah, they got to win it, but some people wouldn't even like the finals didn't even start yet, and the OKC Thunder's defense has already been put in these conversations from people that watched the OKC Thunder in the regular season and the playoffs, and not even just about the eye test and the production. It's the stats you can put the net rating and the defensive rating. These dudes I think they had like in January they had a 96 defensive rating. And when do we see that in today's era with all the scoring, with the way the game is played? We're not going to see that. I don't think we're going to see that for another probably 20 years, especially in this era with all of this scoring. It's just a team. If you playing that good of a defense in this era, it speaks volumes. But instead, you'll have some people out there that will still bash Jokic for losing that series, and the fact that it went 7 games is beyond me too. It's something that we gotta look at too. But some people don't care about that. They just say, "Hey, the nigga lost."
Yeah, but they had a lot of people had it be supposed to win 5 games that series.
Yeah, that shit was supposed to be over. That shit was not supposed to go no 7 games. But I'm looking up and I'm like, oh man, this might be over. Then Jokic come out and drop a 40 and 20 and a 28 and 10, 28 and 12 and stuff like that.
He
So
dropped a 44 piece.
exactly 44 and like 22. Come on, man, like 12 assists with that. So you gotta hold them accountable for losing. Like, hey, man, they lost. I understand that they didn't have the team, they didn't have the squad that they were supposed to have, and I understand all this, but they lost. I expect greatness from them. I expect more. I expect them to win.
I mean, I
But
see a
at
lot
the
of people
same,
saying what's the name was injured though.
who that?
A lot of people saying that Denver was injured. You know, Aaron Gordon got injured. Then
Yep,
Michael
Michael
Porter
Porter
Jr.
Jr.
his shoulder was
He couldn't.
messed up.
He could barely even shoot.
So I mean, a lot
Yeah,
of
because
people were
one game
saying that.
he had an ice pack on when he was playing.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I guess so. I
That's
mean,
all. That's all.
but look at the bright side of it. They had injured players and they still made it to a game 7.
You
The
see,
Timberwolves, all their players was healthy, and they almost damn near got swept.
it, 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 see, that's what I'm saying. We gotta look at those types. See, you'll point that out. Some people ain't gonna point that out. They're gonna say, I don't give a fuck. They're gonna stand on their nuts, as people like to say, and they say the nigga lost. And I don't think that's
He
right.
did lose, but he did lose. Granted, he did lose, but I mean, an injured team getting to game 7 and the Timberwolves healthy and they damn near get swept. That's crazy.
They went to 2 game 7s.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Yeah, they did. With what's the name too, right?
With the Clippers.
Too.
Yeah.
The Clippers. Oh, it was the Clippers. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they did go to game 7 with the Clippers because James Harden played like crap in that game. Sorry, bastard.
Yeah, he had like 7 points. That's crazy. But
He's starting to.
with the competition, Mingo Jesse, I know that we talked about this. We haven't talked about this enough on FYF. But what do you think of, what is your take on the competition that Jokic is playing against at the big position? Because this was a real relevant conversation, especially when he won that first chip, that first deep playoff round at 23.
I mean, it ain't. Well, Jokic ain't really got that much competition at the center position. He don't. I mean, Embiid ain't really playing right now. I mean, who you got? Bam. You got Bam. You got Miles Turner. You got Zubac. You got I mean, it's scarce out there on centers now. It's definitely scarce. What? Steven Adams. You got Şengün. I mean, it ain't many centers. It's looking bad out there for the centers now. I would say that now. It's
Sabonis.
definitely looking bad out there for the center.
Yeah, thank you for the honesty, Mingo. Before I tell you the competition that he is playing against, I saw a couple names was missing.
You got Sabonis from the Kings.
Yeah. That's right. Another All NBA caliber big. But before I get to that, what is your definition of competition in positions? Is it star power? Is it the defense? Like what is your criteria? When you say he doesn't have competition, what do you mean by that?
I would say all of it. Because I mean, you can't have a center if you ain't got no defense. You can't have a center if you can't score. You can't have, because that's everything that makes up a center. That's what I mean. Not unless you're a Jokic type player and your offense is so transcendent that you can play mediocre defense, but you still can win games because your offense is just that transcendent. You don't have many centers in the NBA offense that transcendent like Jokic offense. His passing is elite. He can score like hell. He can rebound. You don't have many guys in the NBA that got that. That got those qualities like Jokic got in order to transcend his team like Jokic does. So with that being said, I would say like defense, like Bam is a good defender. He's a pretty good defender. Guys like that. Then you got to Gobert. He's a good defender. I mean, he got 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. So I mean,
But he can't score.
but he can't score. So I think Gobert could score. They just don't pass him the ball. Actually, I think Gobert actually could score if he got the ball. If he actually got the ball enough.
If he play LA, he can score.
But yeah, because we got Rui Hachimura at 6'7" playing the 5. But anyway, Jester, thank you for pointing that out about the not passing the ball. Because would it make sense that maybe a lot of bigs? I mean, we can criticize these bigs, claiming that they don't have post moves and all this stuff. But don't you think that it's the era? That the era will be a good argument for that the big man is not the big part of your offense today unless they setting screens or rolling to the basket or shooting open
Yeah,
threes if they can shoot.
yeah, I
So,
agree. Yeah, I agree.
okay, so what if I said what if I was naming some guys since we're talking about competition here, and I throw out key guys like Jared Allen, Zach Edey. I know people might not be high on him. Zach Edey.
Zach
Uh,
Edey too slow. He too slow, man. He
I
too
figured
slow
that
for it.
I figured that he would be one of the best matchups against Jokic, considering his size. With him being like 7'4", 270, 280, whatever he is. But what about guys like Wendell Carter, the young guy over there in New Orleans, Misi,
No.
Capella, the Onika, I think his name is Onika in Atlanta. He used to play with LaMelo in high school. He's a good defender, good defensive big. You know, it's guys that we can throw out. Rudy Gobert, I like that y'all mentioned Rudy Gobert. He's probably one of the guys that paved the way for this what we're discussing here. You got guys. You could say Derek Lively. You could say Daniel Gafford. What about those? What about those guys? Would those guys get the edge here as far as a competition? Now they're not big names. They're not stars. They don't score like that. They probably don't get the rebounds that we expect them to get. But wouldn't that count as some sort of competition defensively?
No, because they're young. These guys young. Most of them guys you named are young. So
Okay.
Jokic done been in the league, what, 9+ years, 8+ years?
Maybe 10.
Yeah,
Maybe
so,
10.
yeah.
This
So
year
what
10.
I'm saying is Zach Edey, he's young. What is it? And Misi, the guy from New Orleans, he's young.
Yeah,
So, like those guys are really these
they
guys
only
like
been in the league for like
second
one or 3 years.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're like second, third year players. Like, no, that's not competition. You're gonna have a guy that got like some reps on his belt, like a Embiid or like a Zubac, like a Miles Turner, like a Bam. You're gonna have somebody like that. And Bam undersized, he ain't big enough, but I mean, he's a good defender. But Bam is like 6'9".
He really supposed to be at the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Bam
supposed
is
to be
like
at
a
the
more of
4.
a power
That's why they
forward.
got.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. That's why they got that Ware guy, that young guy.
yeah.
But what
Khalil
about
Ware. Khalil.
what about guys like AD, Brook Lopez? What do you
I
say
mean,
about those guys?
AD can't guard Jokic either. No, you done seen that too many times when he was in LA. He can't. He
And
can't
AD
do
don't
much.
want AD don't want to play the 5.
Yeah, he can't do much with Jokic. There ain't many guys that can do anything with Jokic. Jokic is a handful for anybody. Like I said, Jokic is one of those transcendent players like Magic. Jokic remind me so much of Magic. Like he remind me of Magic, but just plays the center position.
I
And
think Jokic is like a sorry to cut you off. I think Jokic is like if you put Magic inside of Big Country Reeves or something like that. But keep
yeah,
going, me with it.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Cause Big Country was actually pretty decent. People were sleeping on Big Country.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Jokic he's just a handful, man. I ain't never seen no player like Jokic. I got to be honest. We got Amadeus Sabonis. We got him. We got guys. We got centers that can pass. Can pass pretty decent. But bro, Jokic is just another level, bro. That dude is that dude is something else.
What about
That dude is
Sengun and
something else.
Sabonis? Sengun and
Nah,
Sabonis and Karl Anthony Towns. Is that competition?
no. Karl Anthony Towns too soft, and Sabonis he too undersized. DeMontis Sabonis he too undersized. He too small, man. He more of a power forward too. He right there with Bam. He
And
more of a power
Sengun?
forward too.
Sengun?
Sengun ain't ready. You don't want to put Sengun out there like that. He ain't ready either. He ain't ready.
I mean, when you look at it, he's one of the toughest matchups against Jokic.
No.
Jokic don't like playing against guys like Sengun.
No. I think Zubac is his best matchup actually.
I'm saying like Sengun is one of them. Like even from a number standpoint, Sengun be giving Jokic trouble sometimes. But for sure, Sengun he's new. He's new. Like, what is this, year 3 for Sengun?
Year
Yeah,
4.
something like that. Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He's a baby, but he's making a name for himself. He was the anchor of one of the top 5 defenses in the league in the Houston Rockets this year.
Yeah, I agree. He was, but the Houston Rockets, most of the Houston Rockets defense came from the perimeter.
The
Amin
perimeter, yeah.
Thompson, Aaron Brooks. It came from the perimeter. Not really like Bank Brothers and
Thompson.
all that. Yeah, Amin Thompson and Aaron Brooks.
Yeah.
I meant to say Dylan
Dylan,
Brooks. I'm tripping. Dylan Brooks,
Jalen
my
Green,
bad.
Jalen Green has been given more effort on the defensive end with his length and speed and agility.
Man,
You got Van.
Jalen Green. Hell no, I'm trading
You might
Jalen Green if I get a chance to. Hell no.
Jalen Green. Jalen Green
I
hasn't put in effort on the
Hell
defensive end.
no. Hell no.
I,
Man, the first chance I get, I'm trading Jalen Green.
I give
Hell
you a bag
no.
of Skittles. I give you a bag of Skittles for him.
I give you a bag of Skittles. So I don't even like Skittles. Man, hell no. I'm trying to get up. Man, if I was the Houston Rockets organization, I'm trying to get rid of Jalen Green. I ain't even lying.
I ain't gonna disagree there, but I would say that he's been given a little bit more effort than usual this year defensively.
Jalen Green
But
ain't
we know who Van Fleet is defensively. We've seen what he did in Toronto, especially with that 2019 championship team. So the only thing I think that Rockets team need is another scorer. I think that's why we hearing a lot of rumors.
KD.
Yep, the KD rumors. We've been hearing a lot of those, but I don't know if they make a deal for him, considering how old KD is.
But they say y'all trying to get Giannis, Houston.
It's gonna be tough to get Giannis, bro. I bet the Bucks are gonna arm in the leg for Giannis, boy. It's gonna be hard to get Giannis.
But the thing, y'all defense, y'all gonna lose a lot of defense.
Yeah, cause the Bucks gonna want so much for Giannis that by the time you get Giannis, your team gonna be gutted. You ain't gonna have nobody to pair with him.
Yeah, cause they want Sangoon.
No.
And they want
you, bro. They gonna want to arm in the leg for Giannis.
And they want a man Thompson.
They're gonna want to arm in the leg for Giannis, bro. Giannis, they're gonna want a lot for Giannis. Then they're gonna want picks on top of that.
Yeah, they want 2 first-round picks.
Fair trade, but that's not gonna be good for Houston though.
Yeah, cause they want Sangoon and a man Thompson.
Nope, that's not good.
I'm telling you, I already know the Bucks don't want to arm in the leg for Giannis.
Hey, you giving up your best player. We want something in return.
But Miko, I wanted them to ask you when you came on the pen. I wanted them to ask you your opinion on the Knicks and Pacers series.
I think the Knicks gonna go. I think the Pacers gonna go ahead and take them on out. I think my boy Halliburton gonna give me. I'm just gonna guess his stat line. I think Halliburton gonna give me 25, 12, and 6.
9
and 6. 25, 12, and 6. 25 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds or 5 rebounds.
What you think about Mike up here disrespecting Naismith's defense?
Nah, Naismith good, bro. Mike was tripping, man. I heard that. Mike tripping, man. Man, Naismith a monster, bro. He's a little pest out there.
And the thing is, yes, I mean, we're not going to sit here and argue Caruso's defense compared to Naismith's because I think Caruso is better and a smarter defender overall.
Yeah.
But Naismith is, at the end of the day, Naismith still got like 3 inches on Caruso. He's a good 6'8".
But all around, Naismith's better because he can shoot too.
Wait a minute.
It's my defense.
Slow down now. Wait, slow down. Caruso, first of all, Caruso got a ring. That's number one. And number two, cause he know what winning is about. That's basically why I mentioned he got a ring, because he know what winning is about. He know how to get there. He been there. Right. He been there. So basically what I'm saying is Caruso defense is really good. His offense ain't bad either. Caruso can shoot too.
Yeah,
Caruso can hit knock down some threes too now. Don't get it twisted.
He
So
can pass. He can pass a little bit.
all I'm gonna tell you, I think it'll be a good series though. I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all. I heard Mike say that a team gonna win one game and then they're gonna win 4 straight and all that. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's gonna go to 7.
I think OKC gonna knock him off.
I,
Whoever it
I,
is,
I
New
think
York or
OKC gonna
Indiana.
win, but it's gonna be in 7.
7? You think?
Yeah.
You think it's gonna go 7? I want to hear this.
I think it's gonna go. I think it's gonna go all the way to 7.
Why do you think it's gonna go 7 games? That's what I want to hear.
Because people sleeping on the Pacers, bro. Y'all sleeping on this Pacers team, man. Y'all gonna stop sleeping on this Pacers team after a while.
I'm not sleeping on them. I got very high praise for OKC.
And as you should have high praise for them, but the Pacers ain't no hold though. All I'm gonna say, the Pacers is not no hold.
I got Indiana winning it.
Did you just say you got Indiana winning?
Yep.
Against OKC?
Yep.
I got OKC winning in 7.
Sir, why do you got Indiana winning against OKC? Because I really got to hear this.
That been my sleeper team in the playoff. They my only team left.
Okay.
I've been riding with you. I ain't fit to change now.
Well, that's fair enough. I guess you ain't joining the Cuba fan club then, cause you're a bandwagon. So I guess you ain't.
That ain't my team. I'm a Warriors fan.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I guess you ain't. I mean, you just a Pacers fan because that's the only team in the playoffs.
That was my sleeper team in the playoff.
I mean, because your team got put out, then you're like, man, fuck it. My team I got put out, I don't care no more. It is what it is.
And I really wanted that Warriors Thunder matchup. That's what I want.
Yeah, y'all got beat by the Timberwolves. Dang, that was tough. That was tough. Well, at least y'all made it out the first round. At least y'all made it out the first round. At least y'all wasn't like the Lakers. At least y'all made it out the first round.
I think the Warriors gonna get this one though, because with Curry out, that team is like a lottery team to me.
Yeah. Because Curry had got in. Once I saw Curry had got injured, I was like, it's over with for the Warriors, man.
Yeah.
When he got injured, I was like, okay, maybe after they saying he might come back game 5, then I'm like, it's over.
Yeah,
maybe game 6. Cause first I thought the injury might be out for like a game, 1 game or 2.
And the Warriors, the good thing about it though was the Warriors kept it competitive just a little bit because they wasn't giving up. They was fighting, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. They didn't have enough options on the offensive end at all. I mean, but they was fighting. The offense was still flowing. They was still able to get open shots to B-Pod and Kuminga, which he wasn't making those. And Butler and all of those guys, but they wasn't enough.
Well, OKC showed everybody why they won 68 games this regular season. They showed everybody why they won 68 games.
Yeah, this was no fluke.
These motherfuckers, boy, man, you see what they did to the Timberwolves? Man, what the hell is going on? Oh, they smoked the Timberwolves.
Do you know that, Mingo? I'm sure that you watch a lot of the regular season play. Any game in this era, you see that any team in the NBA, on the average, is scoring 30 points in the quarter. That's if you right. They held this team. They held the Timberwolves to 30-something points at the half. The half.
Yeah.
And then turn around and scored almost 70 themselves at the half.
Yeah. OKC defense is crazy. Their defense is crazy.
The game was over right then for me.
Yeah, I agree. OKC defense is crazy, man.
I thought it would be a series first, because when they Minnesota went back to Minnesota, that first game they blew them out. I'm like, okay, it might be a series.
Yep, and SGA said, hold on. SGA said, hold my beer.
But that's why I don't see too much of a series. I don't see no 7, 6, 5 or 6 at the most is what I see.
I'm gonna say 7, man, because I think the Pacers. I think the Pacers got a. Their team is well constructed. Constructed. So I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna get OKC all
Yeah.
they can handle. I believe.
And
And,
both
and, and
teams,
then the Pacers team. The Pacers defense ain't bad either.
could play fast
Not
too.
according to Mike. I mean, not according to Mike and that other infamous whatever his name was. Not according to
Oh,
them.
Memphis.
Fambo.
Memphis.
Rambo.
You talk about Memphis.
Yeah.
Oh, infamous.
Yeah.
Infamous. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
infamous.
according to them. Not according to them. The
Yeah.
Pacers defense is trash. A team that went to the conference finals is their defense is trash according to those two guys.
Yeah. They think it'll be a sweep or 5.
Yeah, no.
Well,
I mean,
I guess if the Pacers win, I guess if the Pacers win tonight, I guess we'll see.
Yeah. They got Indiana to win the first game. Then after Indiana win that first game, they got OKC to win 4 in a row.
Mm.
all I know is that we're gonna be
I
having
don't
some
see it.
uncomfortable conversations. We're gonna be having some uncomfortable conversations with Shay. That's all I know. Shay is gonna be in some conversations. It might be a couple years, might be a year, and for some people it might be right now. But he's gonna be in some uncomfortable conversations for sure.
Yeah, but Shea trying to do what KD and them couldn't do.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's gonna be in some uncomfortable conversations. And I'm
Yeah.
very high on Kevin Durant. And I grew up on Kevin Durant and OKC, but
Yeah.
the stuff that Shay's doing with this squad, man.
Yeah, because
I mean,
they bring up the Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. They didn't get the job done.
nope, sure didn't. But I mean, I guess you can give them a little pass because they played against the best team of the decade, um,
Yeah.
including arguably the greatest player of all time. Even though I'm a LeBron guy.
Yep.
So yeah, and Scotty, you might consider him one of the best, if not the best, perimeter defenders.
Yeah.
Of that whole decade, So.
Yeah. Scotty was a problem.
So I mean, you can give them a little pass, but the stuff that this OKC team is doing, it's gonna be some talks being had that people not gonna be ready for.
Yeah, cover. And when Scotty left Chicago, went to Portland, almost took them to the final. They lost in the Western Conference.
That's what I'm saying. Like we've been holding on to this, or we've been listening to this narrative for so long about Scotty. Oh, Scotty ain't nothing without Jordan. Y'all be saying Jordan ain't nothing without Scotty, but what did Scotty do without Jordan? I mean, he didn't win a championship, but he made the playoffs every year.
And he made the Western Conference.
Right. I
with
mean,
that Portland team.
Exactly. I mean, he loses to Kobe and Shaq, and Derek Fisher and those guys. And it's a dogfight. I mean, one of those years, you did have one of those years, I think it was 02 or 03, where they lost to the Lakers in the first round. Something like one of those years. But but before that, it was dogfights. Portland was giving them trouble.
Yeah. Then after that, he went to Houston.
Before that, he went to before Portland, right after Chicago, he went to Houston and formed a super team. Another narrative I'm tired of hearing about the super team about LeBron that I've been hearing for the last decade, because he went to form the team with Barkley and Hakeem Olajuwon over in Houston in '99, if I'm not mistaken. So. Matter of fact, let me see what that Houston team did. That year they lost to the Lakers in the first round. They had Barkley, Elijah Wan, Pippen. That year, Scottie Pippen made the first team all defense, and he was second in DPOY voting. And then you had Elijah Wan, who was seventh in DPOY voting as well. And he was third team all NBA that year. You had an old Barkley, 35-year-old Barkley giving you 16 and 12 a night. And they lost to
And yet, Hakeem was old too.
yeah, he was actually older than Barkley. I think he was the oldest player on that team. 36 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made third team all NBA, seventh in DPOY. He was 13th in MVP voting, which may not mean much because it's below 10 in MVP voting. So
If you ain't in the top 5,
yeah, it don't matter at that point.
yeah.
Yep, that year they lost to Shaq. Shaq was giving you 29, 10 in that series with 4 blocks. Kobe gave you 18 and 7 and 6 with 2 steals and 2 blocks. And then you had Glenn Rice giving you 19. So they had a little big three going on.
Oh yeah, I forgot Glenn Rice went over there.
Yep. They had that series. They had 4 guys in double figures in scoring: Fisher, Rice, Bryant, O'Neal, and so did the Rockets. They had Sam Mack with 12, Elijah Wan with 13. He didn't perform well. Pippen with 18, and then Charles Barkley led the team in rebounding and scoring that series with 23 and 14. So but back to the Jokic thing. You still there? You still there?
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the Jokic thing. I want to say this before I pull out, so I'm about to pull out some. But back to the Jokic thing though. When I'm talking about the competition of Jokic at the big man at center position, I feel like you can argue that the competition wasn't as good as the 90s if you want.
Yeah.
But I think it's different aspects of competition.
Yeah.
I think just because he's not facing an all-star every game, that doesn't mean that he's not facing competition.
Yeah. In the 90s, you didn't have a lot of centers shooting threes in the 90s.
Yeah,
like you got now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna touch on that too, the play style. But with the competition thing, yes, you had Hakeem, yes, you had Shaq, yes, you had David Robinson, yes, you had Patrick Ewing and Malone. But I mean, you can't really make this competition argument because it's not like that. These guys was facing all-star bigs every game. You play 82 games, and at the time it was like what 27, 28 teams in the NBA. You can't tell me all 28 teams, all 28 or 30 teams had all-star caliber bigs because they didn't. So, and no era it was like that. So the competition thing.
You had Manu Bol.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Mutombo. I mean, Mutombo.
Yeah, Mutombo. Yeah,
I said the wrong name.
You good. But like, I mean, now I can say, okay, well, I got Embiid, I got Sabonis, I got Sengun, I got what's his name? I got Zubac, I got Brook Lopez. I wouldn't even put Giannis in there because Giannis doesn't have the he doesn't even have the responsibilities as a center. He may play similar to a center, but he
Yeah, but
doesn't. He's not involved with the matchups like a center is. Like you'll see him guard Wemby here and there, but it's
yeah.
rare that you see him checking Jokic. It's just rare that you see him checking Embiid and those guys.
Only time
He's
he what is a small center? Then he'll play. He they put him at the center role.
small he does small ball he'll play center, but
Yeah,
it's I wouldn't put him in that discussion, even though I could be nasty and put him in there and be like, hey, I mean, we got Giannis as competition too is a big, but you got Anthony Davis. Like I said, you got Anthony Davis, Sabonis, Shingun, Cat, and B, right? And then
A,
you got
so
defensive guys.
AD is the
Yeah,
four because he cried about playing the five.
well, I mean, yeah, he doesn't want to play the five, but it still don't stop the fact that he played the last 3 years as a center, and he was
Yeah,
guarding the centers on when he was playing against the Rockets, when he played against Philly, when he played against the Nuggets, he was still guarding those guys,
yeah,
Sengun and all of them guys. So in that case, we would have to put him in this conversation because he's been playing center for the last 3 years, even though he cried about it.
yeah.
I mean, so yeah, you got Jared Allen, you got a lot, you got Rudy Gobert, you got other guy, you got it's
Yeah.
competition out there, Brook Lopez. So I mean, you can even throw DeAndre Ayton in there, but I mean, he might be at the bottom of the list, but you can throw him in there if you want. So, but the play style thing, like I was telling Mino Jester, we talk about how they don't play in the post. They don't play with fundamentals. They don't have post moves. They're not required to. They're bigs. These bigs, most bigs in the NBA, unless you alpha, unless you're a Jokic or somebody like that, you're not going to be getting touches in the post.
Yeah.
So so as a big, even though you're not shooting, you don't shoot at all. You don't shoot no threes. You don't shoot mid range.
It ain't the Shaq era no more.
Right. Right.
And
Exactly.
Hakeem era.
Exactly. Like I'm
when
as a big.
when the big man was dominate.
Yeah. That's I'm like y'all. They be seeing that and they still just disregard that. But like you on the perimeter most of the time, you're not even shooting the ball from there. You just out there setting screens, dribble handoffs, roll it to the basket. That's what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You playing in a short roll. You're playing in a pick and roll. That's what you're gonna. You might push the pace a couple times in transition. But other than that,
Who your team is? Who your basketball team?
I'm born and raised in Central Florida, so I ride with the Magic. But
Okay.
I've been rooting for the Lakers. I'm a LeBron guy, so I root everywhere he goes.
Okay.
So it's like I root for two teams, I guess you could say. But yeah, the play style. We like to disregard the play style because we it's not what we like to see. We didn't grow up back in the 90s, I grew up watching David Robinson in the post. These guys, these bigs don't have those fundamentals. That's not how they play. You can't say somebody can't do something or they suck at this or they can't score when they don't even have the opportunities that those bigs had. And they're not even in the system that they're playing in doesn't even require them to do that. They don't get touches. They're not going to get the same touches that Embiid and Jokic does in the post.
Yeah.
They out there to set screens, dribble handoffs, roll to the basket. That's where they get their points from. Pick and roll. That's where they get their points from. And most of these guys be the best defender on their team. We like to say that we praise defense so much, but we shit on these defensive bigs because they don't have the post moves that we want them to have. So it's like you want them to have everything. And comparing errors, when it comes to comparing errors, it's pros and cons to it. But this is one of the biggest issues I have with comparing errors, especially with the big man position. Like we talk about the competition that Jokic has and the competition compared to the competition that Shaq had to play against every night. It's you can say we can mention all these big names. Well, I had to play against Hakeem Olajuwon, and you was playing against Anthony Davis, who don't even want to play big at the center position. Yeah, but at the same time, I gotta guard in space a lot. Um, the guy that I'm guarding is setting screens all game, so I gotta guard perimeter guys. I can't just sit in the paint like you did and just block shots at the rim
Yeah.
and just play defense in the post, check big guys in the post. I can't. I got to do more than that. I got to move more. I got to be more in shape. Not only that, if even if I am a shot blocker, right? If I am a guy that's going, I'm known for blocking shit to the fifth row. The guy Brunson or whoever it is, Brunson come into the lane for a layup after Brunson passed his defender. Now I got to leave Karl Anthony Towns open. And then what? At the 3-point from and this dude is catching and shooting from 30 feet. He don't even be shooting right at the 3-point line. He be shooting when he catch the ball. He be like like Curry, Dane range,
Half
5
court.
feet from the exactly. And he just be shooting like it's a free throw. What the hell? Like it's like what? It doesn't make sense. Even if I wanted to play that style where it's like, hey, point guard, bring the ball up the court, throw that bounce pass to the big man in the post, and tell him to dominate like the '90s bigs. Even if I wanted to play that style, it would be almost impossible because they gotta exert so much energy on the defensive end with all of those responsibilities. Now, some people might listen to that what I just said, and they might overthink and be like, "So you saying that those bigs are better than these bigs?" No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
Different
it's just
style.
you're right. It's different. Like you had harder responsibilities on offense, but we have harder responsibilities on defense. You know, so like just imagine if Hakeem Olajuwon had to close out on a big man shooting like Larry Bird from 3 and having the responsibility to block shots at the rim. That's too much.
Yeah.
So, you know, is it your opinion that people don't play defense now, or is it just harder to defend? And it's not just harder to defend because of ticky tack fouls and the referees. No, it's just harder to defend not because of skill. And with the skill argument, I hate hearing that when people my age and they early 20s and younger talk about skills and all this stuff. I hate hearing that crap because you know it's not enough context in that. It's not enough context in those arguments. You just saying we're just more skilled. No, you can't just say that. You gotta elaborate. It's not just about skills. It's just our ability to space the floor in today was better than back then.
Yeah.
Everybody on the air when you watch the games, the whole team is not dribbling between the legs and doing hezzies. So the we're more skilled argument, we could throw that out the window. I
In
think
this era, everybody want to shoot threes.
exactly, and it's harder to defend when you got 2 guys that can not only shoot but they can get to the basket at will. And they get to the basket at will, and we gotta play help side. You telling us play better team defense, play be more commit more in the help on the weak side. We commit more on the weak side. We help, and it's 3 dudes contesting layups. Like just imagine like with those bad boy Pistons in the '80s, where like when Jordan went to the basket. When nobody could stop Jordan, when Jordan was still averaging 30 getting to the basket, it was 3 dudes at the rim contesting the layup. Imagine if he got guys like Mikal Bridges, Naismith, or Klay Thompson, or Nembhard, or even the bigs like Karl Anthony Towns and Miles Turner at the 3-point line, in the corner or at the top of the key, shooting 40% from 3. That's hard to defend. The Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, might not look that great defensively because it's too much that they got to guard. That they got to pick one. Am I going to pick Jordan getting to the rack and getting these open layups, or am I going to close out on this 7-footer that I got to guard that shooting 50% from 3? So when I ask people, why do you think that this era doesn't play defense? Oh, because these guys, it's too many guys averaging 30. It's too much scoring going on. Why? Okay, ask yourself why. Why is it too much? Why is it too many guys dropping 50 a game, or not 50 a game necessarily? You get what I'm saying? Why is it too many guys dropping 30 and all this stuff? Why is it? Is it because they got a big man that's shooting 40% from three, and the bigs on defense gotta stick to their man, or it's gonna be they man having 30 points, like Cat having 30, or Miles Turner having 30 out of nowhere? They'd be like, how did these guys get 30? They don't get touches in the post. Their ability to space the floor and shoot. And then here's another thing with being a big and having to close out on a Karl-Anthony Towns or Miles Turner. Not only that, if you do close out half the time, these are professional basketball players. It's common sense. If I'm Karl-Anthony Towns and Miles Turner and I'm shooting 40% from three, you can't stop my three. Even when you put a hand up, like you have to put a hand up against me, and I catch it and I drive it. I catch pump fake, and you're gonna overcommit because I'm so lethal from three. You're gonna overcommit. You're gonna have a hand up. It's not like I'm just shooting wide open threes. Even when a hand up, I'm still hitting them in your face. So when I change direction and I decide to drive, now that opens up the floor. That creates more open shot. That generates more open shots for the other guys. So we gotta look at it from different perspectives. We gotta put context on things instead of just saying, "Oh, there's no defense today." It's just more to defend. It's harder to defend today. Like even if you watch basketball in the like 2012, 2013, it's different. It's different from then to now. This era is more advanced than the 2010s. 2010s might be more advanced than the 2000s. 2000s might be more advanced than the 90s. It's just what happens. It's evolution. So when people say it's hard, this ain't going. The defense. It's not enough defense. Basketball is terrible. They shoot too many threes. Why are they shooting too many threes? If I want to make it easier to score, and I'm trying to get to the basket, right? Wouldn't it make sense for me to shoot some threes to get you to commit, so to make it easier for me to get to the basket, so I can have more open or quality looks at the basket? Wouldn't that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Compared to just not being able to shoot or choosing not to shoot, and every time I go to the basket to drive, it's three on the ball, or it's 5 guys contested in the layup. So those are the things that people don't think about. Either that, or they just disregard it because they just want to hold on to what they grew up watching. So
each era, the style changed from era to era.
right, it changes. Every basketball is going. We think that today is so good, right? And the ability to shoot, and it's so harder to defend today. But 10 years from now, it might get even better.
Yeah,
And we can't even see it.
Wait till like 2050, how it can be.
Yeah, you got Eric. We already got the 5 man, the center shooting 40% from three. You got Jokic shooting 50% from three. Like what? Like just imagine what it's gonna be 20 years from now.
Yeah.
But guess what? I'm not gonna do at the age of 50 or 40, however old I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna be saying they don't play defense. I'm gonna be saying, hey man, it's harder to defend. It's easy. It's easy. Let me tell you, it's like this. I'm gonna just say it like this. This is an example of a lineup. If you got a lineup with Westbrooks and a couple Draymond Green and I don't know, and naming a Bam Adebayo, that's going to be easier to defend than the Knicks or the Pacers because they're not going to space the floor. So it's going, of course, it's going to look like, it's of course going to look like you playing defense, and of course the score is going to be like 78-70 or whatever it was back in the 90s and 80s when guys is not the shooting is not that good. When most of the points is being scored in the basket where most of the defense is. When you go to the basket, it's 4 dudes right there. Of course, because dudes is being left wide open because y'all couldn't shoot like that. So they wasn't defending the 3-point line. They was defending the basket. They was defending the mid range. When Kobe in the early 2000s, when Kobe was shooting those tough mid range shots, it was 2 or 3 on the ball. Which is one of the reasons why nobody wants to hear anything about Shea being in Kobe conversations, because when Kobe and Jordan were shooting the mid-range shots, it was like 3 on the ball because the floor spacing was terrible. Let's tell it like it is, right? But if we talk about how inefficient some of these guys were back then, now all of a sudden they want to look at it from that perspective. Oh, well, they was getting triple teamed, they was getting double teamed. The defense was more condensed. But why you don't want to admit that when we talk about how advanced offense is today, how advanced basketball is, and how better the spacing is today? So.
Come on, Bernie, man, it is a little fun, right? Don't tell her you won't be laughing and tell her go back to the store. That's directly where it's going. So if and or but.
You know what's crazy about what you just said? If you put Kobe and Jordan in this era, like everybody talks about Kobe's inefficiency and Jordan, this and that, right? You put those two guys, Jordan, Kobe, in this era with today's floor spacing, they probably will be averaging 50 a game. Jordan averaged 30 points a game playing next to Steve Kerr and Tony Kukoc. They can shoot, but not like today's shooters. Kobe averaged 30 damn near playing next to a bunch of below average shooters, maybe average at best.
Right.
So you get Jordan and Kobe, Clay, Harrison Barnes, Buddy Hield, Tyrese Halliburton. Get them the shooters that play now. Their shots would be so wide open. Just wide open.
Yep. And it's one or two things that's gonna happen. It's something wrong with your mic, Mike.
Oh, I gotta re-enter the building. Yeah, I'm back.
But yeah, Mike, it's one or two things that's gonna happen. Either a Kobe or a Jordan. Either they gonna average not only 30, but they probably gonna average 10 assists, or they gonna average 40 points straight on you. And it's one or two things. Pick your poison. You want me to drop these dimes, and because these dudes wide open, leaving them wide open because I'm that dangerous as a mid-range shooter. and I'm that damage. I'm that lethal at getting to the basket. So pick your poison. You want me to give you a Tyrese Halliburton game 30 and 12, or you want this 40 piece. So, I agree.
They can do either or, but I mean, Kobe won't give a damn. He gonna pull that motherfucker. He gonna pull that motherfucker up. And this is why I got so mad with Ant-Man, because you talking you getting double teamed, you can't shoot. Man, when Kobe Bryant played in the crowd more times than not, and he didn't give a fuck. Them bitches going up. Miss a mate. Brunson, hey, Ortiz hop on. But Brunson and Towns ain't shit compared to Kobe and Shaq. I wouldn't even compare them to nothing. Scoring, none of that. Fuck that. Kobe and Shaq ain't gonna just score on you. Shaq gonna break the fucking goal on you. Kobe gonna dunk on you and talk shit to you. Kobe and Jordan put fear in your heart. Brunson and Towns don't put fear in your chest. Kobe and Shaq put that fear in your heart. Make you think twice about life.
As a defender, Brunson might fear you, but it ain't nowhere near Kobe's fear though.
Yeah, I'd rather have Brunson and Towns score 20 on me any day of the week. Because if Shaq scored 20 on you, you're gonna be getting elbows during that whole 20. If Kobe scored 20 on you, you're gonna be like, God damn, am I seeing God himself?
Hey Mike, if I'm being a big, if I'm a big, I don't need them motherfuckers. I'm not trying to be doing all that running, all that closing out, and I definitely want to be getting beat on by the diesel.
You're gonna get hit, elbow, all kind of shit.
And fouled out the game. Nah, homie. I don't want that.
You're gonna be on the bench, like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's why.
Like,
That's why he changed the game. He changed it. The reason
I'm
why
mad about the reason why I'm mad about the stat, because you putting Kobe and Shaq in the breath with Cat and Brunson. Cat and Brunson don't put fear in your heart. They just don't. Doesn't nobody fear no Cat and fucking Brunson. The hell?
I think
definitely feel Kobe and Shaq.
I think the Ortiz guy here was just pointing it out, because ain't nobody with common sense gonna put them in the same brother. I think he was just pointing out that stat. That's a pretty good stat.
You think Kobe Bryant and Shaq will be down 3-1? I mean 3-1 and then 3-2 to the Pacers? This Pacers team? No. As a matter of fact, you don't even got to put Shaq and Kobe. You could just put Kobe. You swap out Brunson for Kobe. They're not down 3-2. If you swap out Brunson, you put a prime young Kobe there. Bro, I'm telling you, Kobe Bryant by himself would fuck over the entire Pacers team. Pascal and what's the nigga name? Neesmith. Neesmith couldn't do shit with Kobe. Nothing. Kobe Bryant would be dunking on him, blowing by him, lying, posting him up, fading away on him. Like it would be bad, bro. It would be real bad. He would take Neesmith's soul.
Now we talking about the tough shot maker that Brunson is at 5'10", but what about adding 7 inches to that? We talking about Kobe 6'6", Kobe Bryant,
and not just that. Kobe's athletic. Brunson's not. You put an athlete, you know what I mean? You got to add inches and you got to add athleticism.
I wouldn't even put Naismith on Kobe. I'd have put somebody bigger than that. Somebody more athletic.
No, nobody on. What I'm saying, who on Indiana go check Kobe? Nobody.
I would rather the best option for that Pacers team would be the Obi Toppin, because he's athletic.
Obi Toppin ain't going shit to Kobe. Kobe going annihilate Obi Toppin. He would annihilate him. Yeah, I'm telling you, because Kobe's a dog, bro. Like, Kobe's not no ordinary player. Kobe is a legendary, like Jalen Brunson. You know how we say Brunson's a great player. Brunson, like Kobe, ain't just great. He's legendary great. He's a guy that if you put Brunson and Kobe right now in the street in the street of New York, who's gonna draw more attention, Kobe or Brunson? I'm telling you, bro, it
It's
won't even be
Kobe.
close.
It's Kobe,
Kobe,
but Mike,
you gotta
go ahead.
understand, son. Kobe Bryant baptized Tony Allen. You know how physical Tony Allen was? He was
And
extra physical. You know how many physical defenders Kobe Bryant went against? Tony Allen, Petrus, Tayshaun Prince, and they couldn't stop Kobe. So
a
what is
lot.
Opie Toppin and Pascal Siakam doing?
I'll explain it.
Nothing.
I'll explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
Oh
So
my God.
these guys are greater defenders than Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin hasn't done much, right? But I look at basketball a little differently. I look at basketball as a style makes fights. So what I'm saying is, like, for example, Jordan against the Supersonics. I wouldn't, even though Gary Payton is obviously a better defender than uh, Deadlift Scrimmage, I would still put Deadlift Scrimmage over Gary Payton on Jordan in that particular matchup because Deadlift Scrimmage
Man, he
um
can't guard you. Bro, if you put Jordan or Kobe on the Knicks, swap them out for Brunson, Jordan or Kobe is gonna baptize anybody playing for Indiana. Baptize. It won't even be funny. They
not
would have to double team, and even then, they still gonna pull that bitch. Ain't nothing you
yeah.
can do.
I mean
And then
yeah,
on
that's
top of
what
that, both of those guys play defense. We haven't even mentioned the defense. Kobe gonna play deep. He ain't gonna let Halliburton just walk all over him. He
look
not.
at the chat. Look at the chat go, Mike. Look at what Ortiz said.
Hold on. What do you say?
He said Kobe still managed to get the least points against Tony Allen.
Kobe Bryant, but here's the thing. Kobe Bryant was going right at Tony Allen the entire game. And you know who ended up winning that series? Kobe Bean Bryant. Kobe Bryant still dominated Tony Allen. Tony Allen, when they asked him in the interview, they said, "Bro, I hated guarding Kobe because he's so damn good."
How
If you
big
put
was Tony
Kobe,
Allen?
if you put Obi Toppin on Kobe, Toppin
How
ain't
big was
shit to
Tony Allen?
Kobe.
How big was Tony Allen?
And Tony Allen, you have to look it up. I don't know how tall Tony Allen
I
is,
I,
but
I know
but
exactly.
Tony Allen played in an era where you was allowed to be physical in that era. If you put Kobe in this era where you can't be as physical, man, he gonna kill all these niggas. Opie Toppin ain't doing shit with Kobe. Nothing.
Tony, sir, what's his name? Tony Allen was definitely not 6'8", but Tony Allen was a good 6'4". He had long arms. He was very, very physical, very strong.
Yeah, but that era, he was allowed to be physical in that era. We're talking about if we're putting Kobe in this era where you're not allowed to be physical. What is Topping doing with Kobe?
They
Nothing.
definitely
What is Pascal Siakam doing with Kobe? Nothing.
they're gonna make it a look. They're gonna make it tough.
No, they're not. Because
They're
Kobe
gonna
can
make it
do
tough.
everything. Kobe can shoot the 3-point shot. Kobe can shoot the mid-range shot. Kobe can play in the post. Kobe can drive to the goal. Kobe can fade left, fade right. Don't matter. He can finish with either hand. He can go left or right. Don't matter. He can jump over the top of you. He's 6'6" with big hands. You're not going to be able to stick with him like you stick with Brunson. And on top of that, Brunson ain't got no dog in him like Kobe. Kobe's a fucking animal.
Put me on the big screen, right quick. I gotta show Ortiz something. What that say? 6'4". What that say? 213 pounds, 6'4". As I was saying, Mike, you can put me back on. As I was
Man,
saying,
he would get embarrassed, man. Obi Toppin would get embarrassed. He would get clowned by Kobe. Kobe Bryant would clown that dude. You put Obi Toppin and Pascal on Kobe, you might as well cancel Christmas at that point. And if you put him on Jordan, same thing. I'm telling you, bro. If Jalen Brunson's baking the Pacers, what is Kobe and Jordan gonna do? Fly on.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about Naismith though. We talking about the taller wing defenders that they have.
Man, they would shed. You forget Brunson don't play no defense. You forget about that. Kobe and Jordan. You think they will let Halliburton do all that shit on them? Shit. They ain't
But
letting him do all that shit. They gonna lock his ass down.
Siakam is a good 6'10". Obi Toppin is a
But
good
Siakam
6'10".
can't stick with Kobe. Kobe's too crafty for Pascal Siakam. Way too crafty, way too skilled.
I'm not
Pascal
disagreeing.
would foul out trying to guard Kobe.
I'm not arguing that he's not gonna cook them. He's gonna cook them. I'm
He
just
gonna
saying it's
cook
gonna
the
be a
hell
tough.
out there. He gonna cook them so bad. He gonna bake Pascal so bad. He might quit basketball. Pascal might quit basketball.
That's not gonna happen. But
yeah, it is.
I'm not gonna
Because
argue that.
Kobe was gonna do it, bro. He would bake that nigga. Pascal got no chance against
basketball. They're not gonna quit
Pascal
basketball.
would took him like barbecue rice. Pascal can't guard Kobe, bro.
These dudes get cooked every summer. These dudes get cooked every summer, and when they play in these little pickup runs with other pros, they get cooked every summer.
Which one of those guys is Kobe? Which one of those guys is Tim Dean Bryant? Which one of those guys is Michael Jordan?
I got some even worse for you. I got some even worse for you. I've been seen NBA stars get cooked by G League niggas, which I'm not saying that G League niggas aren't good. I'm not like a casual. I've seen guys get cooked. I've seen guys get cooked by G Leaguers in the summer in these pickup runs. So you think they're gonna quit basketball because they get cooked by Kobe?
Man, Kobe Bryant's not gonna just cook. He's not gonna just cook Pascal. He's gonna embarrass him. He's gonna clown him. Like, it's gonna be so bad, bro. When they ask Pascal questions at his interview, they're gonna make Pascal like, you know what? I don't want to hear shit. Like Kobe Bryant would make him look so bad as a defender, it wouldn't even be funny. Like, it would be bad, like super bad. Like, he wouldn't even be able to talk to his kids, bro. He wouldn't be able to talk to his wife. It would be bad, bro. Like, he would cook the hell out the nigga. Kobe Bryant and Jordan would fucking embarrass these niggas. Indiana might have gotten swept if you swap Brunson for Kobe or Jordan. Shit. Even a Miami Heat LeBron on this team for Brunson, they would have swept this Indiana team. This Indiana team is not good defensively. Miles Turner does not play defense. He hang at the three-point line. I don't care what nobody say. Halliburton don't defend. Pascal's average at best. Niggas is tripping. Neesmith, are we serious? Neesmith ain't doing shit with Kobe. Neesmith, Nehart, and all these niggas ain't doing nothing. We gotta stop the shit, man. These guys will be getting fried. Left and right. Indiana couldn't fuck with Kobe. This Indiana team? No. Hell no. And it sure couldn't fuck with Jordan. Oh my goodness. It would be so bad. The baking would be so, oh my goodness. I could just see it now. The amount of cooking that will be going on. Oh my Lord. Pascal wouldn't even be able to go to the post-game interview. Am I lying, King? Pascal wouldn't even be able to go to the post-game interview. He would have to skip the interviews. Let me King, you there?
I'm there then, bro.
King, if you swap out Brunson and you put a prime Kobe or prime Jordan on this Knicks team instead of Brunson, you swapping Jordan or Kobe, you swap either or, not one or the other. You're swapping either or for Brunson on this Knicks team. Tell me the Knicks is not winning the series in 5.
Yeah, no question.
And tell me why. Because always seems to think that this Indiana team can have guys to guard them. No, they don't.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that. I said that when we thinking basketball here, a 6'10" defender will be a 6'10", especially not just any 6'10" defender. An athletic, agile 6'10" defender will be tougher to score against than a 6'4" defender. That's what I'm saying. That's the only. That's
No,
only.
no,
It's like
no,
this is not.
no,
It's not
no,
even an
no.
argument. That's not even an argument. It's
No,
not
if
even an
you
argument.
put no, because if you put Opie Toppin, I'm gonna ask King this question since you want to dodge that. King, if you put Opie Toppin on Prime Kobe or Jordan, what's gonna happen?
They still gonna get cooked. I'm sure
No,
King
no,
will
no,
heard me.
no, no,
They
no,
still
no,
gonna
no,
get
no.
cooked.
You're saying they'll get cooked. No, when you say cooked, you're basically downplaying because Jordan and Kobe is not gonna just cook these niggas. King, he don't understand. They're not gonna just cook them. They're gonna embarrass them. Jordan and Kobe, they would embarrass
Oh my God.
these Pacer defenders. Am I lying, King? They would embarrass these niggas. It wouldn't even be just an ass beating. It would be a fucking belt to ass, massacre to ass, fist to face. Bro, they ain't doing shit with these niggas. Opie Toppin and these niggas, they getting cooked. Pascal, man, stop it.
Basically saying the
Kobe
same
Bryant
thing I just
footwork
said. They're
alone.
getting cooked. I just said that
They
they're
getting
getting cooked.
not just cooked, they getting built to ass.
So
Built to
so
ass.
if y'all are in agreement, then what's the debate?
No,
No,
no, no, no, no, no, no,
you
no.
know,
He no.
you know
No,
he
what I'm
does.
the whole argument that the whole point I'm making is
He
that
want to
if you
gas
put
the team roll. That's what he's doing. He's just want to gas it.
it,
Go ahead.
no, because if you put Opie Toppin on Kobe, you might as well just hand the game to the fucking Knicks. If they can't guard Brunson, Brunson's averaging against the Pacers. Brunson is averaging 34 points a game in this series.
For real?
Kobe Bryant and Jordan is better than Brunson.
No,
They're
Brunson
gonna average
averaging 34.
30.
Hold on.
You damn
Brunson is
near,
averaging 34 in this series.
damn near. If you look at the stats, he's damn near averaging 34 points a game.
Oh my God.
Damn near in this series. So with that being said, King, what is Kobe and Jordan gonna do? They gonna kill these niggas.
That's crazy numbers if he averaging damn near 34, bro.
He got Brunson against Indiana. You want to hear the stats? Brunson got 43 in game 1. He got 36 in game 2, 23 in game 3, game 4, he got 31, game 5, he got 32. If you round that up, you would think he averaging 34 points. Right around 34, I would say 34. Just off the fact he got 43, 36, 23, 31, 32. To me, it's not 34 damn near a game. To me, it's not.
He's averaging 33 points on 51% shooting.
Okay. So with that being said, if he's averaging 33 points a game, then that means Jordan and Kobe's gonna average what, King?
No, that's not what that means necessarily. Where's the context? If you heard what I said that a 6'10" defender is more. It'll be more tougher to be guarded by a 6'10" defender. And on that note, I'm glad that you brought up Brunson's.
No, you trying to escape the dude? You're trying to escape now.
No. I talk with context. I don't just say shit. So I'm glad that you brought up the Brunson 33 points on 51% shooting. That's dominance, by the way. I'm glad that you brought that up. What context, when we talk about the context here, how is Brunson getting these shots? And who is guarding him on these shots?
Most of these shots that he's getting against Neesmith, he's I would say he's getting them on everybody. It's not just one guy or the other guy because he does play a lot of pick and roll. Brunson does play a lot of pick and roll, so a lot of it's like he getting it in the mid range area. But Kobe and Jordan ain't gonna just Kobe and Jordan ain't gonna just kick like Kobe. You gotta think about it. Regardless of how he's getting them, you're trying to go into semantics, and I'm not falling for it. If if
What?
if
It ain't
he's
no damn
if
semantics.
Brunson's averaging 33 points a game, King, if he's averaging 33 points a game, right? What is Kobe and Jordan averaging?
That's so casual. That's a casual argument because it's no
No, it's
context.
not.
It is
No,
a
it's not.
casual
No, it's
argument
not because Kobe
because
and Jordan is because you got to
they're
think Kobe and Jordan is way more. Kobe and Jordan is athletic as fuck. Brunson can't even jump. Those two guys can't jump. Those two guys got immaculate footwork at six
oh
six.
my
Bro, the
god.
Pacers can't guard these niggas, bro. They can't guard them. And
I'm not
Brunson's
talking
putting
about
up
the
33
Pacers.
points a
That's not
game.
even what I'm arguing.
Man, stop it.
That's not even what
You
I'm
gotta
arguing.
stop
We
it,
just
bro.
chatting. That's not even what
I
I'm
want to
arguing.
know. I want to know what his argument is, Mike.
You can't. You're not gonna be able to listen to it, bro, because I'm gonna get interrupted when I'm not saying
Okay,
nothing.
okay. I'm gonna let you and King discuss for a second. I gotta make a quick call.
Okay, King Row. So this is what I was discussing a while ago. So I was saying that because he was bringing up we was talking about if Kobe and Jordan played in today's era with the spacing, and we had an agreement there. I was saying that it's if Kobe in this era, peak Kobe in this era is pick your poison. Either you're gonna get 30, 35 and 12 assists, or you're gonna get 50 points straight up with no assists. It pick your poison. You want me to drop 50 or you want me to drop a 30 piece easily and 10 assists because the game is so spaced out and you got teams where you got four guys in the starting lineup shooting 35 plus 40% from three. So we had an agreement there. And then I was bringing up Siakam and Obi Toppin. I was saying just for the record, not knocking Kobe or Jordan or saying that they'll get locked up or anything, but as a hooper, you think about these things like lengths and height, just matchups. And I don't think about basketball and matchups based off of just names. I feel like, for example, the Supersonic series in '96, even though Gary Payton on paper was a way better defender than Detlef, and Gary Payton was getting the DPOIs and he was putting in work, getting all of these accolades defensively, I feel like Detlef is a better matchup for Jordan than Gary Payton because of the size difference. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like this. Anthony Davis may be a better defender than a Zubac or somebody or a Hartenstein. But in the case of guarding Jokic, you would rather have a more bruisey center like a Zubac or Hartenstein guarding Jokic over Anthony Davis, even though Anthony Davis is a better defender overall. Because those guys can defend against that style of play, the back to the basket bigs. Anthony Davis can't really defend against back to the basket bigs. And it's not even just from a scoring aspect, it's the rebounding aspect. I've seen Anthony Davis get bullied on the boards against those bruisey or European centers like Sabonis and even Nurkic. I've seen Nurkic get like almost 20 rebounds against Anthony Davis. So that's how I look at the game that way. So that all I'm saying is like, for example, if Kobe was playing against his Pacers team and there was a matchup that I would use, for not even including the zone, or we're not talking about defensive schemes here, we're talking about specific one-on-one matchup. If it was a primary matchup that I would throw on Kobe, it would be either Siakam or it would be a Toppin. Maybe mostly Toppin because Toppin is athletic. He can jump out the gym. He's quick and agile. He's versatile, especially on the defensive end. He can move his feet. He's athletic and whatnot, and he's 6'10" with like a 7'5" wingspan. That's what I'm saying. I don't even see why that's an argument. I don't see why Kobe and Jordan, but you know what you're gonna get out of Mike. So that's what the discussion was.
Okay, but you already admitted that even with an Obi Toppin or Siakam against Kobe or Jordan, they still gonna get flamed.
Right.
Like
So I,
outside of the skill set that Kobe and Jordan is faster than either one of those guys. Faster, quicker, just as athletic, got counters on top of counters when it comes to moves. And in this era, you can't touch offensive players. So those types of dudes in a one-on-one is going to be in foul trouble trying to defend a Kobe or MJ in that situation. So that's not going to even really be the matchup because them dudes is going to end up in foul trouble on top of not being able to stop them from scoring. So
right.
they gonna get flamed. They're gonna get flamed regardless. The only way that Indiana would be able to stop one of those guys, it would have to be complete total team defense. You just gotta trap them and hope that you can get the ball out their hands. But the thing with Kobe and Jordan is that them playing in the triangle offense, oftentimes the ball wasn't even in their hands to start the offense. You know what I'm saying? So they getting the ball in different areas on the floor. They getting it in the mid range, the high post, top of the key, the wing, and then they having all of these picks, you know, being set all across the floor to occupy the defense. So that was going to be the issue for Indiana trying to defend a Knicks team. So if everybody else is on the Knicks and you throw in Jordan or Kobe onto that team, that's going to be the problem because it's not as simple as, you know, they're going to run pick and roll and you get the trap Jordan or Kobe coming off the pick and force the ball out their hands. They usually didn't even have the ball in their hands to start off the offensive sets, which makes it extremely tough to be able to try and take them out of the offense.
That's fact. And they wasn't even trapping Brunson like that. That's why I was asking Mike, but I couldn't get an answer out of him. And I can talk to you. But with Brunson, he was just taking advantage of the drop coverage that was provided with Miles Turner. Because Miles Turner can't really guard in space. So when that screen comes and as a big and you got to worry about Brunson in one-on-one, there's so many counters that you won't even expect. Because you're not even, that's not your strength to guard in that situation. You're a shot
Right.
blocker. So that's what I was trying to get Mike. I was trying to get Mike to answer these questions, but I'm glad that you mentioned I couldn't get an answer out of him. But my point was, it's not like they're gonna lock him up, lock up Kobe. Nobody's gonna lock up Jordan. Here's the thing: any skilled scorer, when they're a scorer. When you're a scorer and you're the type of guy that you will not stop shooting the ball. You won't stop shooting. Let me tell you something. I'm sure you know because you grew up watching these guys. Kobe and Jordan is the type of guy that they'll go for 5. They can go 5 for 40 and they'll still shoot. That's how insane they are mentally. That's how insane they are. So you're not gonna lock down nothing. You're not gonna lock that up. That's why I say the same thing about Kevin Durant and these guys. You're not Shea, Ant. You're not going to lock them up. The points might be down a little bit. That's how basketball works. But you're not going to stop them. You're not going to just shut them down. So no, they're not going to shut them down. But I'm just saying it's just a little bit tougher. It's just a little bit tougher than certain matchups, like a Tony Allen, like a what was the guy named Damon Jones. Some of those guys that Kobe.
I kind of disagree with that. I think the toughest dudes for Jordan and Kobe is dudes who was at their size or maybe a little bit shorter, but who got good feet and a good wingspan. Because those dudes can kind of body up on Jordan and Kobe, get a little bit more physical with them, but they quick enough to at least stay somewhat in phase with them when they penetrate. With a bigger dude, he may be athletic, but he's still not as quick and as agile as Kobe and MJ defensively. And so that's going to, and then, you know, they so worried about Kobe and Jordan blowing by them that they're going to naturally give those guys space, and they deadly once they get to their spots. So MJ or Kobe can just take 1 or 2 dribbles, get to their spot in the mid range. They're taller than like a Brunson or that type of guy.
So when they rise up, even though the dude is taller and may have longer arms, you're not finna block that shot. They just gonna fade away and they gonna hit that shot at a high clip because they really lived in the mid range. They wasn't, 3-point shooters like that.
Right.
And so they had about 8-9 spots inside the 3-point line all over the floor. That was their spot. If they get to that spot, they finna hit that shot, 3 out of 4 times. And they can still get to the rim. And they gonna draw fouls and they shoot fouls at a high clip. So that's why Bruce Bowen was a tougher guard for Kobe than or like a Shane Battier. Not really Shane Battier. He used to give it to Shane.
Yeah. Shane Battier was like a good 6'9", 6'9.5".
Right. And so Kobe used to give it to him. You know what I'm saying? But like a Bruce Bowen, he was a tougher out for Kobe than like a Shane, or if you had a Tracy McGrady, type dude. Like they was tougher. Vernon Maxwell, who was like 6'5", 6'4", 6'5". He was a tougher guard for MJ than a dude who was, bigger than MJ.
I
You know what I'm saying? So
can see that.
I understand that the size thing can be beneficial because the thing about Kobe and Jordan too that they had in their game is that when they got smaller dudes on them, they'll post them up.
That's what that. Yeah. That's right.
and they'll hit those shots at a high clip too.
And they can shoot over them. So you see, so it's
Right.
like you got 3 levels of scoring that you got to worry about. They're gonna burst past you, they're gonna post you up, or they just gonna shoot over you.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I said the tougher guys are usually dudes that's around their height. They may be an inch or two shorter, but it's not really the taller, lankier guys who really gave those guys problems. Now, those are the types of dudes that give Steph Curry a issue, who will give James Harden an issue. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't got no post up to their game. They not really mid-range shooters. They not, uber athletic like that. You know what I'm saying? So they're great players, but they have certain deficiencies, to their game where a taller, longer defender, it makes it tougher on those guys than it would for a Kobe or MJ. But those dudes are different. Like they are really one of one, in their era.
For sure. I can see that. It's yeah. I can see the way you analyze it. Like you're not gonna stop them from getting to the basket, and when they get to their spots, what can you do about it? Pray that they miss.
Exactly. That's all you can do. But that's most great scores. And you were just saying that, like great scores, they're gonna keep shooting. The only thing that you can do against a great score is just hope they miss. You try and play as well as you can and just hope that they off that night.
That's it. Either play as a team or just pray that they miss one-on-one.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's when you're playing against a killer score. Like I've seen games where Jordan would go 5 or 25 and this nigga's still shooting.
Yep.
Kobe too.
AI was like that.
AI. And I made a short. Speaking of that, I made a short on my channel, asking the question: would you prefer a guard or a point guard for instance, a point guard that can score or a scoring point guard? And a lot of people don't know the difference. Like Iverson, Dame, those were scoring point guards.
Right.
Mark Price, the CP3s, they have the ability
John
to
Stockton.
score. And
Steve
Nash.
Yeah,
exactly. They have the ability to score, but they weren't scoring point guards. And a lot of people don't know the difference. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But back to what we talking about. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's just that I think it's just a little bit of a tougher matchup. But I agree with what you're saying. You're not gonna stop Jordan from getting to or Kobe from getting to the basket. Not gonna stop Kobe at the elbow. Because when he gets to that elbow and he gets to that mid post, it's over for you.
Yeah, it's
But
over.
I've seen a matchup against guys like Betty. I've seen a matchup against guys like KG, who's very versatile for his size, being 6'10", being able to guard 1 through 5. And that matchup was a little bit tougher than it was for a guy like Tony Allen or Gary Payton or somebody like that. So that's, but
Yeah, but even in those situations, those are like, one-offs. It's like, KG may get caught on Kobe for this one particular play, and he's able to defend Kobe well. That's not him having to guard Kobe for a game. That's not him following Kobe around the court, being worn out by Kobe. And at the same time, you got to provide offense on the other end. If KG had to guard Kobe for a full game, Kobe giving him 40, 45. And we know that KG is a good defender. It's just having to guard Kobe. And like I said, Kobe, it wasn't a situation where the defense is kind of set against what Kobe trying to do, what MJ trying to do in the half court. You got Derek Fisher who's bringing up the ball. You got, Rick Fox, who may have the ball in his hands, getting the offense started. And next thing you know, Kobe is 18 feet away from the basket, coming off of a pin down, where now he can just pull up from right there and drain that all day. Take one dribble, get 2 feet closer. It's so much.
But here's the thing with the pin down, analogy. When you come off that pin down, and if I'm coming off your hip, if I'm chasing you and I got my hand on your hip and you come off that pin down, you catch it at the elbow coming off that pin down, and I'm able to recover from the side. What about that? When that?
Well, no, because in today's NBA, if you got your hand on my hip and I come off that pin down as Kobe and MJ, they finna rise up. That's a foul, and they finna sink the shot. That's an and one.
Yep, that's big facts. That's big facts. Obi Toppin is gonna get exposed in so many ways because Kobe can either come off the pin down, he can stop on a dime and let no. What he's gonna do, he gonna sneak, he gonna come off the way he's gonna come around the screen, he gonna do it in a way to where Toppin's gonna either foul him and it be an and one or it's gonna be a clean look. And when you watch Brunson come off of screens, and my Lion King, Brunson comes off the screen kind of slow. Compared to Kobe and Jordan, they're gonna be blasting off that fucking screen.
Yeah, and they often come too wide. The thing that Kobe used to do that I know he used to do is he came in so tight to the screener where it forced the big man or the other defender to have to make a decision. Either they finna step up or they gonna back up. But either way, it gives Kobe so many other options. Now he can just take a side step and pull up and drain that shot. He can attack with one dribble, force him to back up one more step and pull up. He can pull up coming right off of it. And again, if you got your hands on me when I'm coming around that screen and I just pull up, well, now I'm getting that whistle. They got the whistle regardless. They was mega stars.
Yeah.
So in a playoff game, you doing that to Kobe or MJ, they finna get that call, and that's an N1.
So even if I deflect it because I got a 7'5" wingspan, they would still blow the whistle.
Well, I don't know how you gonna deflect it if I'm coming off of the pick or the pin down, and you really in a trailing position. Even if you got one of your hands on me as I'm coming around that screen, there's no way that you can have one hand on me and still jump up to block my shot.
And
you out of position. You out of position anyway.
Not just that. If Kobe Bryant sees a lane, he might come off the screen and just go all the way.
Yeah,
and slam.
That's what I said. Like he got so many options, so many things that he can do. But the analogy was if he's coming off the pin down and a defender like an Obi Toppin got his hand on Kobe hip, but then Kobe gonna catch that ball and just pull up. The referee finna blow the whistle.
They gonna
That's a
blow for
foul.
Kobe and Jordan
If he stop on the
all
dime
day.
and you that close to me, chances are you gonna run into my back anyway, or to the side of me, and you got your hand on me when I pull up the shoot.
They gonna call that every time.
Yeah, they gonna especially for them. Like they ain't gonna call that for Austin Reeves or Jalen Green, but for Michael Jordan and Kobe coming off of that type of action, they finna get that whistle.
Yep.
And
If they
again,
not
now
coming off like Brunson,
Obi Toppin is sitting on the bench because he done picked up 2-3 quick fouls. Now what you got? Now who finna defend me?
same with Pascal Siakam. Pascal
Yeah,
Siakam, whenever he defends, his arms are always out. So Kobe and Jordan is going to use his arms against them and draw fouls. Same
Which would make
thing.
so he would draw fouls. That's correct. But wouldn't it make it harder to score? That's all I'm saying. It would
No,
just be a little
they're
bit
not going to
harder.
make it. They're not going to make it harder because if Brunson can average, just think about this, King. Brunson is shorter than both of these guys, right? Brunson can't jump like neither one of these guys. If he can average 33 points a game against this team, Kobe and Jordan averaging 40 or better with their eyes closed.
Yeah, bro, he's not listening. But I agree with what you're saying. I can talk to you. I can
No,
see.
but you gotta think about it. Kobe's a dog. Kobe's not like Brunson. He don't got no dog like Kobe and Jordan. Kobe and Jordan,
Yeah, well,
they're not gonna run a game.
we
When
just gonna listen.
you watch Brunson, he runs from Neesmith. Am I lying, Ken? He runs from Neesmith. He be trying to hide behind screens and all kind of shit. Kobe gonna go straight into.
I think dude agrees with you that Kobe and MJ would put up more than a Bronson. He's just talking about the defensive aspect, of them trying to guard him. But again, if we're going to agree that they will be able to pick up fouls on those dudes, well, then again, it's back to the question of what else do you have? Because now, if you take your best big defender off of him, like a dude that can realistically make it tough on a Kobe or MJ, and they pick up 2 quick fouls from the touching, the grabbing, or whatever, right? Or just them attacking those particular dudes and them getting those fouls. Well, now a lesser defender is still on them. Everything in their game is still open. You may say against a Siakam or a Toppin that you could take away the post ups from Kobe and MJ. But once those dudes is in foul trouble, everybody else can now get posted up. So now they got everything in their arsenal to their game available.
I can see that.
And on top of that, Kobe's not gonna run from these niggas either. He gonna look Obi Toppin in the eyeball and say, "Look, you can't fuck with me." Like Kobe and Jordan, but those cats wasn't afraid of nobody on defense. They going right at Obi Toppin. They going right at Neesmith. They going right at Pascal Siakam. They going right at Miles Turner. They ain't going away. They going
That's what I
right at.
said. They faster and quicker than those guys. Even though those guys are athletic, they can move their feet, long wingspans, all that. Kobe and MJ is still faster and quicker than all of those guys. So they can get to wherever they want on the court, be it to the rim, the mid-range, the elbow, anywhere they want to get on the floor, they're going to be able to get there. Them dudes ain't going to be able to stop them from getting where they want to go.
And their IQ is so fucking high, it's ridiculous. And their footwork, their IQ, their attention to detail, that shit is insane, bro. You think, bro, the whole argument I was making, King, if you put Kobe or Jordan on this team, they're not down 3-2.
Nah,
that's
the only way I can see.
Go ahead.
Now I was finna say the only way I can see Indiana maybe being able to stop New York if you had that situation, they would have to try and go 100% zone. But then, it's leaving, available those wide open shots. Because even though Kobe and MJ ain't big, if they flash to the middle of the floor into the middle of the paint against the zone, they're gonna collapse the zone. And so
It
now
don't,
it's wide open shots for
What if the zone? What if the zone
it,
start? What if the zone starts in front of the 3-point line? No, they're not waiting. What if it's not like
no, but
back then? When
here's one thing you're not. Hold on, Oli, real fast. There's one thing that King is not mentioning. You think Karl Anthony Towns and these other players will be playing this soft if Jordan was on the team? Hell no. Kobe and Jordan gonna call these niggas out. They're gonna call Karl Anthony Towns out. They're gonna call out Mikal Bridges and OG and Obi. They're gonna put fear in their fucking heart. They're gonna tell these niggas, man, the fuck up and play, nigga. They ain't gonna let these guys come out here and get bitched every fucking night. Am I wrong, King? MJ and Kobe ain't going for this soft play. They're gonna be on that same regular with Karl Anthony Towns. Towns is lucky he's playing with Brunson. All this soft shit he be doing, that wouldn't fly with Kobe or Jordan. It just wouldn't.
roll back to your point about the zone. I think the difference is the zone was definitely more condensed, considering the lack of spacing from back then. It's just the difference is the top of the zone. Like if we're running the 2-3 zone, the two guys at the top, which would most likely be at the top of the key, they're not going to be at the end of the nail waiting. They're not going to be at the end of the nail with their hands wide. They're going to be, these guys are going to be in front. They're going to be in front of the 3-point line. They're going to be behind the 3-point line. So instead of the zone starting 17 or 15 feet away from the basket, the zone is actually going to start about 25 feet away from the basket, right in front of the 3-point line, because they're trying to take a. Go ahead.
The zone will get destroyed. It's too much. You're leaving too much space. If you got your front line defenders, so you said a 2-3. So if your top defenders is out above the 3-point line, you know how much space that is from the 3-point line to the free throw line. So your three defenders got so much more floor to cover. If one person gets into the middle of that zone, like again, it collapses the zone.
Like a big man, right?
Yeah, but in this situation, it would probably be Kobe or MJ. That's the person you flash to the middle of the zone. You get them the ball, they could do whatever they want to do. It's so much space. They can hit any shooter on the perimeter. They can hit that shot in the mid range. They can attack the rim off one dribble from that point and get to the rack and lay it up or dunk it or get fouled. Like, nah, hell nah. The best thing you could probably do is maybe try to run a boxing one. You could try to do that.
Even that ain't gonna work. That's the crazy part.
Or you could try to run a 3-2. You can maybe try to do that, but that's the best case scenario to try to slow them down and hope that the Knicks don't have enough shooters to be able to make you pay off of ball movement.
No, but those shooters. But King, the thing you left out of that is that these Knicks players would not be playing this soft if Kobe Bryant is on the team or Jordan, either or. They're not going to be sitting. They're not going to do it how Brunson do. All Jalen Brunson do is sit on the bench and drink water and timeouts.
Do you think? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Look. The whole thing we're missing. Brunson is going to sit in the timeouts drinking water, King. Right? He going to sit down, drink his water, and sit by himself. Kobe and Jordan is not doing that. And timeouts, they're gonna be telling motherfuckers what to do, how to do it, where to be, where not to be. Am I right, King? They're gonna be talking that shit in that timeout.
Oh my god!
You ain't gonna be sitting up there drinking water, huffing and puffing like Brunson be doing.
Back to basketball talk. So, Ro, I want you to.
That is basketball talk. The hell we talking about?
Ro, I want you to finish what you were saying.
Who?
You. I want you to finish what you were saying. You want to get back
sound
to
like it sounds like you're getting cooked right now. That's what it sounds like.
No, not by that bullshit. You talking. Go back to what you go back, King Ro, what you was finished talking about.
Well, nah, so like I said, to me, it would have to be a boxing one or a 3-2, maybe a 3-2.
I
And
agree.
and they would have to be heavy on rotation and
I
forcing
agree.
dudes off the 3-point line. That's really the only way I could see it kind of working.
I agree. And I agree with that. I agree that the team, the only way that you can stop, and that's what I was telling you. That's what we was agreeing on earlier, a little bit earlier. That like when we're matching up against the scores, the insane scores that these guys were, like with the analogy of them going 5 for 30 in certain games, especially in the playoffs, and they're still shooting. When you're going up against a matchup like that, you have to play good team defense. There is no one-on-one matchup for that. You have to play good team defense. You have to take the ball out of their hands. And any coach will tell you that. Any high school, college, pro, whatever, they will tell you that when you're playing against, we playing against this guy. This is a killer score. This guy gonna drop 40 on us. So we got to get the ball out of his hands. This guy can score on anybody on our team. You have to get the ball out of the team. You playing against any team, the best player on the opposing team. What are you going to tell your team? Get the ball. Let's get the ball out of his hands because he's going to shoot it. We can't stop this guy from getting to his spot. Let's try to get the ball out of his hands.
Right. But
so that's the only way I see it working with what you said.
Yeah. And the thing about Kobe and Jordan, I go back to it, their game is similar. I ain't gonna say it's similar, but how they play, I should say. It's kind of like KD. KD don't necessarily have a ball in his hands. He ain't running a bunch of pick and rolls. He's off the ball, but he catches the ball, he gets to his spots, and he shoots, or he gets to the rim. And so that's what would make it difficult in this era to just take the ball out of his hands, because it's easier to do that against a Steph or a Harden. Well, Steph not so much. He kind of like a Ray Allen where he moves without the ball, but he runs a lot of pick and roll, so you can trap him. You know what I'm saying? You could do a bunch of things to force the ball out of his hands. The Rockets did that this year in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? I think he had like 1 or 2 good games out of a 7-game series. Like, you can do that with those types of players, but that's why I went back to Jordan and them playing in a triangle. They didn't usually start the offense. You know what I'm saying? The ball wasn't really in their hands. They wasn't running a bunch of pick and rolls. So that's what would make it difficult. That's why I said teams would have to go full zone against those types of dudes. If you got going against a Kobe or MJ, you got to go zone. Because if you going man to man and you thinking that you're gonna be able to trap them and get the ball out there, that ain't gonna work.
No. When I was saying like getting the ball out their hands, I wasn't referencing the trap method. I was referencing like in the zone, because in the zone, a zone makes you move the ball. Like in high school, like when you playing against the zone, you're gonna have to move that rock, or it's gonna look sloppy as hell. You know what I'm saying? So hell yeah, like that's the only reason. That's the only reason that you can stop any great scorer. Like we've seen KD play against that Celtics zone in the 2022 when he got swept.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just why I hate when people talk about losing and winning and stuff, because it's like, did y'all watch the game? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's how you slow scores down. It's team defense. It's zone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I agree with that for sure. There's no one-on-one matchup. If a one-on-one matchup can stop this score, they not a real killer score like that. I'm just telling you the way it is.
Facts. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
And those are the guys that I've never seen a one-on-one matchup stop them ever. KD, Kobe, Jordan, or even Melo. Guys, you can go to Iverson. We can go to Melo. We can go to T-Mac.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with that. Great scores, you're not gonna really like. Again, it goes back to, you just gotta hope that they off that night. You just
Yeah,
gotta hope that they miss. You know what I'm saying? That's the best thing because even on plays where it looked like the defender played great defense, they'll still make those shots.
yeah. And the thing about this, even when they is missing, it's still gonna be dangerous for you because they're gonna keep shooting. They're gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna keep shooting. But I'm not knocking the guy that wouldn't keep shooting though. Um, Especially if it was a guy like a LeBron or Jokic or any guy that's like a Magic, any Bird, any guy that can score and they're high volume passers and playmakers. I'm not knocking them. It's just that I would knock it if all you do is score. You're not a playmaker of any sort. You just a scorer. You want to be like Jordan. You want to be like Kobe. You want to be like KD. But when I throw certain one-on-one matchups on you, a guy that's going to make it tough on you, just one-on-one, you crumble. That ain't gonna cut it. You know what I'm saying? So it's one or the other. If you're gonna be a scorer, you're gonna have to keep shooting against a one-on-one matchup. And if you're a guy that's not gonna keep shooting, if you're a guy like, for example, like a LeBron James or Jokic, they might, if they shoot 20 shots and they shoot 5 or 20, it's time to get these other guys involved. You know what I'm saying? This guy, y'all leaving this guy open. I'm gonna tell this guy to cut, and we're gonna move this rock. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
for sure. But I did want to ask y'all who do y'all think the best player in the league is right now?
Joker.
Joe, okay. I agree. I feel like people will put Giannis in there. I definitely feel that there is an argument, but I got Jokic number one most definitely. People, and I ask people why wouldn't Jokic be the best, and they'll say, "Oh, it's simple because he doesn't play defense, he doesn't block shots." And when if I have a big man on my team, I expect him to block shots, and he doesn't fill in that blank. So I'm like, okay, that's a decent argument, but
Yeah,
for
but
this era,
but Joker's not terrible defensively. I mean, he's not the quickest, fastest, highest jumping guy. He's not the most
he's
athletic
still
guy.
smart. Yeah, he's still
Yeah,
smart defensively.
yeah. He's a great team defender. He's not a great one-on-one defender or nothing like that. Like, but he's still so big. He's so smart. His basketball IQ is through the roof. He
Quick hands.
understands team defense. To where he still is able to control the paint without being that athletic guy or the shot blocker. He still understands how to make it difficult for teams to score in the paint. So, and then you add everything else to his game. I don't think that the defense alone is, because he's not the best defender, that all of a sudden eliminates him from being the best player in the league.
I agree, and that's the same thing I be trying to tell other people. Because we know it's in this era, the shot blocking thing, it doesn't really cut it if you can't do other things on the defensive end. 'Cause it's just so much that you got to defend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to knock any of the previous eras of defensive guys, but and Hakeem Olajuwons, David Robinson, etc. But just saying, it's more to defend now, to where you can't just say that somebody isn't a great defender because they don't block shots and because they're a big man. And especially when they do what they do on an offensive end. Because I got a guy. We talking about a guy here that's gonna give me 20 rebounds. 10 of those 20 might be offensive rebounds, which is rare. Which is hard to do. It's harder to get offensive rebounds than it is to get defensive rebounds. Especially in this spaced out era. Then I got a guy, and then he can also give me 40. He can give me anything from 28 to 40, and from any area of the court. It's a three. It's the mid post. It's the low. It's on the block. fadeaways, mid range, whatever you want. He got it. Jump hook, floater, three.
Yeah.
So he can score from any area of the court. He can rebound. He's one of the best rebounders, if not the best rebounder in the game, depending on who you ask. And depending on who you ask, he might be the best playmaker and passer in the game. You know what I'm saying? So it's just all of that. Just what can I
Right.
say? The man literally does everything except block shots like everyone wants him to do, and maybe guard in space. His feet is slow. He doesn't guard in space like other guys can, but he does
Right.
everything. He does everything. So that's why he's the best in my opinion, and that's
Yeah.
why I don't mind the talks with him and Hakeem and Shaq. Do I think we need a little bit more time for this? Yes. For this conversation, maybe a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 more years, a couple more years, a little bit. We need a little bit more from him, even though I feel like he got a little bit of enough.
I'll never fully or really entertain that type of conversation, only because the way basketball was played, the era was so different. And Joker, even though he's the best player right now in the league, those dudes had to go against each other and other really good 7-footers every single night. Every team in the NBA had a legit 7-footer, and I'd say at least half of those teams had a really, really good 7-footer at that.
Would you mind naming them?
Nowadays, Jokic is one of maybe 5 to 7, 8 legitimate 7-footers in the league right now. And even some of the dudes that are legitimate 7-footers, they're wing players, like a Chet, like a Wemby. You know what I'm saying? Like they really not. They don't play in the post. They don't play like big men. They play like small forwards, even though they 7 foot. So it's hard for me to compare Jokic to the great big men of that era. I can still give him his respect as being a great big man and the best player in the league, but I don't know that I could put him in a conversation against Dream or against Shaq or a Patrick Ewing or David Robinson. You know what I'm saying? Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I don't know that I could put him in those conversations because those dudes had to face other legitimate big men night in, night out to prove they worth.
Okay. Would you subscribe to the logic that even though it's different play styles, it's different things that you're getting. One era you're gonna get banged up in the post. One era you gotta run more and close out on shooters. You gotta pick between either blocking a shot at the rim or closing out on a Brook Lopez. Would you agree that they're both different but hard? They're both hard, both difficult to do and difficult to defend.
Difficult to defend. I don't know. I don't know how much Joker is put in a situation of having to defend a Kyrie Irving out at the 3-point line.
Oh no, not guards. I'm saying like bigs. Like if it, like against a Brook or a Cat or a Chet.
Okay.
Like
Okay, so
like
yeah, that's not, to me, that's not as difficult as having to defend a dude in a post who's as big as you and who's skillful. Because again, when you banging down in a post, that takes your energy. When you have to keep a dude away from the rim, you're trying to keep him as far away from the rim as possible. And so y'all banging bodies, And at the same time, you still have to defend dudes driving to the rim off of passes for layups. You still may have to close out on a wide open three, depending on ball movement. But you have to literally defend the paint. As opposed to nowadays, if the big man is away from the rim, you almost inviting him to shoot the three. You ain't even really playing defense. You standing like within 5-7 feet of the dude. Okay, if you shooting to make it, okay. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't sitting in a chair out there on defense if you defending a Chet Holmgren standing at the 3-point line and you Joker.
Yeah,
It was much tougher defense. Shaq had to play much harder defense for his era, because even though Elijah Warren, Patrick Ewing, them dudes, they was kind of at the back end of their prime. David Robinson and them boys, but he still came in, like mid 90s. So he still had to defend those dudes. Those dudes had to defend him. That was much tougher than what Jokers have to defend in today's NBA.
Okay, so let's say that I'm playing against the Knicks, and I gotta pick and choose. Do I want to contest this layup from a guy like Brunson, or do I want to contest this layup by Brunson and leave Cat open, or do I want to keep a body on Cat and allow that wide open layup if Brunson burst passes his defender? So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from that perspective. Do I want to contest this layup by Dame or Giannis, or do I want to keep a body on Brook Lopez, who's catching it just like Cat from 30 feet? Because if these guys this ain't like pick and pop where like a Karl Malone, he pick it, and then he slide to the mid post or to the elbow and he shoot that open jumper. It's not like a I don't know, like Dirk Nowitzki where he's right at the top of the key, or Colin or Kevin Garnett where he's at the elbow catching it, or he's right in between the 3-point line and where the high school 3-point line is, where at the end of the nail, catching it from there and shooting it is different. It's like these guys, just imagine David Robinson or Hakeem is standing literally 5 feet behind the NBA 3-point line. So we're talking a total of like 30 feet, and they just catching it and shooting that motherfucker from like 40% to 50% clip, like a guard. But then I got a guy like Brunson or Halliburton or Steph Curry or whoever coming to the basket for a layup. I'm like, damn, I gotta sprint 30 feet to close out on this three.
No, they not doing that. They ain't doing that. That's first of all. They not guarding somebody who's standing behind a 3-point line and then running to the rim to contest shots. They ain't doing that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like from a degree of difficulty.
Because it's not a degree of difficulty if they not actually doing it. Like you're making up a scenario that does not exist. It doesn't happen. No big man is guarding somebody basically standing up, within arm's reach of a big shooter, and then off a penetration run into the rim to try and contest a shot. Like they're not doing that.
I agree.
At the very least, what's happening is they're cross matching, and so the coaches is saying, okay, I know Lopez is a 7-footer who can shoot threes, but when he out there, you're not guarding him. You guarding this other dude who can't shoot threes. That way, you can still stay close to the paint. You can sag all the way off of him, and we'll let him shoot. And if he knocks down 8-9 threes, we're gonna shake his hand at half court and say, hey, good game. But we're not finna guard him at the 3-point line. That way you can still stay and contest shots at the rim.
Okay, so
that's what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna ask you if as a big man, how are you gonna defend a team like against a Halliburton, either Halliburton or Miles Turner, Giannis and Brook Lopez, or Brunson and Cat? How are you gonna defend that?
Hold on, say that again.
Out of those three, you playing either one of those three matchups where you got a slasher, somebody slashing from the perimeter, and you got a big that's 4 feet behind the 3-point line, ready to shoot, and they shoot like 40-something% from three. What is your how are you playing against that? Because I agree with what you're saying. Nobody's gonna do that because it's almost impossible to do. But how are you gonna defend against that?
Like I just said, I'm gonna guard the worst shooter on the team. The way that Golden State played against the Houston Rockets, our worst shooter is Armin Thompson. So when they had a big man on the court, be it Draymond, be it Looney, whoever, that big man defended Armin Thompson. Why? Because Armin Thompson ain't finna shoot no threes. He's a horrible 3-point shooter. You don't have to guard him at the 3-point line, which means now you get to stay closer to the rim, closer to the paint, so that if there is some penetration, you are there to contest. If they swing the ball out to him, let him shoot it.
Let who shoot it?
Yes.
Thompson.
When we're guarding Golden State, we're taking LP or whoever. We're taking somebody and putting them on Draymond. That person gets to help out at the paint, at the rim. Because Draymond can't shoot. If he want to shoot threes, knock yourself out. But we not finna come out there and guard you.
But we're not going this Draymond. No, we're not going to compare Cat and Brooke and Chet to Draymond, because Draymond is not a floor spacer.
I understand that, but my point is that regardless of who the big is, so let's say Cat. If I'm a big man, I'm not finna guard Cat. Whoever the worst shooter is on the floor around Cat, that's my man. Even though I'm a 7-footer, that's my man. Because that dude shoots threes at 27%. And so if they want to pass him the ball and let him shoot it, fine.
So out of that whole Knicks starting five, we got Hart, we got OG, we got Bridges, Brunson, and obviously Cat. Which one of those guys are you guarding?
They got OG, Brunson, Cat. Is it Hart?
Yeah, Josh Hart.
Josh Hart. And who else?
Bridges.
Oh, Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I'd probably say OG.
Okay. So you wouldn't. So you will put somebody else on Cat. You'll give somebody else that assignment, and you'll discard the other the weakest link in terms of the
3-point shooter.
Spacer. Yeah.
And I'd be close to the paint, close to the rim. If Cat decided that he had a smaller dude on him and he want to post him up, I'm still close enough to get that dude support on a double team. Once Cat put the ball on the floor, if there's penetration by Brunson, I'm still there to contest the shot. And if OG is going to hit 10 threes, hey, congratulations to OG.
Because these guys, OG and Hart, they're shooting terrible from three this series. But we see that the threes that they're getting are against tough closeouts by 6'10" Siakam, 6'10" Obi, 7-foot Miles Turner, 6'8" Naismith. These aren't they bricking a couple open threes, but they're making more. The threes that they're making are open. The other threes that they're missing is just off of good rotation and good closeouts. So if you put the smaller guy, your power forward, on a guy like Cat, and they take away the three because they're closing out, and the driver that he is, he drives from the top of the key, and you're there to contest the layup. Now he kicks it out to an OG or Josh Hart, and
now there just has the rest of the team has to rotate. So whoever that small forward was that I had on Cat, once Cat goes to the paint, Well, I can then stay on Cat at the paint. He now has to rotate out to the shooter once it swing back to that side. But everybody else just has to rotate, because if I left my man open to offer support at the rim, my teammates got to back me up.
But that's a lot of space to recover from, though. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it's a harder. That's why I was explaining earlier about it being harder to defend, because instead of recovering on a guy like Fisher that's going to shoot 3 feet in front of the 3-point line, you got to recover to like a whole 22 feet in the corner.
Well, now, bro, the corners is the shortest 3-point line.
Right. That's 22.
Okay. And so I don't know where this spacing is going to be, where the defender that's on the wing can't rotate to the corner, and that's a long distance. From the wing to the corner is what? 10 feet?
Right.
And if you see the penetration, that should alert everybody that once I go to help, okay, the next pass is going to be only in one of these 2 spots. So you just have to be able to anticipate or put yourself in position where you can close out, and everybody has to rotate. If everybody rotates properly, then there's really no issue. You can still, even if they get off a shot, it'll still be a contested shot.
It just won't be at the highest difficulty of contest, but you'll still be able to get a hand up.
Yeah, you'll still be able to get a hand up. You'll still make them shoot a ball with somebody running at them with their hands up in the air. You know what I'm saying? And they have to be able to make that shot. And like you said, if their misses are coming off contest, well then yeah, that's what we want. We want him with the ball. We want him shooting the ball with somebody closing out on him.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, we can agree to disagree there, but that your point of view is good, and I feel like my point of view is good. It's just a different era, and that's why people prefer not to compare eras, because it's just two different styles, So
Well, yeah, so I can't compare him to that era of big man. Like that's my only thing, and I feel like there's some players that could be compared to, even though the eras are different. But it's hard for me to look at big man and the level of competition from dudes from the 80s and the 90s, and then look at the 2020s at the level of big men that's in the NBA who actually play the game in that style, who actually had the bang, who was skillful, who had post up, who had mid range, who could put the ball on the floor, played defense, rebounded. You know what I'm saying? Who did all of those different things. To now, there's hardly any big man in the league who actually plays that way. So the big men of this era, I believe, has far more rest. They are far fresher from game to game than players of that era. Simply because they not having to bang with people to try to get positioning. You know what I'm saying? Even getting the ball in the post, they don't face no real impediment to getting the ball down in the post. Back in that era, them boys was having real fights just to get position on the block. Nowadays, like, they just put their hand up and they just throw the ball in there, you know what I'm saying, and they do whatever. And that's very few big men who actually even want the ball on the block. They all want to shoot threes and shit.
that's just the way the game is played. But with them fighting more on the post back then, I agree with that. But my point is that it's hard. It's hard in this era. It's just different. Just because it's different don't mean this is more harder than that. That's more false. Don't make that more difficult than this. It's I mean, you gotta fight in the post, and you gotta get hit in the face with elbows. You got guys big as Shaq putting their shoulder into your chest, and then you got your degree of difficulty. But my difficulty is guarding the space, sprinting 20 feet to close out on this because I'm trying to figure out do I jump with my hands up? Do I be a big man and jump with my hands up on this layup or this alley hoop, or do I close out? Not even that. I'm guarding the pick and roll. My man hits dude with a screen, or your man hits my guy with a screen. Now my guy rolls to the basket, and I got my hands up. I got my hands up to contest the layup, and it's nothing I can do because I got my guy behind me ready to catch the lob. So it's different angles. It's different.
Yeah, but I'm missing the difficulty.
The difficulty.
There's no physical impediment to what you're talking about doing, guarding in space. Like if if it's a 24-second shot clock and you sitting around for 18 of those seconds, and then you have to run out 20 feet to contest the shot. Like, why? If that's your man, why are you even 20 feet away from him anyway? Like, if you're guarding that man,
I gotta guard the rim.
No, bro. Again, stop saying that. No big man is doing that. There's no big man who's guarding the penetration and then running out 20 feet to contest a 3-point shot. It doesn't happen in the NBA. Like you are literally making up a scenario that doesn't that's just a hypothesis.
So when teams play against the Bucks with Brook Lopez, that's not what they're doing.
No, if you have a big man, so let's say Joker. If Joker is guarding Brook Lopez, he's not at the rim contesting the shot. And then when the ball is thrown out to Brook, he's running out to Brook to contest the 3. That's not happening. You've never seen it happen. And vice versa. If he's guarding Brook at the 3-point line and he don't want Brook to be able to get this shot off, so again, he's within at least arm's length of Brook Lopez, and on the opposite wing, there's a guard driving to the rim. He's not then sprinting to the rim to contest that shot.
That's the point. That's the point that I'm making. It's impossible to defend.
No, I'm saying it does not happen.
I know it does. It probably. Why? Okay, I'm gonna say this. I see these teams playing small ball with these 6'9", 6'10", agile guys at the 5, and I'm like, why are they playing? Why are they playing this guy at the 5 when they got a whole 7 foot on sitting on warming up the bench? It's because they can move. That's the specific reason why they do that. Because as a big, you just have to move more. But that's another discussion. That's the point I'm making though. That's not going to happen. It's not. You're not going to just turn the game on and it's a big man having to protect the rim and he's going to sprint to the shooter. That's not going to happen as often. That's my point. It's impossible. It's impossible to defend, because if my man if I'm a center, right, and my man is obviously the opposing center and he's at the 3-point line, I have to pick, and I have to pick one. Do I have to be in arm's reach of my man who's the opposing big man who's standing 2 feet behind the 3-point line, or do I need to be a traditional big and jump with my hands up contesting the layup? That's the point that I'm making.
But again, that's not tougher than having to defend somebody who can score on you in the paint. Because again, you get to choose what you want to do. If I want to stand out at the 3-point line and guard this big man who shoot threes, and I don't want to, have to worry about the rim, I could do that. And so I could just stand there, me and Brook Lopez, talking about our wives and vacation and our kids and shit, while the other 4 people is playing. That ain't nothing tough about that.
There's nothing tough about
But if
that
I'm playing
at
against,
all,
if I'm playing, no, it's nothing tough about me standing
man.
at the 3-point line with a dude who's a 3-point shooter. Brook Lopez is not finna put the ball on the floor. He's not finna go by me. If he's just standing out there waiting for somebody to pass him the ball to shoot, and that's my man, I'm literally just standing there with him. There's
And you
nothing
gonna
difficult
and guess
about that.
what? Guess
As
what you're
opposed
gonna do? Guess what makes this difficult? You're gonna stand
to,
there on your man, and you're gonna give up 40 points to the best slasher, the best perimeter,
no,
the
I'm
best.
not giving up shit. I'm not giving up shit. My teammates gave that up. I'm guarding my man. My man ain't doing shit. Yeah, the other my teammate let that man drop 40 on him. My man ain't get shit because he ain't get the ball. As opposed to if he has to guard Hakeem Olajuwon down in the post, who can give it to him any way he wanted, and he has to defend him. That's his man. He got to be able to stop and slow down that man who can score any way you want it. That's hard. And at the same time that I got to guard Hakeem Olajuwon, I also got to worry about Clyde Drexler coming down the lane because it still is my responsibility to protect the paint. I'm right there at the paint because my man is there in the paint. So I got to contest those shots. I got to secure rebounds. I got to defend one of the best scorers in the league. That's difficult.
So question on this difficulty. You are guarding Hakeem Olajuwon on the right block, for example, correct? Listen. You are guarding Hakeem Olajuwon on the right block, and I got a Clyde Drexler or a Michael Jordan or a Vernon Maxwell, whoever coming from the left wing. How much space are you recovering? How many feet of space are you gonna recover to block that? You're going.
It's maybe about 7 to 10 feet.
Between
Because in
the
that
left.
situation, if Hakeem Olajuwon is on the right block, I at least got 1 foot in the paint. So all I'm doing is going to the other side of the rim. Even if I got 1 foot outside the paint, it's just still on the other side of the rim. All I'm doing is patrolling the width of the paint.
That's my point.
Okay,
so
but
I'm not discrediting and saying that it's just plumb easy. I'm just saying that you have a solution. You have a solution to the madness. I have no solution. All I got to do, my only solution is to pick a poison.
And that's your solution. You can pick to stand out there with a 3-point shooting big man who can't put the ball on the floor, and you could just stand there with him. Like y'all can literally have a conversation about apple pie recipes. Neither one of y'all is involved in the game. Like, that's not hard, bro. Again, a David Robinson who's 7'2" can shoot the mid-range, put it on the floor, shoot the jump hook. But you also have to worry about penetration from his teammates. You still got to worry about getting a rebound against a dude that big, that athletic. And you got to go on the other end and be able to provide offense for your team yourself.
But the point is, I have to pick. I got to pick between getting this guy out of the game, like you said, getting this 3-point shooting big out of the game, and I got to sit there and watch a Brunson or a Halliburton or whoever get into the basket at free will, because 9 times out of 10 they probably running a whole nother pick and roll on the other side.
Hey, bro, I'm finna get back in here and check on my employees, but let me ask you a question. If you had the option where you can pick or choose if you go to work, and when you know that you gotta go to work, right? So on one hand, you can decide, oh, I don't feel like going to work today. You got enough money, you got enough whatever. You don't gotta go to work ever. Or you can go to work. It's just about what you want to do that day. As opposed to the dude who has a mortgage and kids and a wife and responsibilities. He ain't got the money to just sit at home and go to work when he want to or not go when he want to. He literally got to get his ass up and go out there and get it, the hustle. Which dude has the tougher life?
That's not a good analogy because I gotta
It is
pick.
analogy.
I gotta,
Because you
but I
saying,
gotta
hold
pick
up,
my
wait. You saying in today's NBA that the big man has to choose. He got a choice. Whether he want to play in the paint or whether he want to guard the shooting big man out at the 3-point line. He has a
What you not
choice.
what you not getting is you only got one choice to fight this nigga with to do a fist
That's
fight
right.
with this nigga.
I have to fight him
Right.
every single day, every single night in order for my team to win. I have to be in this fight. You don't got to be in the fight. You can choose not to.
You don't have a choice, and I got to pick between: do I want to get shot with a 50 cal or do I want to get shot with a 9mm in the head?
Man, shout out to Ortiz. Shout out to Isaac Ortiz, man. I'm guessing you're a Knicks fan. Isaac Ortiz. Isaac Ortiz, man. Big shout out to Isaac Ortiz. Shout out to Michael, man. You know, y'all team still battling. Yeah, Halliburton been cooking Ortiz. Ortiz, man. Isaac Ortiz, yeah, Halliburton been cooking, man. He been doing his thing for the most part.
All right, Mike, I'm finna head out. Good show, good stream. Nice linking up with you again.
Oh yeah, man, for sure, man.
Had to cook that dude right quick. I really wanted to leave sooner, but I had to cook that dude right quick. He has some
I ain't
good
gonna lie,
points.
he was making me, but okay.
Nah,
He was frying you in every point that he made. It baked every point that you made, like literally. But there was nothing that you said that debunked anything that he said. And I listened the whole time. You were just getting cooked, fried, baked, boiled, all kind of shit, left and right. I was laughing on mute. I was on mute laughing. King literally baked everything you said.
Nah, if you say so.
And you was getting cooked bad, bro. It was bad, bro.
If you say so.
Hey, King, man. King said he gonna be back on in 10 minutes. Hell yeah, King. You smoked the hell out this dude. Like, it was so bad.
Y'all say so.
Like, you got cooked so bad. Like, it was to the point. It was to a point, bro, where I was laughing so loud, bro. My sister was like, "Bro, what's going on?" I'm like, "Bro, this dude in the panel getting cooked." Like the cooking session was terrible. I did highlight your message, Ortiz. Ortiz, you right here on the screen. Can you not see the screen? Ortiz said he would bake us in math or science. I was never good at math, so I'm not going to argue that. And I was never good at science. So I'm not going to argue that with you. I wasn't good at either or. That's why I didn't say nothing. But the dude on the panel, man, King, you baked the dude so bad, bro. Like you put the dude in the blender.
This guy trolling.
I ain't trolling at all, buddy.
Yeah, you
was
trolling.
making all the points that you was making. I was like, bro, did this dude know any sense of basketball? Like King was going light. King wasn't even going hard for real. King was literally taking it easy, and he was still cooking. That's what makes it so bad.
No. We talking about cooking, but the shit that you was saying, I don't know what you was talking about.
You can say what you want to say, buddy, but at the end of the day, I must know basketball because you're on the panel. So I must know something about the game to draw you to the panel. When dudes say that I don't know basketball, but they're on the panel, I must know basketball. Nobody can say I don't know the game if you're on the panel. If you're on the panel, you in the chat room, listening, I must know something about basketball.
I'm on here because I'm bored, but he had some good points.
That's cap. That's cap. That's cap. Now you're going to be real lie. Now you're going to lie. You're going to sit here. You're a fucking liar. I must know the game because your ass on here. You're a fucking liar. You're not on here because you're bored. Your bitch ass got cooked and fried, and now you're in your feelings. Shut up.
Now you want to call people out their name. Well, when people call you out your name, you want to cry about it.
Bro, you got cooked, nigga.
Anyway, no.
Nigga.
Anyway, as I was saying,
you probably owe the mail too, nigga.
As I was saying, I didn't call you out your name. I didn't call you out your name. So
you got cooked, nigga.
Go take some.
You got cooked, nigga.
Go take some mental medication or something.
I would like to know.
Anyway,
drop your location. Drop your location.
Drop my location.
Shut that shit up, nigga. Yeah, shut that shit up, nigga.
That sound a little
shut
sweet.
That shit up, nigga. Drop your location. Drop your location.
That sound a little sweet to me.
You ain't gonna drop your location. You gonna do all that yip yabbering. You know shit.
I'm not gonna give up another dude my location. I'll come on here to talk basketball. I'm not with all that other stuff. Anyway, you come on here with that disrespect. Yeah, he come on here with that disrespectful stuff. He's mentally challenged. Anyway, King Dunn. I respect you, brother. It's all love. You had some good points.
Got your ass cooked.
We can agree. We can agree to disagree. Peace.
You got your ass cooked.
I hope to see you again. All right.
You got your ass cooked, and now you run off the panel. Shut up, nigga. Nigga got his ass fucking cooked trying to talk shit, nigga. You got cooked, nigga. Y'all see he ain't want to drop that addy, but talking all that bullshit. Y'all see the shit. Nigga's a yip. He got his ass cooked. When King come back, me and him talk ball. Because he got cooked. I think when you're looking at your depth, the only thing that matters is the only thing that matters is you create a legacy and you have a family. Man, shout out to King, man. Yeah, Goat might have to get in this bag real quick, King. You see, I had to get in my bag real quick.
Man, why you running him off the planet, man? First of all, whoever he is, bro, my name's not King Dunn or King Run, whatever you call. It's just King. But salute to you. Why you ran him off the panel, Mike?
No, because the man being disrespectful. The man said that I don't know basketball, but you're on the panel. Make it make any kind of sense. If I say, King, if you got a channel, right, King? If I hop on your panel and say you don't know basketball, I'm a fucking idiot. That's like That's like going to McDonald's and saying I don't like McDonald's. Well, why am I at McDonald's then? I should went to Burger King.
Right.
People say things that make no logical sense, and then you try to say he hopped on because he's bored. Well, that's bullshit because he's been on here plenty of times. It's not his first rodeo. He's been on here plenty of times, so I must know something about the game that brings you to the panel. And King, it's not that I try to run him off, but when dudes get this disrespectful, you know how good Mike is. I ain't gonna take no shit.
Yeah, I already know you finna go left.
I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not Jalen Brunson. I ain't gonna let these snitches bully me all fucking game. It ain't gonna work. I'm gonna push your ass. Get up off of me. Real shit. Even in real life. The same me that's on here, King, I'm the same nigga in real life. Like a nigga get talking crazy, I gotta check you on your shit. I can't let people somebody around me like that. Hell no. When somebody get disrespectful, King, you can't let them run over you like that. That's crazy.
Well, I had fun smoking. I had fun smoking that young dude.
And then he called you King Don. Like, that's disrespectful as fuck. He called a man, he's about making people outside their name. You called
I'm
a man
like,
King Don.
like, who
Like,
the fuck is Don, man?
is King is in the chat is King on
On
deck.
deck. Yeah, it's King on deck.
I don't know where he got King Don at. I don't see no O's in your I don't see no O's at the end of your name.
Oh
That's,
man.
oh my God. The man can't read. He said, I don't know basketball, but he can't read. So what's worse? Somebody who don't know basketball or somebody who can't read? And on top of that, King, I got dyslexia. So the fact that I got dyslexia and I can read better than him, that tells you a whole lot.
You
Just
choking. You fucking choking me, bro.
I'm just saying. That's why I be spelling. You know what? I can't spell for shit because I got dyslexia, but I can read my ass off. King on deck is what it say. Not King Don. Like, what the fuck? The nigga can't read. And then he said my point was bullshit. No, it wasn't. Every point that I made, King, me and you made similar points. Literally. We just said it this way. And the thing is, he said he agreed with you because he was getting into it with me. And that's why I say, King, me and him was disagreeing. Remember I told you that?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, y'all agreeing. I told you we wasn't agreeing. The same shit he was doing to you, he was trying to do that shit on me. This is before you hopped on because you came to the chat and you said salute Mike. And he was doing the same shit to you.
Yeah, because I ain't know what, because when I came up, he was like, he agree. That's why I was like, okay, so what's the debate then? Like, if y'all agree with each other, what's the debate?
He said that some of the things you said he didn't agree with, but King, you said the same shit I was saying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you thought that we was saying we was agreeing with each other, but King, now you see we wasn't. Cause man, you said the same thing, we made the same points. I didn't say nothing. Like everything you said, I just said it a different way.
Right. Because ultimately it came down to Kobe or MJ will smoke Indiana if they was on the Knicks. Like it'll be a completely different series. The series will probably be over if they was the ones in Bronson place. You know, but he's trying to make the argument that a bigger, longer defender would make it tough on MJ and on Kobe. But I had to tell him that it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna necessarily work like that with their style of play.
Right. And now he back on here now. You know what I'm saying? But Dude was getting cooked, man. And the sad part about it is, King, the fact that me and you said the same exact thing. That means that he's basically saying you don't know ball either, because we both said the same points. We just said it different ways.
What's bro name?
Yeah, his avatar is. I'm about to show it to you now. Oh damn! I hit something wrong on here. Shit. Right here. You see it?
Yeah. What's that?
It's
Oh.
mm-hmm. He don't. Hey, King. How does a man that got dyslexia read better than the guy? You know what I'm saying? Tell you a lot, bro. It tell you a lot about these niggas. And I turn my camera on because I'm on that time right now. I put my camera on just for this nigga. You know what I mean? Because niggas try to talk shit behind the camera. You know what I'm saying? Go Mike turn his camera on, get gangster with you. You see what I'm talking about, King? I'm facing him up one-on-one. Why you so quiet now, huh? I don't hear you talking that same shit you was just talking. You see that shit, King? You quiet now. Dudes can only do this for so long. You know what I mean? To go might put him in their place. I don't hide behind no damn camera. That's what he do. He come out behind his avatar.
You there, bro?
He come out behind his avatar. He behind the avatar hiding. He ain't got shit to say now. And Goat might look dead at him. It's crazy, dog. Can't talk shit to the goat. Can y'all hear me? No, we cannot.
Nah, we can't hear you, bro.
Now he got mic issues.
You on mute or something, fam.
Man, Goat Mike is like that for real, y'all. This dude, he got to hop back on. You see what I'm saying? Hey, King, even this mic scared of me, dog. Even this mic scared of me, dog. His mic saw me. He was like, oh, shit.
How his mic? Did you say did you say his mic is soft?
His mic soft too, nigga. Well, his mic soft, bro. His mic saw me. His mic was like, "No, fuck that. I'm good on that shit." But I had to keep it a bean. The dude was talking mad crazy. He was talking mad crazy, man. You know. So I had to show him what it was, man. Let me turn my camera off so his mic can work when he hop back in. It's a damn shame, King. Like, dude be tripping.
Man, I got me a nice little smoke session in tonight, so I'm talking about it, like I ain't doing no tripping. Hopefully I was able to educate the young man a little bit on the sport of basketball.
But I do like to talk some football. I do like what I see from Jordan Love in his practice. He does look pretty solid in the OTAs.
Man, I'm not finna fucking play with you. I'm not finna fucking play with you. Like, I just talked to you 2 days ago, and you told me that nigga was smiling too motherfucking much. I thought he turned into the damn Joker. That nigga had a smile carved into his face the way you was talking. Now you say he looking good at OTAs.
Man, hop back on, Owie. Man, Owie, get your ass in here. Yeah, Jordan looked pretty good. I was watching the OTAs, man. He looked like he's more engaged this year than last year. Last year, I think him sitting out of OTA was big. Him sitting out of OTAs and trying to get a contract, I feel like that was a hold up. OTAs is big, especially when you're a young quarterback. You need people. Okay, he back. Let me see if he ready. You ready?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Hold on, let me tweet something. All right.
AC, you bring your motherfucking ass up here too.
So it's King on deck, correct?
Yes, sir. You just hit me. Just call me King, bro.
All right, King. Wanna so send my apologies about pronouncing your name wrong. I
Nah,
wasn't
you
even paying
good.
attention. I wasn't even paying attention to the name. All I saw was King, and I just crashed out and said King Dunn. I don't know. I don't know what was up with you. But anyway, yeah. Like I was saying before, you made great points. I could see your logic. It was logical what you were saying. Just because we got two different points, don't make yours more logical. I feel like I won't say I feel like Cook because I don't even like this Cook thing. The whole Cook thing, people say I cook to you, I cook to you. I don't even like saying that because you talking. It's just two dudes talking basketball. You have a different perspective. I have a different perspective. It's just two dudes talking basketball. So I don't even do the disrespect thing. The whole bitch ass, and I don't do that stuff. I don't do that internet disrespect stuff. Um, but
Yeah, me
that's
me
all.
neither. But let me ask you, what's your handle, bro?
Like social media or anything like that.
No, I'm just saying, what do they call you? Because I don't want to just
Oh,
be like,
Olo,
hey man, or
Olo.
say man.
Yeah. Oh no, you good. You good. Now he says ooey. I let him say that because I don't mind. I let him call. See, I let him call me. See, it's Olo, but he says ooey. But we talking about people mispronouncing things. But anything. Anyway, he calls me ooey, even though it's Olo, but it's Olo. Um, yeah. So that's what mine is.
Okay.
YouTube is Olo Hoops, and Instagram is 386 Olo underscore sports. But yeah,
Okay. Oh no. Yeah, but yeah, so the only reason why I spoke on it because soon as I had clicked back on to the channel, I heard you say, "Yeah, I had to cook old boy right quick." You know
yeah,
what
yeah. Yeah,
I'm saying?
see. If you watch me on FIF when I'm on there with Lamont, I don't even say shit like that. So you got to excuse me. He, you got to excuse me for that. I'll take a L on that one. I don't even do stuff. I don't do that cooking stuff. It's just two dudes having a basketball conversation.
Okay.
You have a different
Okay.
perspective. You have a different. You look at the game differently. I look at the game differently. That's just how it is. PC. I disagree heavily with some stuff that they say, but one guy look at the game differently than the other. You know, but at the end of the
Right.
day, we shouldn't be disrespecting each other. I ain't gonna disrespect you. That's my fault. I'll take an L on that one. I don't even. I
Oh
don't. That's
no, you good. I ain't feel disrespected, but I move the same way. I don't like the bitch shit, calling people, being disrespectful. I don't do that unless it's done to me.
yeah. And I appreciate you for you know standing 10 toes down with this, I smoke you thing. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna talk basketball with no sensitive niggas. But yeah, that's all it is. We got two different perspectives. You wasn't disrespectful while we was talking. I wasn't disrespectful while we was talking. Just two. We
Right.
just see the game. You just see the game differently. I follow a lot of. Well, I communicate with trainers that either played pro or they train professional players, college, collegiate, high school, whatever, and we just see the game differently. And we both defensive minded guys, but we just see the game differently, you know.
Right.
And that's the point of platforms like this, is so we can come to either agreement or agree to disagree on certain logic or certain aspects of the game. Like
Right.
you had a different logic to the defensive end for bigs than I did. It's okay. We're gonna this we just agree to disagree. You think that they're tougher, and I think that this may be tougher, or both of them would be tough. That's all it is. We just got two different thought process. That's all. We just see the game differently. It's a
Yeah.
lot of
It's
hooper.
all
It's a
good.
lot of yeah. It's a lot of professional hoopers that see the game differently than other professional hoopers. So
Right. Yeah, no, you good, bro.
But at least we agreed on the Kobe thing for the most part. We agreed on something.
Right, right. Yeah.
I didn't want to
But,
make it a cement. Excuse me. Go ahead.
oh no, no, go on here because I was just finna holler at Mike.
Okay, so I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't trying to. I didn't want to make it a semantic thing with the Kobe thing. It's just that some guys see, like you see, the game is in the whole package. Um, you got to guard. You're gonna have to guard this. You got to guard this counter, and you got to guard this type of shot selection. Other than that shot selection, so you got to be certain sizes to move your feet and be able to physically adjust to certain play styles. You know what I'm saying? That's a good way to look at it. I look at it that way as well. It's just for that particular discussion. It wasn't really an argument. I wasn't trying to like argue with nobody with that. As you can see, I wasn't the one that started the argument with that when you pulled up. I was just saying that with someone being a little bit taller, it just makes it tougher. But what you were saying was different than what Mr. Mike was saying. But I even though I saw a little bit different, we agreed with that. But even though I saw it a little bit differently, I could still agree and
See my point of
still,
view from
yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying.
I still know it's still logical what you're saying. Most definitely logical. And when I watch the film, that's what I see. What you explain, what you analyze is what I see. You know, it's just that the little things like that is what I was just saying. I was just pointing it out. It's just maybe a 6'10" guy would be tougher than a 6'5" defender on the ball.
Right.
That's all I was saying. But yeah.
No, yeah, I got your point. Yeah, HC, where you at, bro? And Mike, don't you run away from this pack of smoke I got for you.
You said what, King?
So don't you run from this pack of smoke I got for you.
What's the Packer smoke?
That you said that the Packers ain't gonna be shit, and now you talking about Jordan Love look good.
No. I'm giving them credit where credit is due, but I still feel like this team is first or second round exit. That's not going to change. I'm going to be consistent about. I know in the past I flip flop back and forth. This time around I'm going to be pretty consistent. Packers is first, second round exit, but I am giving them credit for what they're doing right now. You know, the OTAs. They look like a team that's gonna win about 11, 12 games, make the playoffs, and get their ass beat the fuck out of in the playoffs. That's not gonna change. But I do like what I'm seeing from Jordan Love. I do like what I'm seeing. The small bit that he is doing, I do like what I'm seeing from him. He's looking good, as well as the other players. The Packers have no chance. The Packers have no chance of winning the Super Bowl. It's gonna take about 5 years from now. About 5-6 years.
You think the Packers gonna be better than the 49ers again this year?
I don't know if the Packers are gonna be better than the Niners. I just know they're gonna win. I just know by the way they look, they can win 11, 12 games. Just by how they look. They can win 11, 12 games. If they stay healthy, for the most part, health is going to be a big part of it too. But I don't know if they'll be better than the Niners, Commanders, or Eagles, or even Vikings, or even Lions, or even the Bears with Ben Johnson now. I just know they can win 11, 12 games if they play how they know how to play, and in playoff time they're going to get built to ass, just like usual. So 5-6 years from now, they'll be different.
That's a pretty significant jump, man. You had y'all winning 7 games, and now you done went to 11 or 12. That's a 4-5 game difference. That's a big jump, bro.
No, because I'm looking at Matt LaFleur's record. Matt LaFleur is Matt LaFleur came to the Packers what 2019? It's 2024. He's only missed the playoffs one time since he's been the head coach of the Packers. I've only seen him miss the playoffs one time. If you look at all of Matt LaFleur's playoff appearances, right? 3 of those we won 13 games. Last year we won what 11, 12 games. The year before that we won 9 games. The last year with Rodgers they missed the playoffs. They won 8 games. So Matt LaFleur is showing Matt LaFleur based off since he's been here, he's always been able to get the Packers to make the playoffs. And I've seen him win 11, 12 games more times than not. He's so in the I would say he was coached the Packers for what 6 years. 4 of the 6 years he's coached the Packers, they've won 11 or more games. 3 of those seasons with 13 wins. So,
Right.
so I know for a fact Matt LaFleur can get us 11, 12 wins. But what I do know as well that come playoff time we get built to ass.
So what do you say? What do you say about the fact that your division is now much tougher than it was in those previous seasons, where you got Detroit, you got Minnesota, who's looking solid, and then like you say, Ben Johnson is now in Chicago. They got a lot of talent, good solid
I'm not worried about
defense.
Chicago. I'm not worried about Chicago. Green Bay is way more talented than Chicago. That's what I do know. They way more talented.
Way more talented.
Yes, way more talented.
I don't know about that one, Mike.
I do. The Chicago Bears can't sniff the Packers job scrap. And this season, you're gonna see that.
Come on, Mike, you doing too much, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm being real. The Bears are not good, bro.
So you saying y'all gonna sweep the Bears?
I'm not saying we're gonna sweep them, but I'm saying.
So then you can't say they can't sniff y'all job strap.
No, when I say sniff job scrap, I'm talking about the record. Our record's gonna be way better than theirs. By the end of the season, we're gonna have way more wins than the Bears.
What's way better? So if y'all gonna win 11, 12 games, how many games are they gonna win?
The Bears have been the Bears. I would have to. I'll give them 8 wins max. Max. That's the max because Ben Johnson hasn't proven anything outside of Detroit. He got to prove to me that he can win outside of Detroit. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna say 8 wins for now. Now, if I see something different, then I might come back and say, "Well, he looks pretty damn good. I got to change the poll." But right now, I'm gonna say 8 wins for the Bears. The Bears ain't as good as everybody think, bro.
Nah, I don't think that they are world beaters, but I think that they're gonna be closer to the Packers than. So if they win in 8 and y'all win 11, 12, that's 3-4 games. Y'all ain't finna be that much better than the Bears, bro.
No, but the Bears are not the Bears. The Bears got a higher chance of missing the playoffs than the Packers do. If you put the Bears in the Bears are just not they're just not good to me, bro. They're just not, bro. Like I know they got Ben Johnson and all that, bro, but Ben Johnson can't say that organization.
Yeah, but they got real weapons on offense at receiver. They got a good running back, and they got a really good defense.
They got so many. Okay, so look, I'm gonna say this just to kill the whole debate because you're gonna try to have a whole soliloquy about it. And I'm not gonna go back and forth about it. The Bears, I'm gonna let you have your point because I'm not gonna argue with the Bears. The Bears got to show me what you're talking about, and so far they have not done it. Ben Johnson, he nice and all, but like I said, show and tell is everything. All of Ben Johnson's work that I've seen is on Detroit, not in Chicago. But I'm not going to argue over the Bears. They're just talking about them. The only time that I would argue over the Bears is up to William Perry and all them niggas that played for the Bears back then when they were actually good. or when they had Brandon Marshall and I don't know who else they had over there. They had a couple of dogs over there, and they were playing really really good football. But this Bears team, I'm not gonna argue over. I'm not gonna argue over Caleb Williams and these niggas. No, thank you.
Nah, I'm not arguing over Caleb Williams because if I have any reservations
The Bears
about
are the
them,
team. The
if,
Bears are the team. I'm not gonna argue over a team that has missed the playoffs over and over and over. When's the last time the Bears made the playoffs? Like, are we serious right now? We're gonna like for me, bro. If I'm gonna debate a team, you have to show me something that I need to debate about. The Bears have not given anybody anything to debate about besides getting Ben Johnson.
but now you need to remember you were saying the same thing about Detroit 2 years ago.
Detroit has shown more. Detroit has shown a lot more than the Bears have since I've been alive. I go all the way back from the time I was born, '96. The Lions have shown me more than the Bears have.
How the Bears went to the Super Bowl. The Lions ain't never been to the Super Bowl.
In '96?
No, they went in the 2000s with Rex Grossman. Remember Devin Hester, Brian Urlacher. Like they went to the Super Bowl in the mid 2000s.
Okay, so they went to Super Bowl. What happened?
They lost to Peyton Manning.
No. I don't want to hear about. See, here we go.
And that's what happened. You asked me what happened. I told you what happened.
Here we go. They got to the Super Bowl. They got to the Super Bowl and got built to ass. So once again, these niggas ain't shit.
Okay, but you said that Detroit has shown you more than Chicago. Chicago actually got to the Super Bowl.
You're talking about 1 year ago. I said from 9. If you listen to what I said, because you brought up one season. I'm talking about from the time I was born. Did you catch that? From the time I was born, '96, all the way to now. If I look at from year to year to year, the Lions have shown me more. I'm not talking about 1 year. You brought up 1 year.
Okay. Okay. But even if you do that from the time you was born to now, Chicago still did more. They made it to a Super Bowl. They made it to NFC. They made it to an NFC Championship game with against the Packers and lost to the Packers in the NFC Championship game.
You got built to ass.
Yes, but they still made it. They still done more than Detroit did.
Look, we're not going to agree on this. I'm sorry because you're picking out certain years and trying to make that a point. When I'm talking about from end to end, I'm not talking about from year to year. I'm talking about start to finish.
Okay,
you're going and cherry picking certain years where they had a conference appearance.
I'm just saying they did more. They did more since you've been born. The Bears have done more than Detroit.
That's your opinion. You're entitled to that. But I totally disagree. The Lions to me have done more.
How? Explain to me how, bro.
They've
only made the playoffs twice since you've been born, and that was the last 2 years.
I'm not talking about one. See, look, you're cherry picking. You're talking about. Oh, well, this year they went to the conference finals, and this year they went to the Super Bowl. No, I'm talking about if you go from '96 all the way to now. I'm taking the Bears. I mean, not the Bears. I'm taking the Lions as far as doing more as a collective from '96 to now. I'm not cherry picking and saying, "Oh, well, this 1 year they did this." No, I'm going top to bottom. I'm going top shelf to the bottom shelf.
Okay, so from top shit. So are you listening to me, Mike? Because I literally said I'm not picking no specific year. I'm saying from '96 to 2024. That span, the Chicago Bears have made the playoffs more than Detroit. They went further than Detroit. Like that is a fact. That's not even an opinion.
You were the thing about you as King is that you were You were in your grown stage when the Bears were good. I was a little ass boy when the Bears was doing shit. So I'm not. So for me, bro, I'm taking the Lions for the aspect of is that I'm looking from the standpoint of it's kind of like saying, oh well, I'm a Packers fan since '96. I would look crazy. I was born '96. I was just coming out. So for me, whenever I say I'm a Packers fan, I always start with 2000. But even start with 2000 sounds crazy because then I was only 4 years old. So I'm not. So for me, I'm not giving the Bears credit for doing shit when I was a little ass boy. Still, you know what I mean? Going to school with my little ass backpack. You know what I mean? I got the little ass lunchbox. I'm not counting that shit. The Lions did shit when I was up already.
Okay, so basically you didn't put the goalpost and put it in your backpack because you the one who said 96. Now, from 96 to 2016, don't none of that count because you was under the age of 20?
I didn't even know what football was when the Bears were doing shit. When the Bears was doing things, I didn't even know what football was at that point.
Okay. So if you said in the last 10 years Detroit has done more, I agree. But you the one who made the date. You the one said from 96 to present day.
I'm gonna stick to my. I'm Kessel King. I'm gonna stick to my original point. From 96 to now, I'm taking the Lions. You can take that to the bank. I'm taking the Lions, bro. I'm sorry. If you got the Bears, that's you, bro. If you got the Bears, that's you. From 96 to now, I got the Lions. That's just me. I don't believe in that Bears hype. The Bears ain't been shit, bro. They ain't been shit, bro.
I understand that. I agree. My only point is the same things that you saying about Chicago now, you were saying about Detroit 2 years ago. They ain't done shit. When if they ain't make the playoffs in this long, they always been trash, this, that, and the other. And people were saying
I respect Detroit more because Detroit has given my Packers a lot of issues over the course of the years. Chicago, I was never worried about Chicago at any point. I was never worried about them. Chicago is nothing to the Packers. We have beaten the Bears when it mattered most, and that's in the playoffs. We beat them in big time regular season games. But the Bears don't stand with us, bro. On the Lions, dude. The fucking Lions and the Vikings. The Lions and the Vikings are the only two teams that I respect in my division. The Lions and the Vikings, because those two teams have given my team hell over a decade. It's given us hell. Vote for those teams.
HC, if you still down in the chat, I want you to hear this shit that he's saying. Timestamp this shit.
I don't respect the Bears. What has the Bears done to the Packers that I should respect? Nothing. We beat them in big time games. The fucking Lions have beaten us when it mattered. The fucking Lions have given us hell for a long time, as well as the Vikings. I don't respect the Bears. The Bears don't give me anything to respect. They just don't. How can I respect a team that can't beat me in the playoffs? They can't beat me in no big time games. How can I respect that?
No, this is I'm feeling the sense of deja vu because you said this 2 years ago about Detroit. You had no respect for Detroit.
Detroit has done something the Bears ain't done to the Packers, and that's beat us when it mattered. Detroit's done it, and the Vikings have done it. The Bears, they have not done anything for me to have to be like, oh my God, here comes the Bears. I'm not worried about the Bears at all. I don't care if the Bears beat us in the regular season because I know if we play them in the playoffs, they can belt their ass. promise you that. We put them niggas in Brooklyn, we would embarrass them niggas. That's the only. A matter of fact, King, that's the only playoff game I would actually bet if you want to go there. If we played the Bears in the playoffs, I would bet the house. We gonna put belt to ass on them niggas. The Bears don't want this smoke. And I don't care about no Ben
let me
Johnson.
be
Ben
clear.
Johnson Ben Johnson on the Bears ain't gonna be shit. Watch what I tell you. Packers
Let me
gonna beat you
be
when it matters.
let me be clear. I don't really know what Caleb is just yet.
He ass. He
He
paid his
didn't
nails.
look. He didn't look great last year.
Nail paint ass nigga.
He didn't look great last year. So I'd have to see him. My only thing about bringing up the Bears is that when you look at that team overall,
Not
they
worried about him.
I understand that they do have weapons. They got a good defense. They kind of got all the pieces that you would want. It's all
Their
gonna
defense
depend
is
on Caleb.
ass. Their
If
defense is
Caleb
shit.
if Caleb is able to improve from where he looked last year and play at a pretty decent level, take that second year jump, then I think they're gonna be a problem. If he still struggles with reading defenses and accuracy, and the only thing he want to do
He
is
gonna have a
take off and
sophomore
run,
slump.
huh?
He gonna have a sophomore slump like Love and CJ Stroud. He gonna be sophomore slump. He's not gonna do all that running around and shit, trying to pick up yards. Teams have seen that shit now. Now that teams have seen him play, they're gonna make that adjustment. They ain't gonna let him just lead the pocket and do that bullshit.
Well, I hope he don't have no damn sophomore slump. He wasn't good last year.
No, but thing I'm saying is, King, when teams see you play, you know how CJ Stroud and Jordan Love came out, there were guns firing, and then the second year teams figured them out, saying, you know what, we're not giving you these same looks anymore. That's gonna happen to Caleb Williams. He's not gonna be able to just do the same shit from last year to this year.
Well, the difference this year is gonna be that they're gonna be in a completely new system. And so what Ben Johnson did in Detroit, he gonna have to
That
make
was in
some
Detroit.
adjustments because he's not the same. He not gonna have the same quarterback
That was in Detroit,
as
sir.
Jared Goff, huh?
That was in Detroit.
I know that's why I said he gonna have to run a new type of system.
Yeah, but Ben Johnson's getting way too much credit. The man did all this shit on the Lions.
Right.
We can't just assume. We can't assume he's gonna do that with the Bears. That's crazy.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the system that they ran in Detroit is gonna be different in Chicago because the quarterbacks are completely different. So you're not gonna team, especially early in the season, teams aren't gonna really know what Detroit is trying to do as an offense because it's not gonna be the same as it was in Detroit. So it's gonna come down to how good he is at crafting the offense around his quarterback, and if his quarterback can play effectively in that system.
If you say so,
if he can, Chicago is going to be a problem. If he struggles, then Chicago ain't going to be all that good.
I'm not worried about Chicago, King. I'm not even thinking about them niggas. That's how worried I am.
All right, y'all, man. Salute. I'm about to get up out of here.
All right, bro.
And this dude said the Bears beat us in the second to last game. The Packers didn't care about that last game. They came out there and said, fuck this game. They ain't give a fuck about that last one. We didn't care about that.
Why they ain't care? Didn't they have to fight for playoff position?
We wasn't worried about that last game because certain teams were losing to help the Packers. Certain teams were losing, so we wasn't worried because we already knew certain teams was gonna lose, and certain team was tanking. So, like I said, the Packers was never concerned about that last game. And y'all forget, the Packers beat the Bears to get into the playoffs just the year prior. So let's not do this. The Packers have beaten the Bears when it's mattered most. We beat them the year before to get into the playoffs. Y'all forget we beat the Bears at the last fucking second when Rodgers threw that ball to Randall Cobb. He got into the end zone. Y'all forget Rodgers got hurt in the first half, I believe. He came back. Packers was down big time to the Bears. We stormed back and whooped that ass again. So let's not act like the Bears is some powerhouse, because they're not, bro. Nobody's worried about the Bears, bro. The Bears is shit water. We didn't care about that last game, HC. And Jordan Love wasn't hurt. Jordan Love could have came back and played. But Jordan Love's like, why should I come back and play against these bitch ass niggas? And we still made the playoffs. So what's your point? Jordan Love missed multiple games during the season. We still made the playoffs. What's your point? And King over here trying to make the Bears look good. Man, Ben Johnson ain't shit, bro. He gotta show me, bro. Make me a believer. Because right now, I believe Ben Johnson was only good because he was the play caller for the Lions. I don't believe he can do that for the Bears. I believe all that magical shit he was doing was for the Lions, not for the Bears. We're not worried about the Bears, AC. The Bears don't scare me. The hell? And King know it too. The Bears don't give me no fear. None at all.
I gotta see that quarterback, bro.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in the Bears at all. I don't believe in their defense. I don't believe in the offense. I don't believe in Ben Johnson. I don't believe in nothing about the Bears. I don't believe in their receivers. I don't believe in their corners, their tight ends, their linebackers, none of that. I don't believe in none of them niggas. The fucking Packers gonna steamroll them niggas. I'm telling you.
So what we betting on the first game, Chicago versus Green Bay?
I'm not like I told you, I'm not making any bets. I'm not the only bet that I would make is if we gotta play the Bears in the playoffs. If we put the Bears in the playoffs, I'm betting the house. Those niggas can't fuck with us. I'm telling y'all.
Okay. So you just scared then. You just doing a bunch of whooping, hollering at the moon.
No, because I don't care about regular season. I care about playoffs. King, have you not learned by now? Goat Mike is a super Packer fan. I don't care about regular season. I care about playoffs. When my team's in the playoffs, what do? That's what I look at. I don't care if we win 9 games or 12 games. What do we do when we're in the playoffs? What is the success rate? That's what I look at. Y'all niggas care about regular season. That's y'all.
Bro, the regular season matters. That's how you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, but at the same time, King, I'm not saying I don't want my like you have to win some of the games. I understand that. But at the end of the day, I don't care enough to bet on it. That's the point I'm making. I'm looking at playoffs. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and that's cool. My only point is you talking shit about Chicago, but you don't want to put no money that your team is better than Chicago. So it sounds like you just talking, but you really not that confident that your team gonna be better than Chicago.
They won like 7 games last year. I'm supposed to be worried about that team.
Well, I mean that's fine, but they quarterback was a rookie,
and the quarterback will be trash this year too.
Well, I'm saying I don't know that.
I do.
But the way you talking, you saying that they gonna be shit. You ain't got no respect for their defense, they receivers, they tight
I
end. You
got
ain't got
one
no respect for
respect.
them. But then when I say put some money that they beat your Packers, now you don't bet. So I'm just saying, it sounds like you just howling at the moon to me.
I'm not big because once again, my team has shown me a lot that they can win in the regular season. So I'm not worried about that. I'm waiting to see if my team can show me any kind of pulse in the playoffs. Is there any pulse? Regular season, I'm not worried about the Packers winning the regular season. I'm worried about when they get to the playoffs, can they show up? And so far they haven't. So you can look at the regular season all you want. I'm not looking at the regular season. I'm looking at the playoffs. When playoff time come around, what is my team doing? The Chicago Bears can have the regular season. They can have it. I'm looking at the playoffs. Hell yeah, I'm giving the Lions credit because the Lions have done a lot to us over the years. The Lions beat us twice last year. No, 3 times. No, yeah, the Lions beat us in the playoffs, and then they backdoored that and beat us the last 4 times. The Packers have beaten us 4 times now. No, the Packers is no 3-1. Yeah, the Lions is 3-1 against the Packers because they beat us in the playoffs, and then they beat us 1 time the year before, and last year they beat us 2 times. So Lions, I'm worried about them. The Vikings, they beat us twice last year, so I'm worried about them. I'm not worried about the Bears, bro. And now King fall asleep like he should be. Oh shit.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden I couldn't hear you, bro.
I was like, damn, what? Okay. I was like, damn, what happened to King?
Yeah, I couldn't hear a goddamn thing. So I had to drop out and come back. So I don't know what you said after I pulled your card that you scared of Chicago.
I'm not scared, bro. The Chicago don't give me no. Bro, I don't lose no sleep. I don't lose any sleep over Chicago. They
Not
ass.
yet. Not yet.
They gotta beat me in the playoffs first. Then I'll
They
lose
gonna
sleep.
bro, you was again AC, right? You used to crash out. You talk so bad about Detroit 2 years ago,
No, but
and now
no, but I'm gonna give.
they got your ultimate respect now.
They got my respect now because King when I think about it, what I just tell you, they beat us. Remember the last game Rodgers played for the Packers? They beat us to keep us out the playoffs. And then they backdoored that, and we went 1-1 in the regular season. And then just last year they beat us 2 times. So why? So I'm definitely worried about them niggas. And then the Vikings
Now,
beat us twice.
because when they beat y'all the last game of the season, you dismissed it. Asked us how many Super Bowls they won. They beat y'all. They split with y'all the next year. Again, they ain't have no respect for them. They never beat y'all in the playoffs. They ain't never been in no Super Bowl. They choke artists because they lost to the Niners in the championship game. So they beat
No,
y'all
but let's
last
be
year,
real.
and now they got your utmost respect. I'm saying Chicago is in the same place now that
No,
Detroit was a couple years ago,
no.
where you ain't got no
Detroit,
respect for them.
no, but no, King. You know how I can easily debunk your point when the Packers lost to Detroit. You know what happened to our Hall of Fame quarterback? Our Hall of Fame quarterback said, "Man, I can't play for this team no more." And this nigga went to fucking the Jets. So by the Lions beating, because you got to think about it, King. If the Packers had got to the Super Bowl, right? not even win it. If they just got to the Super Bowl, right? Let's say they make the playoffs, you get to the Super Bowl, they lose. I believe Aaron Rodgers would have just stayed. I don't believe he would have left if they made the playoffs and got the Super Bowl, even in a loss. The fact that you got beat and you missed the playoffs, it made Aaron Rodgers quit because he immediately was like, "Oh, I don't want to play here." And he was under contract, but it made him second guess playing for the team because he ended up leaving in the middle of your contract and going to the Jets. So I would say Detroit ended what am I trying to say? Detroit ended Aaron Rodgers.
The Rodgers era.
Huh?
They ended the Aaron Rodgers era in Green Bay.
Yes, that's what they did because when they beat him, you saw how his face was. You could tell you could just tell he was gonna leave. The way he was hugging what's her name, Brown Cobb in the fucking tunnel, you could just tell he wasn't coming. He wasn't gonna play there much longer. You could just see it. They ended the Rodgers era. The Bears ain't do that, but the Lions did that, which is why I got to give them respect.
And that's cool. That's cool. But you giving them respect now. What I'm saying is that when it happened 2 years earlier, you didn't give them respect. Chicago last year split with y'all in the regular season. You ain't giving them no respect.
No, but the
So
reason
I'm saying I think they're gonna be even better this year than they was last year.
but the reason why I don't want to get Lions respect, King, is because I was hurt. I was hurt because I did not think that Aaron Rodgers was going to leave after that ass beating that he got by Detroit. I didn't think he was going to leave. But the Lions ended the Rodgers era. And that hurt, bro. It just hurt. So I wouldn't give the Lions their respect.
Oh, so now the truth coming out. Now the truth coming out. Your feelings was hurt.
Hell yeah, my feelings. Yeah, because you got to think, Rodgers is a Hall of Fame quarterback. When you lose, I don't care if Rodgers was 50 years old. When you lose a Hall of Fame quarterback like that shit hurt, bro. Because now I got to deal with this bitch ass light skinned nigga named Jordan Love, and I don't know what he about. I mean, he's showing some improvements, but he's not Aaron Rodgers though. He's just not, bro. He's not Rodgers, bro.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers wasn't Brett Favre. I mean, it happens like that, bro.
No. I'm talking in the sense of Rodgers compared to Jordan Love because you got to think, us Packer fans, we still getting used to Jordan Love. We've had 30 years of Hall of Fame play between Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. We're not used to no fucking Jordan Love. We getting used to him slowly, but I'm still in disbelief that Rodgers is gone. Like he been gone for 2 years now. I understand, but it still don't seem real that he is gone. It just don't, bro. Like seeing Jordan Love out there, it just feels different. It just do. I'm so used to seeing Brett Favre and Rodgers playing for Green Bay. You know, Jordan Love is just, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from him. He shows flashes of great quarterbacking, but he is no Rodgers or Brett Favre, either or.
Well, you shouldn't expect him to be Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre.
Yes, I do, because like I told you last time we had this conversation, when you have 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterback play, you're gonna, bro. Us Packer fans, we hold Jordan Love feet to the fire. This season is make or break for Jordan Love. If he don't come out here and perform and do it at a high level, Packer fans gonna erupt on his ass. We're gonna erupt. This third year, I understand he had a sophomore slump, but this year, we don't want no excuses.
Didn't y'all
Let me
just get that
see.
man a new contract last year? A new 5-year deal?
When I say make or break, King, when I say make or break, listen to me clearly. If Jerome Love come out here and he don't step up, Mike going to have to take some time off from the Packers. If he come out here and he don't perform and perform at a high level, I'm not saying we got to win the Super Bowl, but if he come out here and he not performing at a high level, I'm gonna have to take a break from the team.
Man, stop it. No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm serious. Man.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You ain't. Hey, you can't fool me with that. No, you're
No,
not.
because you don't know Goat Mike.
Yes, I do. You are a diehard, true blue Green Bay Packers fan. You ain't never taking a break. You ain't never switching up. Stop that shit.
But even if I'm watching the games, King, if Love come out here and don't perform at a high level, I'm not gonna be interested in talking Packers ball. I might come out here and talk about the Commanders and other teams like that. But if Jerome Love come out here and don't prove what I'm expecting him to prove, not saying it got to be a Super Bowl, but he got to come out and perform at a high level, not average. You know what I mean? I understand he had a sophomore slump, but if he come out here and don't perform at a super high level, I might watch the Packers, but I'm not going to be interested in talking about them. Y'all might ask me to talk about the Packers, but I'm not going to be interested in even speaking of them niggas, especially if Jerome Love's not giving me what I'm looking for. Because like I told you, us Packer fans used to the Bart Starrs, the Brett Favre, the Aaron Rodgers. So Jerome Love got to show us something, bro. He got to give us some kind of hope that we good without Rodgers and Brett Favre and Bart Starr. He had to give us something. Because last year was bad, bro. I don't care what the numbers say. I saw a lot of bad plays from Mr. Love. Bad throws. Terrible. This year,
Yeah,
I
but
want to see boss Love.
I mean, it happens. You know,
No, I don't want to hear that it happen
He
shit.
was
No,
struggling with
I don't
some.
want to hear that it happen shit. Us Packer fans ain't going for that shit. Nope. We're not going for that. We don't want to hear that it happen shit. There's no excuse to come out and throw out them damn interceptions. No excuse to that. This year, he better not do that shit, bro. This year, he better not do that shit. If he do that shit this year, the next year, I'll still watch. But I'm not going to be interested in talking about him. He better come out and he better do something good, bro. I'm not giving him no pass, Cam. I'm sorry. This year, I've already given him 2 chances. He got 2 strikes. This year,
Wait. When did the first strike happen?
The first
Because
year.
his first year as a starter, the boy played damn good football for his first year as a starter. He had over 30 touchdowns.
That's
I think 4,000 yards passing. Got your team to the second round of the playoffs. Like, come on, bro. It's not much more you can ask for from a very young quarterback in his first year starter.
King, what did I tell you? Us Packer fans have had what at quarterback? We've had 30 years of
and Aaron Rodgers did not make the playoffs, much less the second round. And you said this. His first year as a starter, he did not do what Jordan Love did. Neither did Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers, when I look over his career, he showed me a lot more than Jordan Love, even in his earlier stages. Aaron Rodgers was a dog. Jordan Love showed me nothing but kitty cat.
Sorry, man.
So I'm just saying, if Love come out here, like I said, Aaron Rodgers showed us that he could win a Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers showed me when the pocket breaks down, He's not afraid to run. Aaron Rodgers showed me that he can make any throw in the book, on the run or in the pocket, either or vice versa. Jordan Love has shown me when the pocket breaks down, he just want to stand there and get sacked all freaking day. He showed me a lot of interceptions. Rodgers throwing interceptions too. But like I said, I love like the way Rodgers plays as a collective is better than Jordan Love. Aaron Rodgers was the master. Aaron Rodgers was the master of the hard count. Jordan Love got no hard count in his game. Rodgers was the master of that.
Like, so you do know that the Niners had Steve Young follow Joe Montana. It would be idiotic of myself or any Niner fan to then expect Jeff Garcia to be as good as those guys, especially early on in their career. It wouldn't be fair, and I know it's been a long time since Steve Young, but it would be unfair for us to look at Brock Purdy and judge Brock Purdy against Joe Montana and Steve Young in the first couple of years of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love is a completely different player from Aaron Rodgers. So expecting him to do the hard counts or make all the same throws or to have the legs and his capability is not fair to Jordan Love. His name isn't Aaron Rodgers. It's not Brett Favre. His name is Jordan Love. So you have to be able to, as a fan, to accept the player that he is. That's not saying you don't want him to improve or you don't expect him to improve or you don't expect him to play at a high level. But stop holding him up to the picture of Aaron Rodgers. And because he don't do what Aaron Rodgers do, now you're saying he's a kitten.
He can leave. If he can't hold up to the standard, then he can leave, bro. He can get the fuck on. If he can't hold the standard, he can get the fuck on.
I'm not saying that. So the standard is Super Bowl. That's the standard.
The standard is Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. If you can't live up to that, get the fuck
on. Bro, that is ridiculous, bro. Y'all may never see another Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre again in the history of the Green Bay Packers. Like, them dudes don't grow on trees. So you want to get rid of Jordan Love because he's not that, bro. His chances are you will never, ever, ever, ever again get an Aaron Rodgers or a Brett Favre. So what? Should they sell the Packers? Go on and get rid of the whole franchise because y'all ain't gonna never get another Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers? Like, come on, bro.
Jordan Love, if he don't step his game up, I'm gonna start a petition to get him out of Green Bay, bro.
That shit crazy.
I'm gonna start that motherfucker up. Get him up out of there. It'd be on to the next guy. So he better step it up. If you want to be a Patriot.
And there's a chance that you don't get another quarterback as talented as Jordan Love if you run him out of town. And I asked you before, would you rather Jordan Love or Baker Mayfield?
Baker Mayfield.
No, don't change it because you said Jordan Love. You just said Jordan Love like a week ago. And today you say you like the way he looking in camp. Nigga, you would not rather Baker Mayfield over Jordan Love, bro. Stop the cap.
Yes, I would.
Oh my God. I wish y'all didn't sign him to that contract. I'll tell the Niners to trade Mac Jones to the Packers and y'all give us Jordan Love.
Mac Jones is not wanted by nobody's team. He trash.
And Baker Mayfield ain't that far ahead of being traded. Nah, I'm gonna quit fronting on Baker. Baker, well, I ain't gonna say he's better than Jordan. Well, look, Is he better right now? I'd say yeah. He's been in the league longer. He's been on what 3-4 teams already. So he has far more experience and stuff like that. Jordan Love is at the very beginning of his journey. But if you're talking about talent, Jordan Love is more physically gifted than Baker Mayfield.
Man, Jordan Love's
He's bigger, got a bigger arm.
Jordan Love's dad is in the graveyard thinking like, son, you might be trash.
No. Bro, you being disrespectful. You being disrespectful, Mike.
I'm just being real.
No, you being disrespectful. That man daddy is not sitting up thinking that he might be trash.
Well, his dad's in heaven like, this nigga right here, bro. I love him, but he trash.
Like, bro, you disrespectful as hell.
You better step it up, man. Jordan Love better step it up, King. If he don't step it up, he's gonna be bad at Green Bay, bro. I'm telling you.
Nah, he ain't going nowhere. Green Bay just gave that boy a whole lot of money. And I think this year is the first year of his new money.
I'm gonna tell you right now, King, if he don't step up this year, the next year, you can believe what you want. I might take a break from the Packers, bro. I ain't gonna keep watching this bullshit. Joe Love can't be coming out here doing this shit, man. He better run when that pocket break down. He better use the motherfucking legs. Stop being a bitch. That's my beef with him. He weak mentally. Get your ass out the motherfucking pocket. He need to work on the one thing I didn't see him working on in OTAs was working on what they call it, quarterback draw. He needs to be working on that shit. He just standing back throwing the ball. Fuck that. You need to be working on when that bitch break down. Get the hell out of there. You want to hide behind the old line all day like a pussy. Get up out of there and use them legs, bro. And I don't want to hear, oh, he uncomfortable, this, that, and the third. No, work on that shit, man. Work on that. Say hood, drop back, and do it.
Nah, bro, but I mean, we seen Tom Brady and Peyton Manning make the Hall of Fame without leaving the pocket.
No, but he's not Tom Brady, though. That's the thing.
I understand. I'm just talking about that type of quarterback. Drew Brees.
But Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and Drew Brees, they different dudes.
I agree.
Those dudes are built different. Jordan Love is playing in the era. Jordan Love's playing in the era where you need to be able to run. See, Brady, Brees, and Manning, they played in the era where you could hide in the back. This era right here, I feel like as a quarterback, you need to be able to escape because players are just too talented. They're too talented for you to just stand back there.
Well, nah, because I think if the quarterback has a great offensive line like the Packers do.
The Packers O-line is not good, bro.
Yes, you do. Yes, it is.
No, bro. Because every time Jordan Love hold the ball, if you watch all the games where he threw an interception, it's because he stood in the pocket and he thought that his O-line had his back. And next thing you know, he was getting sacked.
Well, yeah, but that's no. The thing is that's just him being a young quarterback and having to fully learn defenses and the system and stuff like that. Because what Peyton Manning and Brady was able to do, Drew Brees, they knew what defenses was in. They knew how to get the ball out their hands quickly and exploit matchups. Again, your quarterback is extremely young. He don't know everything yet. He don't know, all the defenses that teams are running and the disguises and shit that they use. What's happening pre-snap, post-snap, how defenses shift. All of that stuff has to be learned through experience. And so he's holding the ball longer because he's trying to figure out exactly what the defense is doing, where his teammates are, that type of shit. As he gets older and he learns more, I believe he'll be able to get the ball out of his hands quicker
No, that's
And y'all
not
got
gonna work.
a really good offensive line that
No, we
protects
don't.
him if he gets the ball out in a timely fashion.
He's like King. You must live in fairy tale land.
I live in Texas, man.
No, you must live in fairy tale land. The Packers O line is not good, bro. When I watch Jordan Love, when he drops back, there be so many times, like 2-3 seconds, everybody in the back. The O line ain't blocking consistently. Guys ain't doing their job up front. And I see too many times when people was able to just sneak in the back.
Yeah, but that's not always the fault of the offensive line.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes it's the quarterback holding the ball too long, like I
No,
said,
no, there's
or
even
a running back missing the block.
so now we're depending on the running back to take the belly out and try to save you instead of you knowing where the ball's going and knowing what the defense is playing. So that
But
just means that Jordan Love is doing it.
no. He has to learn it, but again, he's young, so
Oh
that's
my!
something he got to learn through experience.
I hate this. I really hate when people do that. I really hate it, bro. I freaking hate the young excuse. That shit is terrible. That's the same shit Infamous was doing. Ugh.
I don't think if it's true that you can call it an excuse, bro.
No, bro. It's an excuse. That's what it is, bro. When people use that young excuse, that's nasty work.
But it can't be called an excuse if the dude is actually young.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that young excuse. There's no excuse to come out here and throw interceptions. There's no excuse to not do your homework. All that young shit, man. Y'all terrible. Y'all debating skills be going worse by the day. Like, he's young. I don't want to hear that. Do you know the game? Maybe you don't. Does Jordan Love know how to play ball or not? I don't want to hear about that young shit. I don't want to hear that.
Well, he's learning how to play the right way.
He needs to go play volleyball. Let somebody else quarterback.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man.
I'm being real. I'm about tired of Jordan Love, man. You get all these excuses from people like you. Like he young and this and that. That's crazy.
Nah, that's just a fact, bro. The dude
Well,
is young. He only started 2 years. He only started for 2 years, bro.
King, you should take him on the Niners as the Niner backup, man.
Nah, his contract too high, but if he was still on a cheap contract, I would. And I give y'all Mac Jones. Y'all can have Mac Jones.
No. We don't even want Mac Jones. You can have both of them. We can have both of them together.
Then
I
who
don't know
gonna
why
play
you do
quarterback?
this.
Who gonna play quarterback for the Packers then?
I don't know. You got to figure it out. Got to figure it out. Got to get somebody in and figure it out. Because I'm at a point with Jordan Love, man. Like I ain't got no patience for this shit. This shit, like every time I watch Jordan Love King, my blood pressure go through the roof. Yeah, it should go high as hell. Jordan Love gonna put me in the hospital, King. With
Boy,
all his bad decision making.
there's
Terrible,
about
man.
15. It's about 15 teams who would love to have Jordan Love as their quarterback right now.
They can have him. I already told you that, King. Remember I told you that? They can have him. Free of charge. I don't even want shit in return. Take him.
You trolling, Mike.
I'm not, bro. he got to prove something this year, bro. To me, for me, King, this is make or break for me, bro. I've watched the first 2 years. I was disappointed. The third year, you got 2 strikes. One more strike, you out. The only thing that can make me change my mind about Jordan Love is that the Packers win the Super Bowl. That's the only thing that made me change my mind about Jordan Love.
Bro, you still ain't told me how he got 2 strikes.
Got 2 strikes, man. The first 2 years, I saw nothing but bullshit. The first 2 years. The first year, like I said, and I don't care what you say after. My opinion is my opinion. Like I said, got to the playoffs, beat the Cowgirls. You got to the 49ers. You threw 2 interceptions. That was bullshit. The first one, you fucking threw the ball too hard, and it bounced off the tight end hand because he threw it too hard and got that one picked. The other one he threw, you rolled to your right. You tried to force the ball to Christian Watson when you had Luke Musgrave open, Kraft open. You had other people open. You had timeouts. We still had like 2 timeouts, I believe. There's no need to force a pass when you got timeouts. He was basically playing like, okay, I got no timeouts. I gotta just go. No, that's stupid as hell. You got timeouts. You don't need to force that pass to Christian Watson. That was a terrible pass. I'd rather you throw it to the tight end who was open. So that's another reason why he fucked up. The second year, the Packers was down by 6 in the fourth quarter. Down by 6. We got the ball on our hands. The defense got the ball back. Jordan Love said, nah, fuck that. I ain't trying to win today. You lose that game, you go home again. So this year, he got to show something different this year. And he threw 4 interceptions in that Eagles game. So that's two playoff games where he's got 6 interceptions. So out of the 3 playoff games that he played, he's got 6 INTs. So this year could be straight 3 for me.
Okay, so this is just my opinion. I know you disagree with it, but this is my opinion. The first year in the second round of the playoffs, because he blew the doors off Dallas. Regardless of the outcome, I think he should get a mulligan for that. Because he was essentially a rookie. So he's going to make rookie mistakes. It's kind of like, you have a baby and they get a fork or a knife and they down there trying to stick it into the plug outlet. You don't beat them, right? You just go take the eating utensil from them and you say no, right? So he was a baby. He was a rookie. You don't hold that against him. He shouldn't get a strike for that. Like, that's just a regular rookie mistake, him doing some stupid shit. Year 2, okay, 4 interceptions is a lot. So you can't accept that. If you give him a strike for that, okay, that's understandable. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he's still young.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to, go through these, these bad moments so he can learn from them. But again, if you're giving him a strike for that one, this your 3rd playoff game. Like, you got to know better. You got to be able to do better. It's one thing if you have 1 interception, but to have 4 of them, that's a bit much. So you give him a strike for that one, okay. So I really think he should be at 1 strike. The dude has an extremely high ceiling. He has a lot of tools, in his toolbox. He got a good skill set. He got a great play caller. He got weapons everywhere. I think he's going to continue to get better. But you can't be willing to just throw him in the trash because he's gradually getting better. See, he's going to be better this year because of the struggles that he had last year. He might have came into last year with his head a bit big. Because remember, like in the last 8 games or 9 games, dude had like 20 touchdowns and 1 pick or some shit. Like, he went on a fucking tear for like 2 months. He got to get some credit for that, bro. So maybe he came in last year, head a little big, feeling like he got the league figured out. And the NFL will humble you. And so he got humbled last year, regular season and in the playoffs. So this year, I expect him to be better. I expect him to improve. But you also got young players. You got young wide receivers, young tight end, young players on defense. So they're gonna have to go through them ups and downs, bro, as a team. Y'all in a good spot, man.
Oh, I'm just gonna act like that was. I'm just gonna act like you didn't just say none of that at fairy tale talk.
Oh my God.
That's what it was. A lot of fairy tale talk. But I understand you an OG, man. So you gonna give Jordan Love a pass. I understand.
I didn't
I'm
give him
not.
a pass. I just said you can give him a strike for last year. For that playoff performance, them 4 picks, I said you was justified in giving him a strike. So how did I give him a pass?
I give him another strike the first year because, like I said, if Jordan Love had not threw those 2 interceptions, he would have been at 1 strike. But the 2 picks that, like I said, he threw, one of them, he threw the ball way too hard. If it's raining, you can't throw the ball that hard like that. That was the first pick. The second pick, like I said, he forced the ball to Christian Watson. I know Watson's 6'5" and he can jump and run. I understand that. But you threw the ball to him like he was Megatron. Like he was Jerry Rice. Like he was, what's the nigga name for the Patriots back then? Gronkowski. T.O. And he's not that. So, like I said, he got 2 strikes.
What do you say about if the ball touch your hands, you gotta catch it?
But the way that he threw it, like he threw the ball too hard, bro.
No.
And it's raining.
If it touch your hands, you gotta catch it. They got gloves and everything. So you want to make excuses for the tight end where the ball went through his hands and got picked. You want to put that on Jordan Love? No. You are a professional football player. You are paid to catch the football. You're not an offensive lineman. You ain't a defensive tackle. You are a tight end. It is your job to catch the football. The ball went straight through your fucking hands and ended up into the hands of a linebacker. So how does a linebacker have better hands than you? How can he catch the ball in the rain, but you can't?
Okay, so what about the other throw where the Packer was in the red zone and he threw the ball behind Romeo Doubs? He threw the ball behind him.
I understand it, bro. That happens to every quarterback, though.
Man, stop it.
That happens to every quarterback. How many throws did Brock Purdy have that was behind the receiver, in the ground, over their head? He was throwing balls all over the fucking place.
Bro, how do you throw the ball behind Dobbs? Dobbs, like King, I can understand if Dobbs was running a difficult route, but he didn't run no crazy route. He ran a very simple route. All Love had to do was once Dobbs turned around, put it on. You threw the ball to him like he ran a difficult route. The route he ran wasn't that hard. He ran a very simple route.
Yeah, but
All
again,
he had to
like
do
you
was put it
said,
on.
it was raining. The ball was wet. Maybe he lost a little bit of control of the ball. I don't think that's nothing major, bro.
Man, the dude
Every
ran.
quarterback has off throws, bro.
No, hell no. The route wasn't a hard. Like for example, if I'm quarterback, because the route that Dobbs ran, he ran one way and went the other way. He just basically did like a kind of like a he ran one. Yeah, he stutter step one way and then turn for the ball. If a receiver does that and I'm the quarterback, as soon as he turn his head, I'm putting it on. Jordan Love threw the ball behind him, so it's kind of like you delayed your throw. It's kind of like you
No, they wasn't
basically
on the same.
completed
They
the
wasn't on the
whole
same
offense.
page. He thought that the receiver was gonna go a different direction.
No, he did not, bro. He's the one that called the play.
I know,
Him and Matt LaFleur is the one that agreed on the play because Matt LaFleur called the play. Joe Love nodded his head,
right?
and so
I'm saying
you knew what the play was.
no. I'm saying him and the receiver wasn't on the same page. When that receiver did that stutter step, he thought that the receiver was finna go out. The receiver just stopped and turned around. So that's why the ball was behind him. He's expecting the receiver to go that direction. The receiver
No,
did something
bro.
different, so
He
they wasn't on
didn't.
the same page.
Bro, I believe the quarterback. The reason why I blame the quarterback once again because you're supposed to put the ball. If I'm quarterback and a receiver's running a route, I'm not waiting for him to complete the entire route before throwing the ball. Once he turned his head, I'm already putting it right there. It's like Jordan Love forgot to throw the ball. That's what it looked like. Because the man made the move and you threw the ball way after he already completed the route.
I
And
need
then
to
you
see the
threw it
play.
late.
I need to see the play.
When he watched the play, I mean, the way he threw that ball, it looked like he was glitching. That should have been a touchdown. Then there was another play. I think it was a fourth down and goal. It was fourth down. He went for it. Jordan Love fucked that one up.
Bro,
So I'm just saying it was quite a bit of throws that he fucked up in this
no.
game.
That fourth down play you can't put on him. That was the QB sneak. You can't put that on Jordan Love, bro.
I put that on Love because you supposed to know you can't do a quarterback sneak on the 49ers. That quarterback sneak was never gonna work. The Niners is just too fucking big, bro. You're not gonna if Love's gonna do a quarterback sneak, he should have ran to the left or ran to the right. But then I forget, oh, he's young, so he don't get that. He thought his skinny ass was gonna be able to get through the middle of those big ass niggas like a dumbass. He basically thought he was Cam Newton. He thought he was Brett Favre because that's Cam Newton, Brett Favre. They can get through them big ass niggas on quarterback sneak. But Love's not a big player. He's small. I mean, he's tall, but he not bronky. Kind of skinny. He should have.
No.
Well, you can run. You
What
can
he
run left
thought,
and right.
what he was expecting is for his offensive line to move them back for about 1 or 2 yards.
Yeah, but you can't assume that's the problem though. You assume instead of knowing that's the problem with Jordan Love. Jordan Love can't assume something. He needs to be like, okay, if I'm unsure, I need to do this. You can't just assume something because that same shit he did in the Eagles game when he threw the interceptions. He assumed that players are going to do this, and they were doing the opposite. You can't do that as a quarterback. You can't assume something. Either you know or you don't. And that's another flaw he got in his game. But he's young, so we'll give him a pad. He's young, so he don't get it. You can't assume as a quarterback. Either you know or you don't. I can't assume
No,
he's going to do this. No, you can't do that. Do you
no,
know
you
you
don't
know you
assume.
don't?
You don't assume, but you can anticipate as a quarterback.
No, but
You
his
anticipate.
anticipation skills suck. What told you your skinny ass gonna get past Funga and all them big ass niggas? What the hell? You know what, King? He might have been drunk because there ain't no way in hell you thought you was gonna get through there. Too small. Jordan Love is not good at that. He's not good at quarterback sneaks. I've noticed that he's not good at that. They need to start having him quarterback. If you're gonna have him quarterback sneak, I'd rather it be I'd rather it be left or right. Have him roll left or roll right with that shit.
Yeah, but again, that's something he got to learn because he is tall. It's easier for a dude like Brock Purdy to do it because he's short, and he can just kind of find a little crease. Jordan Love is taller, and so he's easier to be seen. He don't have that low center of gravity, and maybe he can't provide that extra push to the offensive line behind them. So that's just something he got to learn. Again, he young.
Trying to do a quarterback sneak, man. That's dumb as hell.
But you got to blame the coach for that. You can't blame him.
Nope. I blame Jordan Love because just because the coach called the quarterback sneak don't mean you gotta sneak it through the middle. You can snuck it through the left, snuck it through the right. And he's supposed to audible. He's supposed to look, if you're gonna do a quarterback sneak, he's supposed to tell Tucker Kraft, hey, look, Kraft, I need you to get right here. So Kraft, because Kraft lined up on the I don't even think Kraft was on the line at this point. If you're gonna do a quarterback sneak, I would have put Kraft somewhere towards the ball, where the ball being height, and I would have used Kraft as the fucking guy, man. I would have had Kraft and Jenkins push, and then you go behind both of them. But that was a terrible quarterback sneak because you relied on your O line itself. No, I would have put the tight end right there when we hike the ball. I'm gonna make them think, oh, Kraft trying to sneak it because Tucker Kraft has done quarterback sneaks. Well, he's not a quarterback, we know that, but he's done the sneaks before and it's worked. So I would have had him line up like he about to get it. But once the ball's height, Joe Love's gonna get it and go behind Kraft in the line. And he push forward. See, even I sound more creative than Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love. Tell you a lot, doesn't it? I'm just saying, bro. Like creativity lacks in Matt LaFleur's brain. He runs basic plays. It's easy to guard. If you're gonna do a quarterback sneak, you gotta sell it. You can't just do it. You gotta sell it. You gotta make the thing you're doing something else.
That's maybe why
this dude.
That's maybe why he didn't put Kraft right there. Make the defense thing that you probably still gonna hand it off or throw the ball.
No, he should have put Kraft there because, like I said, Kraft, he's got a lot of conversions with doing that. So if you put Kraft there, if they collapse on Kraft, let's say they try to collapse down, at least Kraft can be the extra pusher, which would give Jordan Love enough room to get behind him in the offensive line.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Space. You relied on the O line by itself. No, I might have got what's the other guy we had tight end? Musgrave. There we go. I would have got Musgrave and Kraft. I'd have put one on the left of me at the line, one at the right on the line. And once we try to do this quarterback sneak, yeah, everybody pushing. I would have even got what's the name, Jacobs. I'd have put Jacobs up there, Kraft, Musgrave, put everybody up here. Everybody come block. Because we only needed 1 yard. That's all we needed. If Kraft pushing, Musgrave pushing, Jacobs pushing.
I just watched that game 2 days ago. I think it was like 2 days ago. This was a good fucking game, bro. The Packers fucking surprised me in that fucking game, dog. That was a good fucking game. That was a back and forth game. It was defense, but both offenses made some good plays here and there. Came down to the wire. I was watching it, and even though I knew the outcome, that shit kind of made me nervous. That last drive, that motherfucker dropped back and had like a 9-yard completion. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Why is Ambry Thomas playing so fucking far out, bro? Like that shit, that was crazy. And then he broke out the pocket on that last play. He broke out the pocket because we tried to run a stunt. And so Bosa crashed on the inside. Armstead was supposed to loop around it and keep outside contained, but that motherfucker got caught up by the tight end or the right tackle, so he ain't even get to the outside right. And oh boy, broke out outside the pocket. I'm thinking he really finna take off running. And next thing you know, Bosa came running off the motherfucking line. And he was right fucking there. You had a receiver going straight down the field, but that was covered. And old boy was across, and you say he could have threw it to, I think, Musgrave. Ain't no way he could have made that throw. Ain't no way. Musgrave was all the way on the left side, maybe like 5 yards past the line of scrimmage.
But you still had timeouts, though, King. We still had 2 timeouts.
So he should have just threw it away.
What Jordan Love should have did is call timeout. Call timeout. Figure out, okay, are we trying to gun it down the field or what? Because you can still get out of bounds. There's more than enough time on the clock. You don't have to worry about timeouts. You can always catch it going out of bounds. So I feel like Joe Love should have did like Rodgers did. You know, Rodgers used to always utilize the boundary, the baseline, the left or the right baseline.
Yeah.
Because in a game like that, you don't want to put the ball in the middle of the field.
He should have just threw the ball away. He should have just threw it away. It was first down. You still had 2 timeouts. If it's not there, he should have just threw it away. It's 2nd and 10. You still got your timeouts. You good. He forced the ball into the middle of the field. But again, first year starter, that's a rookie mistake. There's no other way around it. That's a rookie mistake. A veteran quarterback would just chunk that ball out of bounds and live to fight another day. So that was his mistake.
I ain't gonna lie to you, King. The first thing I would have did is I wouldn't have rolled Bosa's way to begin with. If Bosa is playing
he was left defensive. He was left defensive end, but he had crashed inside. So he wasn't on the outside. He was on the inside. Armstead looped around and was trying to be, huh?
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know what part of the. I'll have to rewatch it and look at what part of the O line he lined up on, and I would have had Lil roll the opposite way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So Nick Bosa lined up on the left side of the defensive line, so that would have been over your right tackle. At the snap of the ball, Bosa crashed inside, so he basically ran into your guard and your center. Armstead looped around. He was supposed to be outside the right tackle, but instead he ended up kind of getting pinned on the inside of the right tackle. That's why Jordan Love left the pocket, because it looked to him like he was going to have just a free run on the outside running to his right. But once he ran outside the pocket, Nick Bosa came out of nowhere from the line, and he was closer, like he was right there close to, what's the name, when he threw the ball. That's why I said he should have just threw it out of bounds. Like he wasn't fast enough to outrun Bosa to the sideline, so he should have just threw the ball away.
Or just took the sack.
No. He shouldn't have took a sack because now you got to burn one of your timeouts, and you didn't took like a 5, 7, 10-yard loss. Like, you don't want to do that. It's first again. It was first down. Just throw the ball away. It's 2nd and 10, and you still got your timeouts. You still can throw anywhere on the field, the whole middle of the field, anywhere. You could still throw the ball. You could do whatever you want to do. He just needed to throw the ball away. Instead, he forced it, trying to make a big play. Like, y'all was down to the last 10 seconds of the game. Bro, you still got 50 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, but at the same time is that he loves throwing it to Watson. And a lot of his interceptions have been him throwing it to Watson. Which is why I say that they should have used Watson as the decoy because he's the biggest receiver on the team. The Niners would have went for him. You could have had Reed get open or somebody else.
Yeah, see, I didn't see the all 22, but what I think happened is he broke outside the pocket, took off running, saw Bosa coming, and when he looked upfield, he just saw Watson running from his right back to his left. So he's running like from the right sideline or from that area going back to the middle of the field. He flashed in front of Jordan Love. He seen him, and he threw it like, there go my dude. And he threw him, but that ball wasn't going to make it. Because even if Greenlaw didn't come over and make that pick, he had Fred Warner right there running with Watson, and he cut in front of Watson. He was going to pick that ball. It was short. Like, Watson needed to be like 5 to 7 yards closer to Jordan Love than where he was. Because both of them, Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, was going to the ground to catch that ball. Like, it wasn't going to even make it all the way to Watson. And that's because he's running to his right and he's throwing back across his body, and the ball didn't have enough air on it. He didn't have enough strength for that type of throw.
But I put part of that. Once again, another reason why I put something on Jordan Love too, because he's supposed to communicate with his receivers. Hey, look, guys, if I don't throw you the ball within look, if I was the quarterback, this I know I'm smarter than Jordan Love. If I was the quarterback, and I know the Niners is coming after me all fucking game with Bosa, I'm telling my receivers, look, if I don't get you the ball within 2 seconds, come back to the football. If you're Watson, why are you still running deep? The quarterback is getting pushed out the pocket to the outside. You're just running like you're just running super deep for what? If my quarterback ain't got me the ball within 2-3 seconds, I should be thinking as a receiver automatically, let me come back. You ran so deep, the pressure's on. Ain't no way that ball's gonna be able to get there. If Watson, if he had just told his receivers, look, if I don't get the ball in 2-3 seconds, come back so I can have an outlet. But Jordan Love, he's too young, remember?
No, I agree, but that's on the receivers. Your receivers young too. So they probably should have knew that. But Watson wasn't still running deep. He was just running. He was just running from left to right. But you're right. What he should have did is started to come back towards the ball. Why are you running left to right anyway? If your quarterback is escaping to his right, then as a receiver, you need to be running in that same direction. You shouldn't be running in the opposite direction that your quarterback is scrambling in.
No, but why is the receivers running deep routes when the O-line because our best right what's his name? Zach Tom. That Tom's our right offensive lineman. He got hurt earlier in the fourth quarter. So Jordan Love supposed to understand, hey, look, I lost my best right tackle, I'm not gonna have the same time because that's why Bosa was able to get that pressure on Jordan Love because when Zach Tom went out, they put in somebody else and he wasn't nowhere near as good as he was. So if you're Jordan Love, you're supposed to recognize that and say, "Hey, look, I need to do things a little bit different. I got to change the playbook a little bit because you got to think about it, like that time is one of our best guards. When you lose that, see that's why. See, we gonna say he young again. You're supposed to recognize that as a quarterback. Look, I'm gonna right guard. I can't be looking for the deep ball. I'm gonna have to do some short shit. I would have told Watson, look, you're gonna run a short route. Hey Dobbs, Reed, y'all run short. Don't go deep. Go short. If I roll left, if I roll right, run the direction I'm going, become short. Communication. You lost your best right tackle, and you still tried to play like you had your. You know what I mean? You got to know what's going on.
Yeah, again, that's on the coach, Mike.
No, it's on
The
Jordan
coach is
Love.
the one who called the plays.
No, I put it on Jordan Love because you're supposed to have the IQ and understand. Okay, so look, let's say Watson's my best receiver. I'm supposed to communicate with him. Hey, look, I'm gonna use you. On this play, you're gonna be a decoy. You're gonna run this route, and when you run this route, they're gonna go to you, and I'm gonna throw it here. Communication, like Love don't communicate with his teammates, and he doesn't recognize when you lose certain things. Like if you lose your center or your left guard or right guard, you're supposed to adjust to what you lost and make the adjustments. Just like remember King in the Super Bowl, the Packers lost Charles Woodson. You know what our DC did? He made adjustments. So, okay, look, if I don't got Charles Woodson, I'm not gonna be able to play this kind of defense. I'm gonna have to do this. So, Jordan Love, you're supposed to understand your right guard is gone. You're not going to be able to sit back in the pocket like you was the first couple of quarters. You're going to have to adjust and adapt and make plays based off of what you have. And he didn't do that. So it tells you his IQ ain't there yet. Lack of IQ, lack of attention to detail, which is why I say, strike two. His IQ is too low.
Bro.
It's too low.
I don't know how you putting play calling schemes and all that on a first year starting quarterback. Like that shit is mad crazy.
Because as a quarterback, what made the Packers O-line great, if you look at the grades for Zach Tom is the Packers' best right guard. You follow me? So when he got hurt in the Niners game earlier in the fourth quarter, Jordan Love should have recognized that. So okay, I'm gonna have to change things up. But we give him the young excuse. So I guess
that's the coach's responsibility. It's not on a first year starting quarterback to worry about, okay, the offensive line ain't intact, so I need to make adjustments to my play calling, to how we're going to attack this defense. I have to make the adjustment on how I call plays. It's not for the quarterback who's a first year starter to say, well, I need to adjust how I play or the routes that these receivers is running, even though I'm not calling the plays. I'm not telling them what type of routes to run. Like, that's in the play call. But a first year starter is supposed to override a coach who done been to multiple NFC championship games, and he's supposed to do what he want to do as a first year starter, as opposed to the coach being held responsible, because you are responsible for the whole roster. If you lose a starting guard or a starting right tackle, and that compromises your ability to protect your quarterback, then you have to change how you call plays. It's the coach's fault. It's not the quarterback's fault. He didn't go in a huddle and say, hey, everybody go deep. No, the coach called that play. It was the quarterback's fault for forcing the throw. It's the coach's fault for calling the play.
Oh, so well, that's what I'm gonna do this year, King. I'm gonna do it just like you said. Every time I love fuck up, I'm gonna say, "Oh, he's young and this and that."
I ain't say do that. This is he going into his third year. So, and I told you, I expect that he's going to improve. I expect that he's going to be better this year than he was last year. Last year, we could chalk it up, sophomore slump. Okay. He dealt with some injuries during the season. Okay. So he was young, but he still get a strike for last year's playoffs. 4 interceptions. That's too much. That ain't going to do it. That ain't going to get it done. Strike one. But I expect
Yep.
him to be better this year. And if he's making the same bonehead mistakes that he did in year one and year two, he's throwing late across his body to the middle of the field, throwing interceptions, all that type of shit. He's not reading the defenses. You know, if he's doing that again in year three, then okay, I can understand the criticism. He can't hide behind he's young. But I expect him to be better. And I
Yep.
did give him a mulligan for year one as a starter.
Well, from now on, King, whenever I debate with you, I will use the young excuse. He's too young. When
No,
the
I'm
Lakers
not.
lose or Packers lose, I'm gonna say, man, he was just too young, man.
No, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Just like I'm not giving Brock Purdy no young excuse. Because truth be told, him and Jordan Love is on the same kind of trajectory. Both of them was their first year starters in the same year. So when they met in the playoffs, that was both of them guys' first years as starters. The only thing is that Brock Purdy, the year before, had played 5 games in the regular season, and then he had those playoff games. So he had a little bit, he had more playoff experience than Jordan Love. That was Brock Purdy's 3rd playoff game. Well, really his 4th, but he got knocked out in the championship game. He only played like 3 plays in that game, or 2 plays. So he had 2 games that he actually played in, and Jordan Love had 2 games that was his 2nd game, and that was Brock Purdy's 3rd game, playoff game. But as far as being a full-time starter from game 1, they both did it the same time. That was their first year. Last year was their 2nd year. Brock Purdy really had a down year compared to the first year. I can give all the reasons that I want to on why he had a down year, but he had a down year. And the team didn't make the playoffs. So this year, he gonna have to perform. I'm not gonna be saying, oh, well, Brock Purdy's young. He's still a young quarterback. But I am gonna keep in context that no matter what, he's a 3rd year starting quarterback. He got 2 full seasons of starting experience. That ain't a ton of experience. So that's it.
All right, man. At least you can be honest about your quarterback. My quarterback, I'm just gonna say he young.
Okay.
Every time he play bad, I'm gonna say, man, he young. He's still learning the defense and all these stuff that you be saying.
Yeah, I don't know if HC and Fonzo and Texas, and I don't know if them dudes gonna let you get away with that, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, man, he's young, man. He young. He can't do it, man.
I don't think they're gonna let you get away with that, bro.
He's a baby, man.
They ain't gonna fall for your trolling tactics, Mike.
I'm gonna troll my ass. You know what? I'm not even trolling. I'm being for real.
No, you had it right. You gonna be trolling your ass off.
No, I ain't trolling. I'm being for real. I'm gonna say every time a player mess up, I'm just gonna say he young. If
Well,
if if
sometimes
Brunson lose, today, I'm gonna say, man, he young, bro. That's the argument y'all be giving.
if who mess up today,
Jalen Brunson.
who
Brunson. Jalen Brunson.
nigga Brunson is not young. Hell no, nigga, that shit is not gonna work. That nigga is not fucking young, bro.
He young, bro. That's why they got
Nah,
him.
nah, he ain't fucking young. No, sir. No, sir.
Oh shit. When the Packers lose, that's my excuse for every loss. We young, man. We just too young. Everybody young, man. The quarterback young, team young.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that excuse, bro.
Can't give me a built-in excuse.
Nah, I ain't gave you shit. Don't lie on me. Don't tell no lie on me. I ain't gave you shit.
I got a built-in excuse now. We
Hell
young,
no.
man. We too young.
Hell nah. I told you I expect your team to be good this year.
Yep. We're gonna be good, but if we
I ain't gave you
lose,
no excuses that your team too young to be good.
we got a built-in excuse. I love it. So every loss, I know what to say now. We just too young, man. Our quarterbacks to eat baby food.
Nah, your quarterback then played in 3 playoff games, then been a full-time starter for 2 full years. It ain't no excuses.
We got to hold Jordan Love's hand across the street too.
Why you gotta hold his hand?
Okay, because he's too young.
Too young for what?
He's too young, man. We got to make sure he good. He's too young.
I don't know how he too young.
That's the excuse. That's the excuse that I'm giving now.
Man, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
So the Packers lose. Let's make
Now,
everybody lose.
Caleb Williams is young. Chicago has an excuse. He a young quarterback. He got a lot to learn.
Yeah, he's just too young, man. Jay Daniels is too young too, man.
Yep, he young too. And if Washington struggle this year, guaranteed everybody's gonna say sophomore slump, like your boy did, and that he's a young quarterback. They're not gonna
Mm-hmm.
judge him like he's Patrick Mahomes or
I'm gonna say
Josh
he's too
Allen, like he
young.
done been in the league for 8, 9 years.
I'm gonna say he's too young.
You trolling. You trolling too hard right now.
I don't see how. I don't see how, man.
You see how? Because you know, being young ain't an end all be all excuse for everything.
It's the end all be all, man. He's just too young. Jane Daniels struggle. I'm gonna remind myself he's just too young.
That's right, because he is. He is young.
Draw Love struggle. We'll say the same thing. We'll say, man, he's just too young.
No. First of all, how long Jordan Love been in the NFL? When did he get drafted?
I believe
Was it 2020? No, it wasn't 2020 because 2019 y'all made the NFC Championship game. Or was it 2019? How long did he sit behind Aaron Rodgers?
I'm
4
trying to
years?
think. We drafted a quarter.
It was like 3-4 years. He sat behind Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Because he had a 5-year contract, but I think y'all adjusted his 5th year. So y'all he sat behind him 4 or 5 years. So probably like 2020, he probably got drafted.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's just too young.
All right, bro.
All right, big
I'm
dog.
gonna fuck with y'all boys probably tonight, man. After that Knicks game.